This audio is protected under United States and international copyright law and may not be shared, copied, or reproduced without the express written consent of Jeffrey Hanlon, DBA Zither Studios.
Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Prologue. Charles Darrow sat behind his desk in his home in San Francisco Pacific Heights, also known as Billionaire's Row. His house was modest for that neighborhood. That was because Charles Darrow was a modest man.
My wife passed away several years ago,
Darrow said.
Her name was Claire.
The man pointing a gun at him said,
So what, old man?
Well, it looks like I might be joining Claire soon.
You got that right.
I don't think it would be unfair to ask why.
John Anderson.
John Anderson? Well, I'm afraid I don't know any John Anderson.
Charles Darrow didn't like lying, even in that situation, but it's human instinct to cling to every moment of remaining life, to stall the inevitable. Darrow took what would be his last look at his treasured collection of hand-blown glass elephants. What magnificent and intelligent and kind creatures. Creatures that would never inflict death on another of their own species the way the man standing in front of him was about to do. He was about to die, but at least Charles Darrow could take pride in the way he'd conducted himself through his 68 years. Except for that one thing. The thing that connected him to John Anderson, Darrow had led an exemplary and honorable life. And then that life was over as the man pulled the trigger. Chapter 1 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. My Red Dragonfly. The absence of an extradition treaty wasn't the only reason I was in the Maldives, not as John Anderson, but as Xander Voigt. That's Xander with an X. I'll explain that here in a bit. My plan, my grand plan, had been to run away from both life and my own recent death, and for that I needed an island. I'd developed some primal need to be surrounded by water. Each morning I would feed that need by freediving. Now when I started freediving, I didn't even know it had a name. Freediving is a simple concept. You fill your lungs and dive as deep as you can. Extreme depths, no tanks, no air. It's nothing new. Greeks freedive for sponges, ancient Romans freedived to build underwater structures, and the Ama of Japan and Korea freedive for oysters and pearls, as they have done for 2,000 years. Freediving furnished a respite from life, like a return to the asylum of Mother Life's womb. And I was not unaware of the fact that it was also vaguely suicidal. As you begin a free dive, the water wants to push you back to the surface. Then gravity defeats buoyancy and you drop like a stone, deeper and deeper. Your body chemistry changes. A sense of blessed euphoria emerges. At about 150 feet, I enter a dream state caused by the high levels of carbon dioxide and nitrogen in my bloodstream. It's a journey into psychosis, to the time before I was dead, before my parents were murdered, before everything. During my free dives, I recalled that final summer of an idyllic childhood. In my parents' backyard, I was visited by a red dragonfly. It would circle around with elegance and grace, then land on my outstretched finger. It would rest there, take an occasional short trip, then return to my welcoming perch. My iridescent red dragonfly, said to be the symbol of transformation and the end of life's illusions. Deep underwater, I would live that time again and again, and then in the final moment, the most basic human instinct, the will to survive, would win out, and I would be compelled to return to the surface and leave behind the sea's sanctuary. I had just finished my daily free dive when I got the call. As I returned to the Kudahura Four Seasons, the concierge said, satellite phone in hand, "A call for you, Mr. X." My current identity of Xander Voigt had spawned the moniker Mr. X. That, my deep tan, and the 3 bullet scars in my chest had marked me as a man of mystery. Now, there was only one person on the planet who knew where I was and what name I was currently using. Willie Hale D'Angelo. She said,
"We have a problem."
But I'd already figured that out, since the only time I talked to Willie was on the first day of every month when we reviewed our accounts.
"Our gravy train has derailed. Charles Darrow is dead."
"What happened?" I asked.
"He shot himself in the head."
And it got worse, as Willie said,
"The Ice Princess is demanding to talk to you. In person."
Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Chapter 5. Jacqueline. Two years earlier, Jacqueline Chen and I sit in her banged-up Prius on the corner of Turk and Ellis in the Tenderloin. We sit and we wait. It's midnight. "This is a waste of time," I tell her.
"Probably."
Jacqueline and I have been seeing each other for 2 months, after hours, and she provides me with a counterbalance to my growing disillusionment with being a cop. I'm not a Boy Scout, even though I've been called that, and not in a complimentary fashion. I've kept my mouth shut when someone planted a drop gun to put away a perp who is guilty, but might get off when someone throws sand in the gears of justice. I know cops have to do the wrong thing for the right reasons every now and then. But I'd recently completed a distasteful undercover bust of some ruthlessly dirty vice cops who were doing the wrong things for the wrong reasons. They robbed drug dealers who, can't exactly go to the police and complain. On their last robbery, they dressed like bad guys marching down Main Street in an old Western, with black ankle-length dusters and wide-brimmed black Stetsons. Bloodthirsty revenge as performance art. They broke down the door of their targeted house, tossed in flash grenades, then pulled out barrel-shortened semi-automatic 12-gauge Mossberg shotguns and laid waste to everyone in the house, including 2 children. Bloody and brutal mess. But at least I didn't have to relive that in court. One of the dirty cops, a guy named Ned Bullard, rolled over on the others. Bullard got 2 years in a country club prison, and the others got a plea deal of 20 years, obscenely light sentences. The department didn't want the ugly press coverage of a trial. Jacqueline and I sit and wait. We watch for the designated blue Dodge van to appear. Jacqueline had her own cop-related issues. "Bernal Heights?" I ask her.
Same old, same old. Threats every day about what will happen if I testify. They have a grisly imagination.
These are things we don't talk about when we go out to dinner. We compartmentalize. As we sit, I say, "This is a waste of time. Major dealers don't handle kilos of black tar on the streets of the Tenderloin. This is where you sell bundles of crack."
I know.
I say, "So why did the watch commander assign this?"
Because he's an idiot?
"And why did he pair us up?" I say. "It's against policy. He knows we're dating."
Are we?
"Are we what?" I say.
Are we dating?
The night before, she had offered me a key to her apartment, which I managed not to accept. And I know her offer and my rejection signaled an end to whatever relationship we had. I won't allow myself any type of commitment. We watch as a blue Dodge van, the one we've been looking for, pulls into a spot on the corner, opposite us. "Sit tight," I tell Jacqueline. "Their move." We sit. We sit longer. "Wait," I say. "Jackie, wait." But she doesn't. She gets out of the car and stands on the passenger side, obscuring my view of the van. She walks slowly towards the van. One hand rests on the unbuttoned holster of her service pistol. And then I jump out of the car. Jacqueline's body dances gruesomely in the air like the devil's marionette. I run to her, arcing my arm around her petite waist as if rescuing a child in the path of a speeding bus. But it is too late. It is too late for both of us as I slide into the vortex of my death. The smell fetid. The taste is acrid, bitter. The sound of the great beast, the sound of flesh being torn, ripped from the carcass, static, and then the void, unimaginable, inconceivable, endless, and then nothing. Only truth. Chapter 3 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Ticket to Ride. At 9:30 that evening, I caught the 25-minute speedboat ride to Mali International Airport on the island of Houlihu. For you geography trivia buffs out there, Houlihu is the capital of the Maldives. I took a long last look at the moonlight glimmering across the Indian Ocean, somehow knowing I wouldn't be returning. Arriving at the terminal, I went to the Emirates ticket counter and announced myself as Xander Voigt. The attendant checked his computer and asked, "San Francisco?" I nodded. Legacy airlines in the United States should be embarrassed at how far they've fallen behind airlines from the East. Etihad, Singapore, Qatar, Cathay Pacific, Nippon, and Emirates, on which Willie had booked me. Knowing I'd become a seat snob, Willie had booked me in first class. Comparing first class on Emirates to first class on United is like comparing a Rolls-Royce to a 71 Chevy Vega. Now, after some keyboard clacks, the attendant handed me my ticket and confirmed miles credited to my Emirates Skywards Platinum account. I went to the VIP lounge. The Maldives is a majority Sunni Muslim country and alcohol is prohibited everywhere, except at resorts like Kutahura and during expensive flight travel. I guess you can bend religious doctrine if there's sufficient money involved, huh? I wasn't interested in a drink, so I grabbed a few halawi dates, poured some Arabic coffee, and reviewed my flight itinerary. I was looking at 4 hours and 10 minutes to Dubai, a 6-hour and 40-minute layover, and then 16 hours to San Francisco. The 4 hours on the first leg would be fine, and the 6 hours and 40-minute layover in Dubai would be better than fine. I'd been there before. In what other VIP airport lounge could you find complimentary moët and pampering in their timeless spa? and divans where you can take a little nappy, and pretty rosettes of Tete de Moine cheese from Switzerland. It's a happy place. But that last 16 hours to San Francisco, 16 hours, even on Emirates first, that was a long haul. I mentally shook my piggy bank. It was cracked, if not broken, by the death of Charles Darrow. Screw it, I said out loud. I went to the concierge counter, showed my ticket, and asked, "Are cabin suites available on the second leg?" His fingers prowled around the keyboard, and then he said, "There are 14 cabins on the DXB to SFO flight. One is still available." "Please reserve it for me," I said. He said, "The cost will be—" "Don't tell me," I said. "I prefer not to know." "As you wish, sir," he replied. I'm sure the cost was recklessly exorbitant, but I'd been thinking about Charles Darrow, and while I knew it was highly unlikely that my involvement in his life was a factor in his death, his money somehow felt like blood money, and I wanted to get rid of it. So I said, "And on the first leg?" He checked his screen and said, "There are still 3 available private cabins from here to Dubai." "Book one of those too," I said. The first leg to Dubai was on a Boeing 777. My suite was large enough to have 3 windows that weren't really windows. They were virtual windows. In other words, an exterior high-def camera showed you what you would see if you just looked through a regular window. Odd, it seemed. My cabin had a zero-gravity seat, whatever that is, which the attendant pointed out was covered in buttery leather. There was a huge touchscreen TV and lights that could be set to 10 different levels according to my mood. My mood was one of uncertainty. Things were going to change, but I didn't know how. The Dubai layover in the VIP lounge was predictably luxurious. The last leg, Dubai to San Francisco, was on an Airbus 380, which can board 863 souls, none of which I intended to mingle with. I wanted to hoard my privacy, enjoying caviar and Dom Perignon, even though I have no particular fondness for either. But I savored the idea. And I savored my leaving the Maldives. Not that I didn't like the Maldives, I just like leaving, whether it's places or jobs or people. I always have. I've theorized that my fear of attachment is a result of losing my parents, of the loneliness that accompanied their loss. I never wanted to feel that way again. And so, I always leave. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 4. The New Me. When I'd left San Francisco 18 months earlier, I wanted a new identity. Just in case. I reached out to a contact in the Cook Islands who had been reliable in protecting my client's money. He referred me to a gentleman in Bulgaria who I'll call Andre. I never met Andre. Our communications were strictly end-to-end encrypted phone calls via Cellcrypt. His English was excellent. He counseled against the use of a technique called ghosting, in which I would assume the identity of a dead person roughly my age. He said cross-communications of various U.S. federal and state agencies, as well as international agencies, had made ghosting increasingly risky. He also informed me he wouldn't use an altered stolen passport. Again, too risky, as stolen or lost passports are logged into international databases. Instead, he would create an entirely new me.
What name would you like to use?
Don't know, I replied. Haven't given much thought to that.
Don't make it too vanilla, like John Anderson.
Well, that creeped me out a bit, since my real name actually is John Anderson. I have no idea how he could have known that. So Andre suggested Xander Voigt, which struck me as sounding dashing, even as I didn't anticipate the ancillary benefits of being referred to as Mr. X. Andre gave me a course on passports, watermarks, holograms, reflective layers, microembossing, inbuilt RFID chips with biometric data, and something called the guilloche design. But those were just necessary cosmetics, he explained. Andre was the artist. Cohort was the hacker who would actually enter my new document into the passport registry. On my end, I took on the highly arduous task of entering the dozen letters of my new name into a computer search. Zilch. Even Google couldn't find anything about any Xander Voigt, which was perfect, and added even more mystery to my new identity. I was satisfied with the newly minted me. Thanks, Andre, I said.
You're not done yet. 2 more steps. Smudge and scrub.
Well, okay, I said. Tell me what a smudge and scrub is, and then let's do it.
I no do smudge and scrub. Just passports.
So, Andre referred me to a guy in Amsterdam who I'll call Lars. He spoke with a German accent, or maybe Dutch. I don't know. I'm not good with languages. Anyway, he was the smudger.
Your new identity?
Xander Voigt, I said.
Andre come up with that one? Much better than some boring name like John Anderson.
My given name was taking a real beating.
Give me place you familiar with.
Familiar with, I asked.
Place, yes. I need no place to smudge around.
You mean geographically?
Yeah.
The Bay Area, I said. I grew up there. After a long silence, I clarified that I was referring to San Francisco, USA.
Yeah, I smudged you. We talked 3 days.
Which we did, and I found out what I was paying for. Lars created a Bay Area history for Xander Voigt, with warts. In high school, I'd been arrested for minor in possession of alcohol and sentenced to community service. 2 speeding tickets, 1 in Alameda County, 1 in Marin, and 4 parking tickets in San Francisco. I told him to give me more parking tickets, at least a dozen. I told him if you don't have at least a dozen parking tickets, you haven't spent much time in San Francisco. So he gave me more parking tickets, a few of them late pay. Xander Voigt was properly smudged. Okay, I said, now the scrub and we're done?
Yeah, but I no do scrub. I give you a good Russian scrubber.
The creation of my new identity had become more arduous than I'd anticipated, but since I'd come that far, I figured I should complete the task and contact the Russian, who I'll refer to as Sergei. I had developed an antipathy towards Russians during my island hopping. I found many rich male Russians to be crude, wearing gross Speedos and gold chains and treating women as subservient chattel. And then there was the Ukraine invasion. But I got along fine with Sergei, who, like my Bulgarian passport guy, spoke good English. In the early stages of developing my client's strategy, I'd had occasion to contact some, shall we say, shady characters in the world of money management. And America was where the money was, so the shady characters had become comfortably articulate with the English language. I asked Sergei what scrubbing was.
We erase. Who were you? John Anderson?
Yes, I replied. John Anderson.
We erase John Anderson. Every picture of John Anderson. And every fingerprint of John Anderson.
And, I asked, why are we doing this?
When you go back home, where is it? San Francisco?
Yes, I said, but I have no intention of returning to San Francisco.
My friend, everyone goes back home sooner or later, no? It's in our DNA. We're like homing pigeons. Something will draw you back there. A desire to return to your roots. Or maybe something totally unwelcomed and unanticipated.
Well, he'd proven to be prophetic about that.
And if someone sees you and thinks you might be John Anderson, they'll have no reference, since there will be no photos of you available, and no baseline for facial recognition.
I decided not to tell him there were probably 100 iPhone photos of me taken by various near-death experience crazies back when I was in the hospital. If he found them, fine. If not, probably no one else would either. Or so went my theory.
And if you've ever been fingerprinted, well, I erased those too. There will be no record.
So I spent 3 hours on an encrypted phone call being interviewed by Sergei. He wanted to know everything about me, from toddler on up. Schools, jobs, residences, everything.
You were a police officer. Why did you become a police officer?
I said, Sergei, I really don't know. Which wasn't entirely true. My parents' murders, I guess, had driven me to law enforcement. I guess I wanted to make the bad guys pay.
My friend, being a former member of your country's constabulary will cost extra.
Huh, but of course it would.
I can scrub you from government databases, but it is tricky, and I can't leave a trail that could lead back to me. And fair warning, if it did lead back to me, I'd roll over on you in a heartbeat to protect my own interests. Understood?
This was getting complicated with an unanticipated element of risk and expense, but I told him I understood and he should proceed. In for a penny, in for a pound, no half measures.
Give me your next burner number, and I'll call you back in a week. This will take time.
Well, it didn't take him a week. He called back the very next day.
You died. No, I mean you died. Longest flatline in history, or so they say. It was in the paper. What was it like, dying?
I said, Sergei, you don't want to know. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Chapter 5. Jacqueline. Two years earlier, Jacqueline Chen and I sit in her banged-up Prius on the corner of Turk and Ellis in the Tenderloin. We sit and we wait. It's midnight. This is a waste of time, I tell her.
Probably.
Jacqueline and I have been seeing each other for 2 months, after hours, and she provides me with a counterbalance to my growing disillusionment with being a cop. I'm not a Boy Scout, even though I've been called that, and not in a complimentary fashion. I've kept my mouth shut when someone planted a drop gun to put away a perp who is guilty, but might get off when someone throws sand in the gears of justice. I know cops have to do the wrong thing for the right reasons every now and then. But I'd recently completed a distasteful undercover bust of some ruthlessly dirty vice cops who were doing the wrong things for the wrong reasons. They robbed drug dealers who, can't exactly go to the police and complain. On their last robbery, they dressed like bad guys marching down Main Street in an old Western, with black ankle-length dusters and wide-brimmed black Stetsons. Bloodthirsty revenge as performance art. They broke down the door of their targeted house, tossed in flash grenades, then pulled out barrel-shortened semi-automatic 12-gauge Mossberg shotguns and laid waste to everyone in the house, including 2 children. Bloody and brutal mess. But at least I didn't have to relive that in court. One of the dirty cops, a guy named Ned Bullard, rolled over on the others. Bullard got 2 years in a country club prison, and the others got a plea deal of 20 years, obscenely light sentences. The department didn't want the ugly press coverage of a trial. Jacqueline and I sit and wait. We watch for the designated blue Dodge van to appear. Jacqueline had her own cop-related issues. Bernal Heights, I ask her?
Same old, same old. Threats every day about what will happen if I testify. They have a grisly imagination.
These are things we don't talk about when we go out to dinner. We compartmentalize. As we sit, I say, this is a waste of time. Major dealers don't handle kilos of black tar on the streets of the Tenderloin. This is where you sell bundles of crack.
I know.
I say, so why did the watch commander assign this?
Because he's an idiot?
And why did he pair us up? I say, it's against policy. He knows we're dating.
Are we?
Are we what? I say.
Are we dating?
The night before, she had offered me a key to her apartment, which I managed not to accept. And I know her offer and my rejection signaled an end to whatever relationship we had. I won't allow myself any type of commitment. We watch as a blue Dodge van, the one we've been looking for, pulls into a spot on the corner opposite us. Sit tight, I tell Jacqueline. Their move. We sit. We sit longer. Wait, I say, Jackie, wait. But she doesn't. She gets out of the car and stands on the passenger side, obscuring my view of the van. She walks slowly towards the van. One hand rests on the unbuttoned holster of her service pistol. And then... I jump out of the car. Jacqueline's body dances gruesomely in the air like the devil's marionette. I run to her, arcing my arm around her petite waist as if rescuing a child in the path of a speeding bus. But it is too late. It is too late for both of us as I slide into the vortex of my death. The smell fatted, the taste is acrid, bitter, the sound of the great beast, the sound of flesh being torn, ripped from the carcass, static, and then the void, unimaginable, inconceivable, endless, and then nothing. Only truth. Chapter 6, So Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Homecoming. I landed in San Francisco and was funneled toward Customs and Border Control. If they'd strapped a pulse monitor onto me, they'd have had good cause to escort me to a small, windowless concrete room and interrogate me. I was nervous. Nervous because my Bulgarian passport guide told me to avoid, at all costs, entering Israel or the United States with my new identity, as those two countries have the toughest airport border control policies and technology. But I cleared without delay or incident and gave a mental tip of the hat to the Bulgarian. My passport had passed muster and cleared the registry. I skipped baggage claims since I had only my Toomey carry-on, which is all I'd needed for my island travels. Villabrequin board shorts, a few Nike dry-fit tanks and tees, Mephisto sandals, a pair of Adidas Ultra Boost running shoes, Vouray running shorts, a couple of casual elegant shirts, and Prana Sutra linen pants. My go bag. And that was it, none of which, except for my running shorts and shoes, would be of much use in San Francisco, even as it entered into summer. But I hadn't wanted to abandon my stuff at Kutahura, just in case I decided to resume my escape, about which I was questioning. I headed toward the exit and spotted a young man dressed in standard chauffeur attire holding a whiteboard sign with a large X written on it. I cleverly deduced that was me. The young man drove me into the city in a BMW Series 7, black of course, where I'd be staying at another Four Seasons. There's an art to making hotel reservations. First, have your assistant, or someone pretending to be your assistant, make the reservation via the concierge desk, not the reservation desk. Then have your assistant make a special request. Don't make it about, bedsheet thread counts, which would peg you as an amateur. And don't ask for front row seats to a concert that's been sold out for months, or your wish to be greeted in your room by a gaggle of buxom hookers. Make a reasonable and easily met request, such as a particular brand of bottled water or a specific newspaper. Enough of a request to demonstrate that you are a discerning guest, but not a demanding guest. Hotel staff will pretend to cater to guests that make unreasonable demands because, they have to. But at the first opportunity, they will stick it to them and in a way the demanding guest is never aware of. Upon arrival at the hotel, your first opportunity to define yourself is luggage. I'm sure Samsonite makes sensible and a durable product, but it's traveling salesman or Disneyland vacation gear. And brands such as Gucci or Louis Vuitton means you're trying too hard to impress. I've opted for Toomey, a middle ground. I checked in with the concierge, not the front desk. And at the defining moment, I plopped down my American Express Centurion Black Card. Many a concierge, even at the most luxurious hotels, will never see one of these, but they know of it. The concierge looked at my black card, tapped on his keyboard, then said, "Mr. Voigt, we would be pleased to upgrade you to our presidential suite." Black card magic. I'd learned about obtaining the American Express Black Card from a fellow from Minnesota, of all places, and that they were based on Q ratings.
A company called Market Evaluations, Inc. develops the Q ratings.
He'd told me, and that the Q ratings were a key factor in American Express evaluations.
I hack in and boost yours a bit. Not Beyonce high, just intriguingly high. And I do a few other things to set the trap. Things you don't need to know about.
Sure enough, 6 weeks later, I received an invite to become an American Express Centurion Black Card member. And when they sent the anodized titanium card to me, it didn't come in an envelope. It arrived in a fancy black box big enough to stash a pair of cowboy boots. Environmentally unfriendly and way cool. With an American Express Centurion Black Card, word spreads rapidly among hotel and resort employees that you are a special guest. Special indeed. After I finished with the concierge, he summoned a bellhop who escorted me to my suite on the 17th floor. He gave me the tour: bedroom, sitting room, guest powder room. Gesturing around the suite, he said of the decor, "Pops of champagne metals, light walnut, onyx stone, and rich leather." It sounded a lot like the description of my Emirates Airlines cabin suite. Trendy finishing touches. It was a nice suite, and it was probably my last suite. The Ice Princess would see to that, cut me off, and I didn't exactly have a stash of liquid assets. I'd hid my money just as I'd hidden my clients' money, but unlike my clients, I'd spent it as fast as it had come in. Live and die for today. Chapter 7 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Willie. "15 minutes later, Willie arrived. She didn't knock, just strolled in. She had, as my executive assistant, wrangled a keycard from the concierge. She wore a black leather-cropped moto jacket over a black turtleneck, fashionably ripped tight blue jeans, and black ankle-high blocked-heeled boots, sort of a stylish urban guerrilla look. Her raven black hair set off her luminous pale skin, accented with bright red lipstick. She'd once explained that her lipstick was vermilion, not red, but hey, it always looked like good old fire engine red to me. All business. Willie glanced at my carry-on to me and said,
I'll bring appropriate clothes.
It won't be an extended stay, I replied, just long enough for the Ice Princess to deliver her coup de grace. I'm sure that's the only reason she summoned me.
You're probably right.
But she didn't say that with much conviction. So I gave her a long look and asked, Willie, what's the real reason you brought me back here? She walked to the window and looked out at the Yerba Buena Gardens and the San Francisco Bay for the longest time. Then,
It's been 2 years since the Tenderloin shooting. And 14 months since you began your global island tour, cavorting with all the girls.
I don't know why she would say that. I lived at Willie's house for a year and a half while she enforced my physical rehab. Would never been intimate. It wasn't that type of a relationship, and I wouldn't allow my thoughts to drift in that direction. She was like a sister to me, or an angel. Nor had I dated anyone else during that period. I'd not even gone out looking. To deflect, I said, I don't cavort, I frolic, even though I'd done neither. I said, there's a big difference. She faced me, obviously not in any mood for my extraordinary wit.
It's escapism. Pure and simple. You need to come back home, here, and lead a normal life. Like a normal person.
And I had to admit that the last 18 months had not been a normal life. During my escapist island hopping, I was like a cast member in Stopper's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, a play about actors playing characters playing actors playing characters, a jumble of fiction and reality. I'd become a forgery of myself. I'd navigated my travels as a jet-set imposter and proving the old adage that money can't buy happiness. Willie was right, as usual. I said, I can't keep up with you, Willie. Yesterday on the phone, you said there was something more going on with Darrow's suicide and the Ice Princess. Now you tell me that isn't it at all, that you just think I should change my lifestyle. Willie's motives were often a puzzle. To this day, I don't know why she'd protected and nurtured me after I died. She abruptly changed the subject by saying,
Set up shop here.
Okay, I replied. She pulled a laptop out of her backpack.
A new clean Mac. I have it set up to run through 2 chained VPNs, Panama and Greece, both with kill switches and AES 256 GCM encryption.
Okay, whatever that was. In the early stages of crafting a strategy for uncovering my client's secrets, I was hardly a computer whiz. Willie even less so. But she had learned and learned fast and was now light years ahead of me on computer knowledge. So much so that I'd considered asking her to do the smudging that Lars did and the scrubbing that Sergei did. But I'd quickly discarded that idea. I would never put Willie in that kind of jeopardy. Next, she pulled out some track phones.
8 burners.
Early on in developing our enterprise, Willie and I agreed to take every conceivable precaution, even if excessive. That meant using burners for client contacts. But you don't just order a case of track phones from Amazon. The feds monitor quantity purchases of burner phones since they're often used by drug dealers or terrorists. So Willie spends 2 days a month acquiring burners anywhere from Santa Rosa to San Jose, one at a time, cash, never hitting the same store more than once in any given 3-month period. Yes, Willie works harder than I do. While I'm allegedly cavorting or frolicking poolside, Willie buys phones, gets client updates, collects money, and keeps the books. Ours is not unlike the relationship between an insurance broker and the staff which services that insurance policy. I get the big bucks for snagging the client, and she does all the work after the client is on board. I know it's not fair, and I've worked to rectify that. We started out 50-50 and have since moved to 65-35, with Willie getting the 65. She never asked for that. I just did it. Even at 65, I'm not sure it's fair to her. Next, Willie fished out my San Francisco Police Department badge and ID card. She said I might need those to, as she put it, get through some doors. The department had never retrieved those items. They wanted nothing to do with me. I'd helped put away some viciously sadistic cops, but I'd also crossed that thin blue line where cops are not supposed to come down on other cops. I said, I'm not anxious to impersonate a police officer. That's a crime.
So is extortion. We're already criminals.
I wasn't going to quibble with Willie, but the recently deceased Charles Darrow was the only person we were extorting. For all our other clients, we provided, shall we say, asset protection. Willie dug into her backpack again and said,
You disposed of your service pistol. So I got this.
She showed me a Desert Eagle 50 caliber. Geez, Willie, I said, get rid of that damn thing. Take it back to whoever you bought it from or throw it in a bay. I don't want either of us to be anywhere near that thing.
You taught me to always be prepared. For anything.
Not for war, I said. You could sink a battleship with that cannon. Just get rid of it. She flashed me a pout, which is actually kind of cute, then said,
Okay, boss.
And don't call me boss.
Okay, boss.
She handed me one of the phones.
Here's 2 burners to get you started. I'll put the others in the powder room drawer.
And you'll get rid of the gun.
I will.
She said, and then...
Are you still having your,
No, I lied. She was going to call them episodes, or if she were to be less subtle, bouts of disassociative insanity, lost time, descent into the abyss. No, I lied again. Everything is fine. She looked skeptical, but pretended to accept that. To change the subject, I said, tomorrow morning, a run? Willie was the one who'd started me running. Not only was it my morning ritual now, I just wanted to, well, show off. I was in pretty darn good running shape.
Can't tomorrow. The Ice Princess has you scheduled for 7 a.m.
I said, well, the devil is a pretty early riser.
I'll let you settle in. Get ready. Should I order room service for you?
No thanks, I said. I'll just raid the minibar for Anchor, Steam, and Funyuns, play some Wu-Tang Clan. Chapter 8 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. The Ice Princess. I woke up the next morning out of sorts, as I guess what you'd call it. My passport had cleared, so that was good to know. And I don't think my unsettled state of mind was the result of the scheduled kneecapping by the Ice Princess. It was inevitable, and it would be brief. And I'd already considered the option to luxury island hopping. I just cut back a bit, if I decided to resume my escape traveling. The islands and the turquoise seas and the white sand would still be there. I just wouldn't be staying in $1,000 a night suites in luxe resorts. If I decided to resume my escape from life and death. Some 2 years earlier, when I first met Charles Darrow, I was greeted, if you could call it that, by the Ice Princess. I told her I had an appointment with Mr. Darrow.
Your name?
She demanded. I told her my name was unimportant.
I require your name.
Our distaste for each other was immediate and visceral. She was blonde with high cheekbones, full lips, and legs of a runway model, but she was as cold as the midnight Arctic, hence my nickname for her. The only thing that is required, I said, is that Mr. Darrow be aware of my presence. Please do so now. But she wouldn't. So we had a standoff, literally, and I chose to just stand there rather than take a seat and wait. that might have lasted forever had not Charles Darrow stepped out of his office and asked if I was his 2 o'clock. I nodded and he waved me in, the Ice Princess shooting me a look of contempt. It was then I'd realized her biggest problem wasn't me, it was that she didn't have a clue why I was there. Weapons-grade gatekeepers don't like that, not one bit. Mr. Darrow's office was smaller than the Ice Princess's sterile domain. It was warm, cozy, and nicely worn. One wall was entirely corkboard with architectural renderings some tacked on, covered with, presumably, Darrow's scribbles and notes. Another wall had framed photos of his family. His wife, who'd passed away several years earlier, had kind eyes. His son and daughter had their father's strong features. On another wall were drawings and paintings of elephants. "I like elephants," Mr. Darrow had said sheepishly. Charles Darrow is the 44th richest man in the United States, according to the Forbes list, well behind Gates and Bezos and Buffett and Musk, but ahead of just about everyone else in the world. Yet there were no vanity photos of Mr. Darrow with presidents or celebrities. Photos I'm sure there could have been if he'd wanted. And there were no award plaques, even though my research showed he'd received many, nor did he display the magazine covers he'd been on. Forbes, Fortune, Bloomberg Businessweek, and numerous construction and architectural trade journals. In the cover articles, he didn't grant interviews, deferring with his favorite only quote, saying, "I'm just a guy who builds stuff." According to the articles, he'd begun building stuff at age 12, swinging a 24-ounce framing hammer, helping his father put up houses in the Bay Area for the flood of returning World War II vets who received low-interest mortgages via the GI Bill. His father was quoted as saying, "You know how hard it is to handle a 24-ounce hammer at that age? My boy takes pride in nailing a stud with 2 perfect swings at a 16-penny common." The houses he and his father built were unpretentious, sturdy, affordable homes, much like the one Willie lived in. After his father had a stroke, Charles Darrow went out on his own, specializing in warehouse construction. Then he graduated to office buildings, trading in his nails for rivets and his 2x4s for steel and concrete. Most of the articles mentioned he was a pioneer of green, energy-efficient buildings, as well as groundbreaking construction design, such as the use of gizmos called spandrels, which reduce the amount of steel needed in construction by a third, and another gizmo called a viscoelastic damper to protect against earthquakes. All this with no formal education in structural engineering. Domestically, he had put up office buildings in 12 cities. Internationally, he constructed office buildings in all major centers of commerce: London, Paris, Berlin, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, Beijing, and more. When I arrived for my 7 o'clock meeting with the Ice Princess, the office layout was different than I recalled. There was now a smaller outer office manned by a mousy and subservient male secretary. The gatekeeper now had a gatekeeper. The Ice Princess had apparently promoted herself to Ice Queen. Her manservant escorted me into the lair of the princess. She wasn't there, of course. She'd make me wait. He motioned towards an alcove with a conference table and 6 chairs. I indicated I'd wait where I stood. Her office seemed larger than I'd recall, but I think it just seemed that way due to its spare and antiseptic feel. Her desk was glass and chrome, a Venn design of 3 round interlocking sections. There was nothing on the desk, no paperwork, no computer, nothing. Behind her desk was a white leather high-backed office throne. The walls were chalk white with several pieces of art displayed. I would have expected artwork that was aggressively abstract. Instead, they were gray and black charcoal works with only the sparest use of color. They conveyed, well, I'm not sure what they conveyed. I could see grief and pain, and yet in the same work I could see a haunting and almost sanguine hopefulness. They were captivating. But I was in no mood to be captivated, so I exercised enough self-discipline not to inspect them closely. Enter the Ice Princess and a cat, the biggest cat I've ever seen, like cheetah big. buttery gold with jet black spots. Maybe he was there to chew my leg off if I wasn't properly deferential. The Ice Princess wore a power skirt suit, white of course. Her hair was back in a severe bun, softened only by the blonde tendrils that curled down in front of her ears. She wore a tassel pendant necklace and what looked like a Tahitian pearl ear studs. There was no chair in front of her desk, and the Ice Princess did not indicate we should adjourn to a conference table, so I just stood there. She sat in her throne. There was no modesty panel on her desk, so her long racehorse legs were on full display. She used her sexuality as a weapon, but I didn't bite, didn't look. Well, maybe just a bit, but only peripherally. She made the power move, sitting silent for an extended period, then saying,
I'm aware you are using the name Xander Voight now.
Well, bully for you, I thought.
And that Mr. Darrow has been paying what is, to you, a significant sum of money on a monthly basis.
Translation? A significant sum to me, peanuts in her world.
I have an offer for you, Mr. Voight, one that would allow those payments to continue.
I said nothing. Willie had asked what my plan was, and that was my plan, to say nothing. Not a damn word.
In your former life, you were an inspector for the San Francisco Police Department. Your skills were highly regarded.
Yeah, sure, until my skills helped bust some murderous cops. Then I was ostracized.
Mr. Voight, Charles Darrow did not commit suicide. That should not go down in history as the final act of an honorable man. If you prove he didn't commit suicide, your payments will continue in perpetuity.
Still, I said nothing, trying to process that. And then she said,
He didn't leave a suicide note.
I broke my silence and said, frustrated poets leave suicide notes. The rest of us just... The red dragonfly. It is written the red dragonfly moves between worlds, but this is now. This is now. This is not a passage there, no Elysian fields, nor would I deserve to go there. This is now, forever. Chapter 9 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Lost. I found myself wandering the lobby of the building that housed the Ice Princess, one of the buildings Charles Darrow had built. Lost time. The lingering smell of burnt coffee or sulfur or something. I'd never been able to identify the smell. The Ice Princess had said he didn't leave a suicide note, and I had said, frustrated poets leave suicide notes, the rest of us just leave. I don't remember anything else. Nothing. I paced, trying to regain my footing on reality, which I was no longer certain was reality. Finally, shaking it off, I guess, I exited the building to look for my car and driver. I saw the car as it circled the block. I opened the back seat door, then saw that Willie was behind the wheel.
Front seat,
she instructed me, so that's where I got in. I asked, where's the driver?
He quit. Apparently, you were rude.
He asked too many questions, I said.
You told him you were an itinerant troubadour?
He had hair growing out of his ears, I said. Wisecracks, or at least trying to make a wisecrack, trying to get back on firm ground. Willie pointed to my hand and said,
What's that?
What's what?
In your hand, the thumb drive.
I looked at it and said, stupidly, it's a thumb drive. We were double parked and the guy behind us was tooting his horn, but Willie didn't move.
It happened. It happened, didn't it? Again?
I claimed it hadn't happened, which Willie did not for a second believe, and we circled several blocks looking for that mythical parking spot so we could stop and plug the thumb drive into Willie's laptop and see what was on it. We ended up driving all the way to the Social Safeway parking lot on Bay Street. There were plenty of parking spots since things wouldn't clog up until the afternoon commute. It got the nickname Social Safeway because during rush hour it's more of a pickup joint than a supermarket. Under the guise of outweighing heavy traffic on the Golden Gate, folks would linger around Social Safeway, pop open a beer or wine split, and cruise the aisles. Boys chase girls, chase boys. Only in quirky San Francisco would a grocery store become a dating hotspot. Willie parked and plugged in the thumb drive and inspected the files while asking, in a half a dozen different ways, about my conversation with the Ice Princess. She was nervous while asking, and that's when it dawned on me. I'd been played. Willie knew precisely why the Ice Princess had summoned me, that I was going to be asked to look into Charles Darrow's suicide. You played me, I said, voicing my unpleasant revelation. You knew why the Ice Princess wanted me here. Not looking up from the laptop, she said in a quiet and defensive voice, and obviously changing the subject,
I ran the numbers again this morning. We lost Vihan Kumar because he got his divorce and wants his money back out of the Cook Islands. And I dropped Ted Cantwell. He's knee-deep in a Bitcoin scam investigation. If the feds get serious, they could come knocking on our door. 2 fewer clients, so Darrow is up to 64% of our revenue.
Cut the crap, Willie, I said. It was the first time I'd ever spoken harshly to her. This isn't about revenue. You've been manipulating me. I don't know why, but that's what you've been doing. She looked up from the computer, gazed out the side window away from me, and said quietly,
Yes, I manipulated you. I've been manipulating you for 2 years. I manipulated you back from death. I manipulated you into recovering your soul, even though you don't think you have one. I manipulated you into having something resembling a real life, even though yours is not a real life. It's an escape. John, I've devoted the last 2 years of my life to you.
With a small shake of her head, she got out of the car and walked away, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, trembling. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 10, The Black SUV. Finally, Willie came back to the car. Look, Willie, I said.
Let it go. You were right, John. I deceived you, and I should not have done that.
I started to speak, but Willie held her hand up. She was not going to allow me to return her apology. We sat in silence for the longest time. I said, So what should we do now, Willie, about Darrow?
Whatever you think is best, John. But you should know, you're being watched.
Watched? I asked. She repositioned the rearview mirror so I could see.
The black SUV with tinted glass.
Subtle, I said, trying to lighten the mood at least a little.
Who do you think it is?
I said, some gumshoe the Ice Princess hired.
Gumshoe? Gumshoe?
It seemed our mood had returned to normal.
Who says that anymore? And why would she do that?
I replied, She wants us to know she's watching, where we go, who we talk to. Control freak. After another silence, I tried to continue to lighten things up a bit by saying, The Ice Princess has a huge pussy.
It's a Savannah cat. It's like an African serval. They cost about $20,000. The Ice Princess likes to strap on her spikes and parade around North Beach with, as you call it, her huge pussy. on a leash. It's an open invitation for men to approach her, which they invariably do, at which point she takes great delight in ripping them to shreds and watching them slink away.
I laughed at that, a deep belly laugh, my first real laugh since landing back in San Francisco.
What's so funny?
Oh, nothing, I said, just your description of the Ice Princess. But I'd laugh because I'd seen Willie do the exact same thing, toy with men. I'd spent 6 months in Willie's house. We seldom went out because we both knew that when exposed to people sharing the delusion that life had purpose, the likelihood of one of my episodes increased exponentially. She was trying to nurse me back to life among the living while at the same time shielding me from them, or shielding them from me. So most often she cooked our meals and we ate in. Occasionally we'd go out for takeout at places like Pearl's or Sorballs or Bun Mi, where I'd wait in the car while Willie fetched our food. But on one occasion we actually went out to dinner at Aguilera's on Nob Hill. She wore her backless version of the little black dress, which should be inducted into the Seduction Hall of Fame. It didn't occur to me that I might be the reason she was wearing it. As we waited for our table, the men were checking her out, and she went into some sort of feral black magic mode, her smoldering violet eyes projecting a come-hither spell. And come hither they did, despite the fact that I was sitting right there and could have been her boyfriend or husband. Such was the power of her mojo allure. The first guy approached with cocktail glass in hand, and Willie purred, "What are you drinking?" "Appletini," he said, and that was all the ammunition Willie needed to blow him out of the water. In the space of 30 minutes, 2 more guys tried and were quickly annihilated, prompting her to give me an odd smile. In retrospect, it seems she was demonstrating to me that other men were attracted to her. Willie interrupted my reverie.
"It's a list,"
she said, inspecting the thumb drive that the Ice Princess had apparently given me. "Of?" I asked.
"All of Darrow's personal or phone contacts, listed chronologically with the most recent at the top."
"Who were the most recent?" I asked.
"On the day he died, he met with his attorney and his accountant."
I processed that, then said, "Sounds like a man tidying his affairs before checking out." Chapter 11. I smell something medicinal, disinfectant, my own urine. I hear something, a rhythmic beeping, pinging. I feel there's something stuck to me in my arms and into me, tubes. I feel a hand. A hand is touching me, holding mine. I can lift my head. I pry my eyes open. I try to focus. I can see the hand that holds mine. I look up at the face. I can see color. Raven black hair, pale skin, bright red lipstick, purple streak in hair. She smiles and clutches my hand tighter. She wears blue. I look down at her name tag, Willie.
Come back, alive.
Chapter 12 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Kill all the lawyers. Willie seemed satisfied that I was proceeding with the Darrow thing, at least for a while. But to me, the biggest mystery of the moment was not the death of Charles Darrow, it was the motivation of Willie. It made me uncomfortable that for the first time I didn't have absolute trust in her. She'd cited as a reason for me coming back our precipitous drop in revenues in the absence of Darrow, but Willie had never shown the slightest interest in money. She had told me she was still living in the same house in the Richmond district in the northwest corner of the city. It was fine, as modest homes go, but Willie would have plenty of money to move. Pacific Heights was likely out of her range, as might be Seacliff or Parnassus, but upscale Cow Hollow or the Marina district was likely doable. And Willie knew that a cash real estate purchase was one of the best ways to launder money. And to claim that she was trying to preserve my exorbitant spend-it-all-now lifestyle would contradict her claim that I just needed to come home and live a normal life. And what would be a normal life? Charles Darrow's lawyer was in the downtown financial district. The financial district had some of the oldest history in San Francisco. Since it sits at the foot of all the hills and is adjacent to the waterfront, it was born out of necessity, since the only way to get around at that time was on foot or under sail. Raymond Lagarde, Darrow's attorney, was in Salesforce Tower, the tallest in the city, $1 billion worth of high-tech money in today's incarnation of the gold rush or the tulip mania. Willie and I took the elevator to the 52nd floor and found Lagarde's office. "My name is Xander Voigt," I told the receptionist. "I don't have an appointment, but would like to speak with Mr. Lagarde briefly. It's regarding Charles Darrow." She nodded and disappeared into an inner office. Willie and I walked to the window.
Stunning view. But probably all fog in the morning.
"Technically," I said, "San Francisco fog is not fog. It's a blanket of low coastal clouds called stratus clouds, just in case you ever end up on Jeopardy." There seemed little strain between us any longer, that it had lifted like the San Francisco morning fog, and that things had returned to normal, despite my wariness. The receptionist returned and announced that Mr. Lagarde would see us now. Willie gave me a look, silently asking if she should follow me in. With a tip of the head, I answered in the affirmative. I'm not sure I would have done that early in our relationship. She had had a decidedly rebellious and anti-establishment look when we first met at the hospital. Her black hair was cropped short in what looked like the work of head shears, almost a goth anarchist look. She had an electric blue streak in her hair, then a fluorescent orange streak. But while I was island hopping, she had grown her hair long and lustrous and was now quite presentable for a professional environment. In fact, more than presentable. We entered Lagarde's office and introductions were made. He looked to be in his early 50s, receding hairline, lean, in good shape. He looked like a man who would always use a coaster.
"Nice tan,"
he said. "Islands," I replied. He pointed to his tanned, balding head and said,
"Golf."
"It's not easy to get a suntan in San Francisco. It would require many hours on the golf course." So I wondered if he was the only attorney Darrow had, as it seemed with all of Darrow's business interests, he could keep a lawyer, or several, busy full-time. So I asked him if he was Mr. Darrow's primary attorney. He leaned back and crossed his arms.
"I received a call from Mr. Darrow's executive assistant. She said you'd be contacting me. You should understand, Mr. Voigt, she has no legal standing when it comes to the affairs of Charles Darrow. Charles Darrow's executive assistant cannot authorize me to disclose anything regarding Charles Darrow."
Okay, so time for a different approach. I said, let us speak in hypotheticals, not directly related to...
"I won't play that game. I have nothing for you, Mr. Voigt."
I glanced at Willie, who was in full eye-roll mode.
"Good day, Mr. Voigt. You can see yourself out."
As we did that, Willie turned to him and tried a Columbo and said,
Mr. Lagarde, do you think Charles Darrow committed suicide?
Expressionless, he did not reply. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 13, Counting Beans. Next stop, Darrow's accountant. So, while Lagarde's office was in a tower, Whitley Jenks' office was in a small strip mall out in the Sunset District in the west central area of the city. Interesting. Willie and I arrived. Jenks' secretary showed us in. We did the introductions. Then Jenks said,
Didn't take you long.
Pardon, I asked.
Lagarde called. He said you'd be coming by. Told me not to say a word.
Great, I thought. Another dead end. But at least it would be quick. But then Jenks said,
If Lagarde tells me not to say a word, I figure I'll give you all the words you desire.
I said, you two don't get along.
Well, that's one dry sandwich, Lagarde. Oh, and he thinks lawyering is a divine calling, about which he's wrong. Bean counting. Now there's the divine calling. We're not ruled by laws, we're ruled by numbers. But to answer your question, we get along fine. I mean, professionally. But I keep forgetting to send him a Christmas card.
Jenks looked to be in his 60s with dancing, bushy eyebrows and an elf-like twinkle in his eyes. I liked him. I asked, You met with Darrow on the day he died?
Yeah.
The sparkle in his eyes faded. I said, May I ask the purpose of your meeting?
Routine. We met once or twice a week. As you might guess, a man of Darrow's wealth can keep an accountant busy.
I asked, and you would meet here, not in his office?
Yeah, he would drive here, as in drive his car with his own hands on the wheel. Most people that rich would have a car or a limo with a driver. Well, not Charles. A 3-year-old Camry.
Mr. Jenks.
Whit, please.
I nodded and said, Whit, anything unusual about his finances lately?
No, on that particular day, we spent most of our time authorizing additional charitable contributions.
I said, May I ask what type of charitable contributions?
Baseball.
Baseball, I asked?
Let me back up here a bit, Mr. Voigt. I worked 20 years for Charles. The first 10 was about making money. The last 10 was about giving it away. Yes, baseball. He loved the game, and he always looked for ways to help disadvantaged kids. So he'd buy real estate, often in inner cities, and put up a baseball field. Bleachers, lights, the works. Then cover maintenance, umps, that sort of thing. In some places it rejuvenated an entire area. Small areas, but something at least. So over 20 nationwide, all told. One here in Oakland. Before his wife died, they'd watch the games. After his wife died, he often took me. He was extremely proud of his baseball projects.
He went on to list other charitable endeavors: clean water in Africa, food banks, save the elephants, Alzheimer's research, and much more. Willie spoke for the first time.
Alzheimer's research? Did Darrow know anyone afflicted by that?
Not to my knowledge.
And Mr. Darrow?
Not sure I understand your question, miss.
How is Mr. Darrow mentally?
Sharp as a tack. Always.
So, you and Mr. Darrow met here?
She seemed willing to take over the questioning, which was fine with me. I wanted her fully invested in this, whatever this was.
Said once or twice a week, but lots of beans to count. But what you really want to ask, miss, is why aren't I in the same building as Charles?
Willie nodded. She was doing well.
Charles's wife used to handle all the front office stuff. She was great at that. Well, then she died, and then this woman, this new executive assistant, swooped in, took over, and the chemistry changed dramatically. The woman is a human icicle.
Willie and I both stifled a chuckle at his description, which fit perfectly with the nickname Ice Princess.
Her tongue was sharp enough to carve meat. I just didn't care for the atmosphere, so I asked Charles if I could move, if that would cause any problems. He was understanding and supportive, so I moved here, supposedly on a temporary basis. My house is around the corner, 2 blocks. Temporary became permanent. A bit cramped, but it works. Well, plus I can go home and visit the missus whenever the mood strikes, if you get my drift. You might say our honeymoon never ended.
I wondered what a relationship like that would be, the type of relationship I had studiously avoided since my death. While I was in Kutahura, I'd set up shop beside the affinity pool each morning after my free dive. Per usual, I was the first one there. The pool attendant would deliver my fresh squeezed tangerine juice. On my last day there, my Kindle was queued up to Haruki Murakami's Men Without Women, which, by choice, described my current situation. I'd be able to enjoy several chapters before the ladies began populating the pool. They'd arrive in a gaggle of 3 or 4, waiting to be cut out of the herd, escaping their boring or overbearing or abusive husbands for a weekend diversion. They'd drift in, shedding their swim wraps and sensually applying their suntan lotion, keenly aware of who might be observing. They often approach me, seemingly intrigued by my lanky frame and jet-set tan and the 3 bullet scars on my chest, and it only added to my mystique that the hotel staff referred to me as Mr. X. So, I had opportunities, but I had a policy not to get involved. Involvement in the world death had revealed was not an option. Why bring someone else into that world? Willie forged ahead with a question I would not have asked.
The human icicle? Darrow and her?
Look, I'm sure she does a good job shielding him from everyone who wants a piece of the action. Just not my style.
I meant personally. She and Darrow?
He seemed unsure of the question, then laughed and said,
Oh, good Lord, no. You mean personally, as of the 2 of them? Oh, good Lord, no. I mean, I'll admit she's a piece of eye candy, but oh, good Lord, no.
Why not?
Willie was pressing this further than I would, but I let her run with it. He leaned back in his chair and said,
You have to understand, miss, that Mr. and Mrs. Darrow was a love affair for the ages, the kind they make movies about. High school sweethearts, 2 children worked together, inseparable, 2 hearts as one, as they say. But she passed away a number of years ago. He took it very hard. Hers was a long and painful death, something he would never completely recover from. A couple of years after she passed, I suggested it might be time for him to date, even if it was just for a movie or a casual lunch. But I could tell that was never going to happen. Never.
I stepped back in and said, Getting back to Lagarde.
What? Do we have to?
Was he Darrow's only attorney, I asked?
Oh, he was on a healthy retainer, so in that regard, he was Charles's primary lawyer. But I've authorized payment to many other attorneys, international mostly, experts on laws and regulations, zoning, building permits, that sort of thing.
I asked, would Lagarde be the one who wrote Darrow's will?
Well, I would assume so, yes. Probably drafted the original, then a codicil after his wife passed.
I asked, are you familiar with his will?
No, as far as I know, it hasn't been read yet. Well, either that or I'm not in it.
He winked at that. Willie barged back into the conversation.
But you expect you'll be in the will?
She had the guts of a burglar.
Charles was a very generous man, so I guess so, yes.
Can you speculate who else might have benefited financially from his death?
Well, charities mostly would be my guess. And his kids, of course, Charles Jr. and Rebecca.
How did he get along with his kids?
Oh, he was close to Charles Jr. and very proud of him. He'd sort of followed in his father's footsteps, does architectural design for medical facilities. Quite successful, apparently. He's in Rochester, Minnesota. Guess he does a lot of work for the Mayo Clinic.
And his daughter, Rebecca?
Not so close.
Why?
Jenks turned his chair around to face the wall, sat there for an extended period, then turned back slowly to face us.
That's not for me to discuss, but I would caution you, miss, not to make harsh judgments. We're all creatures of our upbringing. Our times, no matter how enlightened we might aspire to be.
I had no idea what to make of that, but there was one last question I had to ask. An important question. A question directly pertinent to me and Willie. I said, did Darrow make any unusual payments, say on a monthly basis? I was referring, of course, to payments made to us under the terms of our agreement.
No. If there was anything unusual or suspicious, I'd know about it.
Well, I thought, no, you wouldn't. Every bit as important, if not more so, as signing our clients was the method of payment. Darrow had successfully adhered to our guidelines. Even his accountant and apparent good friend did not know about his payments to us. On the drive back to the Four Seasons, the black SUV was still following, making no effort to be discreet.
Well, what do you think?
I said, I think there's a scooter plague of biblical proportions. I motioned out the window. What are all those things?
Scooters.
Yeah, I said, I got that part.
Electric scooters.
I said, they weren't here when I left San Francisco.
Things change.
Yes, as I was about to find out, things do change. And things had changed that night in the Tenderloin when Jacqueline had been senselessly slaughtered and I had been left for dead. Chapter 14, Life Support. I was aware I'm in a hospital. I'm not sure how long. They have taken me off the ventilator. I grow used to the sounds, the approaching sirens, the incessant beeping of monitors, the squeak of rubber soles on the linoleum floor, the PA's eerily calm announcements of some code or another, the beep of pages, the rolling wheels of gurneys, the muffled conversations outside my door. I grow used to these sounds, even though I cannot hear them. I'm used to the antiseptic smells, too, immune to them. I can remember when I was little, my parents were driving somewhere, and we went through a town with a paper mill, the sulfur smell overwhelming. And I asked them how anyone could live there, and they told me people get used to it. Yes, I can remember that. I can remember my parents and their own deaths, their murders. I can remember everything. But what I remember most vividly is my own death. They had me on morphine. They said I was disoriented because of the morphine. That wasn't the reason, but they switched me to fentanyl. The doctor tells me fentanyl is causing me hallucinations, which it isn't. I don't hallucinate. So they switch me to oxycodone. Oxycodone gives me nausea and headaches. Nurse Willie helps me pretend to take the oxycodone, then disposes of the pills. The doctors try to give me antidepressants. I am not depressed, just aware. The doctors try to give me pills for terror, but I feel no terror, only truth. Nurse Willie hides those pills too. It seems Nurse Willie is there whenever I'm awake. She holds my hands, not, I think, as any sign of affection, but rather to physically tether me to something, anything that is alive. She chases off the ND junkies, as she calls them. Someone from the hospital told the San Francisco Chronicle how long I was dead, and so the near-death experience groups flocked to my room, making their pilgrimage. They come in all sizes, shapes, ages. They look like cast-offs from Burning Man. I am the wrong person to talk to. I was not near death. I was dead. But they want to talk to me. I won't do that. Nurse Willie will not allow them close to me. So they take rushed pictures of me as security ushers them out. I am their freak show and also their desperate hope that there must be something after life. Or maybe they come to assuage their own existential dread. Or to reinforce that dread, which is all I've ever known, or will ever know. The psychiatrists and the neuropsychiatrists and the psychologists come in waves, hunting for termites in my brain. They ask questions. I tell them about death, but they refuse to accept what I say or even entertain the possibility of what I tell them, and instead talk about emotional discontrol or dissociative insanity or a psychotic break or a reality distortion. One doctor tells me about Cotard delusion, where the patient believes he is dead, a walking corpse, and denies his own existence. I am their lab rat. My mind is their pincushion as they poke and poke and poke and show me strange pictures and ask strange questions. So I no longer talk to them or respond in any way, and now they tell me I suffer from anosognosia, which is a patient's denial that he is ill. I'm not ill, I was shot. They take pictures of my brain, of the inside of my head, EEGs, PETs, MRIs. I don't have a head injury. I was shot in the chest and in the hip. I was not shot in the head. I don't have a head injury. I hear them as they huddle outside my door, conjuring diagnoses. Another shrink of the supervisory type comes to the side of my hospital bed and tells me I have an identity disturbance, and he is placing me on involuntary hold. And then Nurse Willie comes in and says, "Enough of this shit. I'm taking you out of here." Chapter 15 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Run, Revenant, run. Willie didn't come up to my suite the next morning. She had the concierge call and tell me she was waiting out front. I drank my morning fresh squeezed tangerine juice, made a phone call, then went down and got in Willie's car and repositioned the rearview mirror so I could check out our SUV Shadow. She asked if I wanted her to catch me up. No, I said, later. I didn't want anything to encroach on that void Haruki Murakami had written about in a meditative memoir, where he said, I just run. I run in a void, or maybe I should put it another way. I run in order to acquire a void. For me, John Anderson, a.k.a. Xander Voigt, that void was my place where neither life nor death intruded.
Okay, but one thing. You don't have to keep checking the mirror.
And why is that? I asked.
The Ice Princess called me last night. I told her to knock it off with the tail.
She called you? I asked.
Yes.
On one of our new burners?
Yes. A virgin.
Geez, I said, how could she get that number? What is she, NSA? But Willie had apparently made her point to the Ice Princess. There was no ominous black SUV with tinted windows following us. Willie was the one who had started me running. After she engineered my jailbreak from the hospital, she took me not to my house, but to hers. I correctly assumed the hospital people would find me there since I was gone, and so was Willie. I half expected him to show up in white jumpsuits with giant butterfly nets to place me in involuntary hold. But instead, the hospital rep, dressed in a cheap Men's Warehouse suit, showed up and just wanted me to sign a release to indemnify and hold harmless SF General from any harm I might do to myself or others, and several other pages of fine print of potential travesties I might commit. So their supposed concern for my well-being was really just a concern about their piggy bank. I didn't read it, just signed it, and the hospital rep went away. Willie's modest house was in the avenues. She'd installed me in the only bedroom upstairs, saying she'd take the downstairs couch. Putting me in her bedroom wasn't an act of hospitality. It was to force me to get up and down the stairs for everything. On that night in the Tenderloin, Jacqueline's chin had been shot 19 times. 3 of the bullets aimed at her hit me in the chest, and 1 struck me in my hip, shattering the head of my femur. Simply put, I couldn't walk. But still, Willie stashed me upstairs. I could manage up and down barely with the aid of a stair handrail. The 3rd day I was there, Willie removed the handrail, so I had to scoot up and down on my butt 1 step at a time. When I'd finally descend to the main floor, I'd shuffle around with the aid of a walker. Then Willie threw the walker away, so the only way I could move around was by placing my hand atop Willie's shoulder for support and stability. On more than one occasion, I crumpled to the floor. I was on my own, getting back up on my feet. Willie had correctly assessed she wasn't about to repair the psychological destruction that being dead had done to me, so we talked little about that, focusing instead on the body, not the mind. I gave no thought to the past, that place where most people lived, soaked in their own flop sweat of desperation. Nor did I give any thought to my future, and certainly not to money nor extortion as a potential income-producing venture, nor island hopping. When the time came, knowing the rules were useless, that they no longer applied, and that no judgment would be rendered, that's when I'd decide what to do, make a plan. Focus on the body, blot everything else out. I don't recall exactly how long it was until I ventured into Willie's backyard and was able to stumble around unassisted. And that was when Willie rewarded me with a smile. That smile was all I needed, all I wanted to forge ahead with my rehab. Every time I made progress, I received another smile. We began with short walks around the neighborhood, then longer and more challenging walks, Golden Gate Park, Nob Hill, across the city to Telegraph Hill, the Presidio, up and down the Filbert Steps, hiking Mount Tam, then jogging, then running. Running was something I'd previously been uninterested in to the point of assiduously avoiding. But running, I discovered, is primal. As children, we run when we're elated. We run when we are frightened. And the more Willie hectored me into running, the more elation and the less fright I experienced, to the point where it became an indispensable habit. Willie had gotten me into pretty darn good running shape when she graduated me to what she called our 7 hills. It was mercilessly brutal the first time Willie bullied me into it. It was mercilessly brutal every time after that. Compared to our 7 hills, running 5 miles on the white sands of a tropical island was, well, a walk on the beach. Our 7 hills was a 5-mile route, but it was a hiking path, not a running path, and the footing was unsteady. It started at Corona Heights, then on to Buena Vista Heights, Mount Olympus, Tank Hill, Twin Peaks, and finally Kite Hill. As the names of these places suggest, it was up and down and up and down and up and down. Compared to that, running the Golden Gate Bridge would be a breeze. Willie parked at the west end of Marina Green. It was the rarest of San Francisco June mornings. No fog. I mean, no low blanket of stratus clouds. The foghorns were silent. In the light breeze, I heard the pinging of halyards against sailboat masts. The view towards Alcatraz, Angel Island, Sausalito, and the Farallon Islands was crystal clear. At that hour on the green, there were a scattering of people in purple robes doing kooky kung fu exercises and chanting Shaolin meditation mantras, or something. Remember, it's San Francisco, which welcomes odd behavior. To warm up, we did a light jog past the Palace of Fine Arts, through Crissy Field and to Fort Point, where we climbed the trail that leads to the south end of the bridge. As we did our final stretching, I pointed to Willie's feet.
What?
New shoes, I said. Nike Vaporflies.
I splurged.
So, Willie's idea of splurging was new tenny runners, whereas my idea of splurging would be a couple of weeks at the Conrad Maldives Rangali at $50,000 a night, plus tax. Now that's splurging. The Conrad Maldives Rangali suites are not only surrounded by water, they're actually underwater, completely underwater. Maybe when I died, I should have been reincarnated as a fish. Willie and I had done the Golden Gate run often during my rehab. The Golden Gate Bridge over and back is less than 3 miles. The distance isn't challenging, but the arc of the span is deceptively so. If you drive across the bridge, effortlessly powered by your car's engine, there's an illusion that it's flat. It's not. Where the bridge arcs at the center is significantly higher than at the end, so half the time you're running uphill. There's a rhythm to this run. You're challenged going up to the midpoint, then magically rewarded with a second wind and some downhill coasting. Willie and I ran side by side until the northern turnaround point, where Willie, with a gleam in her eyes, said,
"Let's kick it in."
And that she did. She sprinted in front of me. I can run, but I just can't do that finishing kick. When we finished, I bent over, hands on my knees, catching up on air. Willie looked at me and gave me that smile. On the way back to the Marina Green, I asked Willie, "Did you tell the Four Seasons to bring me fresh squeezed juice tangerine every morning?" I was certain I'd never told Willie about my tangerine juice fetish. Perhaps it was she, not the princess, who was NSA.
No. Why would I?
I said, "Because I like juice tangerine."
You mean tangerine juice?
That's what I said.
No, you said juice tangerine. You are having an occasional word order problem, John. It's called aphasia.
Great, I thought. Yet another psychological dysfunction. Willie put her hand on my arm.
Don't worry about it, John. We'll fix it.
And it was at that moment I had an epiphany, one that should not have been an epiphany, one that I should have realized and acknowledged long ago. Willie was totally devoted to me. When we got back to the Marina Green, a black SUV was parked about 30 yards from Willie's car. So much for getting the Ice Princess to call off the dogs, I said. Wait in the car. I approached the SUV. The doors were locked. With its tinted windows, I was unable to see clearly inside, but I was sure there was no one in there. I scanned 360 degrees. The area was flat, and there weren't many places to hide and watch. I didn't see anyone suspicious. I made note of the license number, got back in Willie's car, and said, "Let's sit for a while. You can catch me up while we see if our mystery man appears."
How do you know it's a man?
I said, "Because I make sexist assumptions?"
Okay. Like I said, the Ice Princess called.
What did she want? I asked.
She said you had agreed to call her with daily updates. But you don't remember that, do you?
It was not necessary for me to respond.
So I changed the rules. I told her you'd be in contact when and if you had something to report.
How did she take that? I asked.
How do you think she took that? With an Arctic huff. But what choice does she have?
She can choose to cut off our payments.
She didn't issue that threat, just hung up.
As I continued to look for the driver of the SUV, Willie said,
I looked over the list of Darrow's recent contacts the Ice Princess gave you. There was only one where the purpose of the meeting was not specified, and there was no phone number for him. A man named Franklin Brady. Darrow met with him 2 days before he died.
And who is Franklin Brady? I asked.
Some high-powered political consultant. I tracked him down. He's based out of D.C., but he's in San Francisco through this afternoon, then flying out. I set up a noon appointment for you at his office in the Mission. Will that work?
I nodded. I have a 10 o'clock, but that will work.
Who's the 10 o'clock?
Samson Smith. I called him this morning.
Your friend from the department? Do you want me to go with you?
No, I said, but plan on the noon appointment with Brady Franklin.
Franklin Brady. Anything else?
I said, take a look at that list. See if the names and occupations match up, particularly if there are regularly scheduled meetings, say once a week. If he was seeing a shrink, he'd likely conceal it from the Ice Princess.
On it.
And track down Darrow's daughter, Rebecca. Chapter 16 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Crossing the Line. After our run, Willie dropped me off at the Four Seasons. And after my shower, I flipped on the TV and learned about some labor kerfuffle that had caused this year's annual San Francisco cable car bell ringing contest to be canceled. So, no bell ringers. Things change. And then there was Gino and Carlo on Green Street in North Beach, which never seemed to change. That's where Samson Smith wanted to meet. Gino and Carlo had been around for 75 years. There are photos of frequent patron Joe DiMaggio on the wall. The place still had a jukebox, which runs heavy towards Sinatra and Dean Martin and Tony Bennett. Samson was already there when I arrived. A huge black man, he was not hard to spot. We did a hearty handshake, then the obligatory small talk. I asked about Aisha and the kids. He asked what I'd been doing. I've been Mr. X, or Xander Voight, for so long that it was somewhat jarring when he called me John. And it occurred to me that talking to Samson came with some risk. A good cop is a curious cop, and Sampson was a good cop. If I said something that made him too curious, he might run me through the system to see what I'd been up to, and if he ran me through the system, he'd discover that John Anderson no longer existed. At least that would be the case if Sergei, my Russian scrubber, had done his job. After we finished the small talk, I pointed to the shot glass in front of him and said, "Don't remember you being a morning drinker." He shrugged.
Hey, it's not like I'm pouring vodka over my Rice Krispies for breakfast. It's just that...
Just that what, Sampson? I said. He finished the rest of his shot and said,
Look, John, compared to you, getting shot up in the tenderloin and all, I don't have any right to complain. Things have been different for me since you worked that case.
The dirty cops, I asked, even though I knew the answer.
Dirty? What they were was degenerate and sadistic murderers. No way to be polite about it. And you brought them down.
I said, I put that behind me, Sampson.
Well, the department hasn't. At least a lot of them. You crossed the blue line, buddy. Solidarity above all else. And I crossed that line too when I stuck up for you. And I've been pretty much ostracized ever since. Most of the guys who thought your Serpico were smart enough to keep their mouths shut. But not me. When Bullard flipped and got an all-expense-paid vacation at the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo, and the rest of those bastards only got 20 instead of life, I raised a stink. A big stink. Hell, the Men's Colony has better tennis courts than the ones I play on. The brass told me they had to avoid a long trial and all the negative publicity and blah blah blah, and I blew my stack. Surprised they didn't have me writing parking tickets after that. Instead, they give me menial crap to do. Busy work. I'm on the outside looking in.
I said, I'm sorry to hear that, Sampson. You're a good cop.
Look, John, there's a lot of good people in the department. You know that. But there's some bad apples, real bad. Like your Tenderloin shooting. You know that was a setup, don't you? The target might have been you, not Jacqueline Chin. Either way, a setup.
Yes, I knew it had been a setup, but there was no angle where I had been the target. I said, Jacqueline Chin had this case up in Bernal Heights, supposed to be a lot of money around the edges. She gets sent out that night to the Tenderloin and ends up dead. After that, her CI goes dark and the investigation into Bernal Heights gets shelved. She was the target. I should have pulled her out of there.
Not your fault. I told you that at the hospital. That was a corner you couldn't see around.
Sampson got increasingly worked up, venting as he explained that he and I weren't the only ones who breached that blue line of cop solidarity. So had Ned Bullard, the guy who ratted out his fellow officers.
I almost feel sorry for the guy. Almost. A few of our fellow officers have been all over him since he rolled and then got out. A measly 2 years at Men's Colony. Got a bunch of public intoxication arrests, even though half the city is publicly intoxicated every night. Indecent exposure for pissing in the Tenderloin, like that's never happened before. The Tenderloin is one giant urinal, and on the rare occasion he was able to get a job with someone who didn't do a background, the good cops show up and reminded his employers he's a murderer. And for good measure, they throw in decent exposure, making it sound like he's wagging his wiener in front of teenage girls. He got legal aid to bring harassment charges, but that didn't go anywhere. Last I heard, he was living out of a van and dumpster diving for dinner.
What a shame, I said.
Yeah, I'll bet there's days when he wish he hadn't flipped. Just bled out and done hard time with his buddies. At least he'd have 3 hots and a cot.
Sampson's ire was understandable, but also unproductive. I was committed to leaving that behind, so I changed the subject by asking, "Can you run a plate for me?" I gave him the number. Late model Chevy Tahoe, black. Chapter 17 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. White gloves and a chair. Sampson called in the license plate number I gave him, told me they'd get back to him in a few minutes, then said,
"Didn't mean to go off like that, John. You didn't come here to listen to me bellyache."
"Not a problem," I said.
"Charles Darrow, you know I can't pull the book and show it to you, but I took pictures of the most recent report. But first, I gotta ask, why are you interested? Wouldn't have anything to do with a tall blonde drink of water, would it?"
"How do you mean?" I asked.
"Gal came in, demanded to see Estela Escovedo. She caught the case. And this blonde gal just lit into her, enough that Escovedo had to take her into interview to try to calm her down, which didn't work at all. So we all gathered behind the window, audio's off, but there's a major league catfight going on between the two."
"What happened?" I asked.
"Other than the catfight, not much. The blonde leaves. Apparently, she was the personal assistant or some sort of secretary for Darrow, upset that we closed the book, saying there's no way her boss blew his brains out. Escovedo, she's pretty unflappable. Just shrugged it off, but the blonde, I thought she was gonna punch holes in the floor with her spikes as she stormed out."
So, the Ice Princess wasn't always cool and collected. I filed that away for future use. "Tell me about Escovedo," I said.
"You wouldn't know her. She transferred up from Los Altos a couple years ago. Don't know why. Los Altos is an easy gig. I wouldn't call her Sherlock, but she's steady. Anyway, here's what I got about her handling the Darrow case."
He pulled out his phone, tapped it twice, flipped it around to face me on the tabletop, and said,
"Swipe left."
I spent a good 20 minutes swiping left. And right. And left again. Sampson ordered another shot and reminded me that what he had was most, but not all of the book.
Had someone hovering.
I looked at every page at least 3 times, trying not to dwell on the gruesome photos of Charles Darrow with dead eyes and a bloody hole in his temple. I handed the phone back to Sampson and shook my head.
"I know. Why would a guy put on surgical gloves to shoot himself in the head?"
"That, and the chair," I said.
"The chair?"
"He was sitting in his office chair."
"And?"
"The chair wasn't up against his desk," I said. "He pulled it out into the middle of the room. Why would he do that?"
"Who knows? You didn't catch many suicides when you were in the force, so you didn't see the weird shit people do when they off themselves. This one case, a guy with a high-pitched Black & Decker drill."
I held up my hand and said, "Don't really need to know about that." I could feel my own death, and I needed to stay in the present.
"You want my take?"
"Of course," I said.
"It's like Bullard and his gang, the dirty cops you put away. The department doesn't want bad PR. If Darrow was a suicide, it's 2 days of news. First day is rich guy kills himself. Second day is all about how great the dead rich guy was. End of story. But if they don't close the book, it's an open investigation, and you've got day after day of SFPD. Can't find rich guy's murderer. Department failure. Now, I don't see Escovedo as someone who licks the brass's balls, but I can't imagine that there was pressure to close from the chief or DA or mayor or someone. No forced entry, no sign of struggle, no motive, no suspects. So shut it down, close the book, and kick it."
Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Chapter 18. Assisting Death. I thanked Sampson. We did some parting small talk, and I went outside to call Willie. I didn't want Sampson seeing me use my track phone, the criminal's burner of choice. I told Willie I would Uber to Brady Franklin's and would meet her there in 15.
Franklin Brady.
She corrected me again. Okay, I said, increasingly worried about this aphasia thing. My Uber arrived just as I was getting in. Sampson walked out of Gino and Carlo and flagged me down and asked what I was into. I replied by saying, "What do you mean?" Sampson explained that the plate I wanted him to run was from the San Francisco motor pool, the Fed's motor pool. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. The Feds, Sampson repeated, some three-letter agency, and they're not about to say which one. I shrugged again and lied, saying, I mentioned to a friend I was meeting a cop and he just asked me about running the plate, doing him a favor, that's all. No idea why he wanted the plate. My Uber driver worried about bananas going extinct, while I worried about Sampson Smith. Sampson was the only person from SFPD who had visited me in the hospital, as best as I can remember. Part of my excommunication, I guess, for crossing that thin blue line. But even before the case against Ned Bullard, I'd been none too popular. There was too much boisterous testosterone in the air, and they correctly sensed I wasn't really one of them. Other than Sampson, my only other hospital visitors had been two friends of Jacqueline's, and it seemed they were there not to support me, but rather to blame me for her death. It was not an unfair accusation. So Sampson had always been a stalwart ally. I hoped his curiosity wouldn't lead him down a path that would be, to say the least, uncomfortable for both of us. We arrived at the mission address Willie had given me. She was there already. The place looked locked up.
This is the right place. He said he really didn't have time for us, but he'll be here.
The place Willie referred to was an abandoned storefront, the windows papered over. There was another abandoned storefront next door, also with its windows covered. Booming neighborhood. I said, odd venue for someone you described as a high-powered political consultant. She agreed and phoned the high-powered political consultant to confirm our appointment. He confirmed. Then she asked,
How is Sampson?
I said, well, he's not exactly packing a pocket full of sunshine, but he's okay.
Hope so. He's one of the good ones. Learn anything?
I gave her the full rundown except for the SUV plates, partly because I hadn't seen the SUV recently, but mostly because I didn't want Willie worrying about that. Worrying about me was enough worrying for her.
Your conclusion after talking to Sampson?
I knew the conclusion Willie wanted me to reach, that Charles Darrow had not committed suicide, that her beckoning me back to San Francisco had been justified. After talking to Sampson, I'd agree with her. And I found the idea strangely energizing, but I didn't want to try to explain why to Willie, or to myself. It raises questions, is all I said in reply. A taxi pulled up next to us, and a sandy-haired guy got out with a Gucci carry-on. As I've mentioned, Gucci luggage is for people who try too hard to impress. Brady Franklin, or Franklin Brady, or whatever his name was, pointed to me brusquely.
Xander Voight?
I nodded and flashed my old SFPD badge, which Willie had pointed out might be useful. Whatever his name was would probably not have talked to someone who had no authority. He motioned for us to follow him into the abandoned storefront. Uninhabited desks were strewn around, unused Ethernet cables snaking about the floor.
We bugged out,
he said by way of explanation. Willie and I followed him into what was probably an old manager's office, and the first thing he did was light a cigarette. In San Francisco, the only things worse than being a smoker was being a rapist or a child molester. He used a Starbucks cup as an ashtray. He looked disheveled, but it was with purpose. His expensive suit and Hermes tie announced he had plenty of money, but his tousled hair and deliberately unkempt appearance announced he was just too darn busy to care how he looked. He was a very busy and very important man.
What do you want?
It wasn't a question, it was a demand.
I've got a flight to D.C.
I said, you met Charles Darrow 2 days before he died.
You mean 2 days before he blew his brains out?
What was the meeting about, I asked.
Right to die. Ironic, don't you think?
In what way, I asked.
What, I have to explain that to you?
I guess you do, yes, I said. Franklin or Brady, whoever shook his head in disgust, took a pull on his cigarette.
The California Assembly passed AB 22, a law enabling physician-assisted suicide. Now, there's an effort underway to gather signatures for a referendum to repeal that law.
Why was Charles Darrow interested in that, I asked.
His dead wife.
He was not exactly forthcoming, so I asked him to explain.
His dead wife? Yeah, I thought the poor sap was going to cry. Some long and painful death. Cancer, I think. You said that if they'd had assisted suicide, she'd have used it. Apparently, he didn't have the guts to shoot her in the head, like he did to himself. So he was willing to plop down big bucks to make sure the law wasn't overturned. Really big bucks. A proposition like that could run 150 mil easy. Oh, that was going to be my golden goose for this election cycle. Consulting fees, polling, focus groups, and the biggie, a chunk of the media buy. I'd do fundraising too, of course, and get a chunk of that. But Darrow was willing to pick up the rest of the tab.
I asked if any money changed hands.
No, now there never will be. And I'd already promised the wife a new car and a trip to the fat farm. Hopefully a long one.
I didn't need another reason to dislike the guy, but referencing the wife was the third strike. It's a possessive term that's always grated on me, as if the wife was an unwelcome accoutrement or the family dog. Now, a cogent argument could be made that my wife was equally possessive and objectionable, but for whatever reason, the use of the wife just plain rankled me. I glanced at Willie, who rolled her eyes. Darrow's accountant, Whitley Jenks, had mentioned charitable contributions, but not political contributions. So I said, Darrow is a big player in campaigns?
Just the opposite. You have to do your homework in this business. Near as I can tell, he'd never given a dime to any political campaign or cause. A virgin. The best kind of client. You can mold them to your needs.
I said, so you went after him on this?
No, he came to me. Guy that rich. He probably has 10 political operatives a day trying to break into his piggy bank. Give his gatekeeper a gold star. Hope he wrote her into his will.
How do you know it's a her? I asked.
She called and tried to put the kibosh on everything. A real bitch. And I mean that in a good way.
Finally, something we could agree on, except for the good way part. After talking with Sampson, it seemed quite possible, even likely, that Charles Darrow had not committed suicide. Now it seemed that Darrow, who supported legalized suicide, had himself committed suicide. I felt that dragging me under. I wanted to get out of there. I rose out of my chair, but Willie put her arm on mine, sat me back down, and said to whatever his name was,
A couple more things.
2 minutes,
he said, and reminded her he had a flight to D.C., a very important place.
How many signatures would be required to put a proposition on the ballot? A proposition to repeal physician-assisted suicide.
365,000, give or take. It's a good business, getting stuff on the ballot. I'd tell clients if they want to know how hard it is to get 365,000 signatures. Go in a room and count from 0 to 365,000.
And that's when they realize they have to pay someone to get those signatures. Someone like you.
Like I said, it's a good business.
The space next door. It's leased to an organization called Californians Against Assisted Suicide.
So?
Last quarter's report to the Secretary of State showed a smattering of contributions from groups affiliated with the Roman Catholic Church, the Mormon Church, and pro-life groups. But most of the signature gathering money came from a shell organization in Delaware. your shell organization. You were playing both sides, getting enough signatures for the ballot so you could bleed a few million out of Darrow to oppose it.
What's-his-name stood up, put his fist on the desk, tried to look menacing, and said,
"You're done here."
But Willie wasn't done, and she wasn't about to be menaced. Willie has a fierce spirit, which I'd seen many times in the hospital as she protected me from the NDE junkies and the docs who wanted me committed. She stood, moved around the desk to go nose to nose with him, and said,
"You're a sleazebag, playing both sides of the fence, and I'm going to bring you down."
With that, she spun on her heels and motioned for me to follow her out, and in a parting shot, she said over her shoulder,
"And tell the wife you'll soon be working at Walmart."
As we climbed into Willie's car, she smiled and let out a giggle. But my state of mind was going in the opposite direction. Dark. In every previous episode, as Willie delicately described them, the abyss came unannounced, sudden. But this one was different. I could sense its impending arrival. Chapter 19. I am aware, I think, that Willie is next to me in her car outside the office of, where was I? She is, I think, clutching my hand as if to tether me, as she had in the hospital, to keep me from slipping away. And then she vanishes as I slide back into my vortex of death and that burning smell that always accompanies it. When you die, you will not hover above your lifeless corpse or see a long tunnel with a bright light at the end. Nor will the entirety of your life flash before you. There will be no overwhelming sense of peace and serenity, no ethereal melodies. You will not see those close to you who have already passed over, a snake-oiled euphemism used to beat back our fear of death. There is no purgatory, no heaven, no hell, no demons, no angels, no pearly gates or heavenly harps. Death is not a passage. Death is truth, the only truth, truth revealed, a truth unique to our species. And what differentiates man from other species? The opposable thumb, complex language, that we're the only animal that wages organized warfare against its own species? No. It is this. We are the only species that asks the question, why are we here? Why do we exist? And since there is no answer to that question, we just make one up. We make up the answer and live our lives according to that fiction we've created and desperately embraced. For some, that fiction is religion. Ever since Descartes ripped apart body and soul, we make up ways to convince ourselves that after our bodies are buried, our soul will live on forever. None have capitalized on this lie more than religion. Religion, a grand con, relies on faith as its foundation, willfully ignorant that the very definition of faith is having faith in faith, the ultimate circular argument. Their currency, the currency of all cults and religion, is guilt. Guilt to keep their minions obedient to arbitrary rules. And if they follow those rules, they will just have faith in faith. They will be rewarded with a glorious afterlife. And meanwhile, the cults weaponize their religion to fill their coffers with money and their hearts with false glory. There is no afterlife. This I know. I've been dead. Those who don't embrace religion, while at the same time tucking it away for use as a last-minute appeal for clemency, chart their own path, buy into a societal collective delusion. That path is to pretend that what they do is meaningful and purposeful, forging fake meaning out of the fires of futility. And as they travel that yellow brick road built on a self-constructed fairy tale that what they do is important, they collect worthless souvenirs, roadside shrines to the walking dead, souvenirs like jobs and cars and houses and families. Families, as if the biological necessity to procreate was glorious and uniquely human. Run, rabbit, run, down the rabbit hole, behold not the pale horse, ants marching, lemmings. Tell it all, tell the lies so often that it becomes the truth. Tell it is life, which is the barbarian at the gate, an existential dystopia. It is the living who are the damned by fairy tales. Death is the only truth. There is no final trumpet. And I know that now, and I will not break for life. I shall give neither life nor death that satisfaction. I am no longer blind to my blindness. It is the living who are the damned. It is life, not death, who is the demon among us. Death laughs at our gullibility, at our made-up version of truth. As we stand astride our grave, it is all a joke. None of it matters. None of it. Chapter 20 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. The 18-minute gap. My eyes hadn't been closed, but it seemed as if they had. The burning smell was gone. I became aware that Willie sat next to me in her car. There was a cold rag on my forehead. I allowed myself time to adjust, then asked her, how long? In this instance, I could hardly deny that I'd made another trip into my black infinity, that it happened again, and that Willie had witnessed it.
18 minutes. It was a bad one, wasn't it?
She let go of my hand and reached for my face, and I instinctively jerked my head back as though hers was a threatening move. It wasn't, of course, not from Willie. She pulled a tissue from my nose, a bloody tissue.
Has this happened before? Nosebleed?
I looked at the bloody tissue and shook my head. No, the bloody nose was new.
We're taking the rest of the day off. We need to work through this.
Willie stopped at a small store. I wasn't paying attention to which one. She came out with a couple of bags and drove us across the bridge to the Marin Headlands. We'd been there on many occasions, as that was one of the routes we'd run. She found a relatively secluded spot for us, away from all the tourists taking selfies with the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. She pulled a blanket out of her trunk and spread out the contents of her shopping bags. Oh, goody, I said, our first picnic. As per usual, I was attempting to escape an unpleasant reality with a joke. It fell flat.
Here,
she said, handing me a bottle of some kind of whiskey. I've never been much of a drinker. Willie knew that, and her ploy was obvious. She wanted to loosen me up.
No cups. Just take a swig.
I hesitated, then did as told.
And another. Take a big boy gulp.
Again, I did as told.
We're going to talk, whether you want to or not. So don't fight it. How frequent were these episodes when you were island hopping? The truth.
It took me a few minutes to start talking as the booze took effect. Once a week, I said, maybe. She let me get away with that lie, then said,
This one today, it was different, wasn't it?
I nodded. Before they were sudden, unannounced, unexpected, even though afterwards I could usually figure out what triggered them. But today I could feel it coming, like a tsunami warning.
And the nosebleed?
I hesitated. That's new, and I think I'm having some sort of that aphasia thing. And other things, word order, tangerine juice, juice tangerine.
And that worries you?
Of course it does, Willie. I can live with the fact that all the doctors think I'm nuts, but if I start thinking I'm nuts, I'm in trouble.
You're not nuts. Everything is cause and effect. Let's go back to the beginning and sort this out.
Chapter 21 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. May the Force be with you. The beginning, I guess, was the Ord Force. So I rambled on about that, even though Willie already knew the story. She just wanted me to talk. After the DA caved on the case against Ned Bullard and his brutal comrades in order to evade a nasty, lengthy, and very public trial, I was persona non grata in the department. So the department farmed me out, eliminating my physical presence. I was appointed department liaison to the brand new, weirdly named interagency Ord Force. That odd name was courtesy of Symington Ord, the odd chief assistant district attorney. The sole purpose of the task force was to make a name for Ord. He wanted his boss's job. But his boss had likely little to worry about. Ord was a none too bright klutz. I'd bet he put his underpants on backwards. The DA probably welcomed the creation of the Ord Force as a way to get Ord out of his hair. I suspect there were Odd Force jokes. The Odd Force base of operations was in the Richmond district in what had formerly been a gynecology office. I searched for the irony in that, but came up empty. I would learn that the Ord Force members were FinCEN, the FTC, the SEC, the FBI, as well as some other agencies I'd never heard of. Notably absent was the IRS. For our introductory meeting, Ord gathered us all in the reception area of the gynecologist office. There were still informative gynecology-related posters on the wall. It was cramped, but Ord found space to pace while he talked. He couldn't bother with introducing who we were or asking us to introduce ourselves. That wasn't important. The only thing that was important was Ord fulfill his mission to get his name on the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle. He said,
J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and the list goes on. What do they have in common? Anyone? Anyone? Financial crimes. And guess what? Every one of those institutions has been caught in financial crimes. And every one of those institutions has an office right here in San Francisco. We can go after them right here. Perp walk those suits right down Market Street. New York City is no longer going to get all the action. Not when the Ord Force swings into action.
Well, okay. He talked about terms I knew nothing about, focusing on wire transfers of dirty money, and then things like the Panama Scoot and the Double Irish and the Dutch Sandwich. I didn't know if he was working off the script of a David Mamet play, or if those things were even real. so I took notes, something no one else was doing. He went on for over an hour, then...
Okay, Ord Forcers, I'll meet you back here in 1 week. Bring me something.
It all seemed a bit surreal and, frankly, comical. Maybe he was cribbing off Neil Simon, not Mamet, or the film All the President's Men, since he must have said follow the money at least 20 times. But at least he was honest, or perhaps just unintentionally transparent about his goal. Make news. That's why the IRS wasn't there. Tax evasion isn't front-page stuff, Ord had said. What he wanted was big fish white-collar criminals, and not just any white-collar criminals. He wanted white Anglo-Saxon white-collar criminals. It doesn't look good to pick on minorities, he'd said, undoubtedly looking ahead to an election campaign where half the voters would be minorities. After Ord left, there was a bit of a scrum for offices which had previously been exam rooms. They all looked the same to me, but my fellow Ord Forcers seemed to think one might be preferable to others. Each of our offices had a computer atop a swing-out stand and a three-legged chair on rollers. There were abandoned gynecological instruments, which I think I'll skip describing. The computers were the key, or more accurately, what we could access on those computers was the key. Apparently, anything and everything. I looked at the notes I'd scribbled. Ord had said over $1 quadrillion a year in wire transfers were made. Quadrillion. Now, there's a word you don't hear around the kitchen table. Individuals and institutions in the United States are the largest remittance originators, as Ord described them, of those wire transfers. We were supposed to find those wire transfers which looked fishy. The proverbial needle in a haystack was more like a single speck of dust in the entire cosmos. And despite being lost in that cosmos, I went to work. Remember, this was before the Tenderloin shooting, before Willie. I was still under the impression that I should be doing something of purpose. I was still trudging along that yellow brick road, trying to be one of the good guys, trying to make a difference. That's what I was supposed to do. That was who I was supposed to be. So I dug in, worked long hours, and learned about the world of money. On the third day, I checked in on my task force colleagues to see what they were pursuing, what their strategy was, if they had any advice for me. I walked down the narrow corridor, opening the doors to each exam room, aka office. The first three were vacant, and the fourth, the guy was eating a pint of Ben & Jerry's Blondie Ambition and checking out an online hookup site. He made no effort to conceal what was on his screen. A couple of more vacant offices, then one where two of my colleagues were whooping it up while playing a golf game on the computer. Building camaraderie among comrades, I guess. 2 days later, no one was in any of the offices. But I kept working. One thing I learned was that the Panama Scoot and the Double Irish and the Dutch Sandwich were indeed real things. Complex strategies to set up offshore multi-layer shell companies to hide money. That gave me at least some hope that Symington Ord didn't have a screw loose. The first thing I did was shrink the cosmos and look only for wire transfers emanating from the Bay Area within Symington Ord's jurisdiction. That narrowed the field of inquiry down to a mere hundreds of billions of dollars. I learned financial institutions showed no particular interest in stopping this, since these transactions nationwide provided banks with about $3 billion of annual revenue. Banks were, however, required to file a currency transaction report to FinCEN on any wire transfer in excess of $10,000. But as near as I could tell, FinCEN didn't pay much attention to these unless the bank attached a SAR, a suspicious activity report, to the file. Even then, it didn't look like there was much follow-up. The numbers were too overwhelming for FinCEN's staff of only 300 people. On the appointed day when task members were to bring me something, in Ord's words, He walked in, arms swinging out of rhythm with his stride and looking like he had just eaten a bad clam. He looked even worse when he saw I was the only one in attendance. He looked grumpy. He looked even grumpier after I handed him a sheaf of printouts.
What the hell is this crap?
I started to explain, but he interrupted me.
I'll tell you what this crap is. This is not front page. This is a bunch of rich husbands hiding money from their soon-to-be ex-wives. That's what this is. That's all this is.
Hiding money from soon-to-be ex-wives. That was a seed that Willie and I would plant and grow. Chapter 22 of Charles Darrow is Dead. Cause and Effect. On our perch on the Marin Headlands, I didn't know how long I'd been talking. A long time. The late afternoon fog was encroaching, amorphous, ready to engulf. I looked at Willie, then down at the whiskey bottle, which was half gone.
I should get you drunk more often.
After talking through the Ord Force history, I'd prattled on in a fit of introspection. Introspection is something I've never understood. It's as if we have two selves, and one self steps outside of itself to examine the other. It's the stuff of self-help books and money-grubbing gurus. But I guess I'd done that, been introspective, and it seemed to please Willie. She sat cross-legged on the blanket and said,
In the hospital, it was hard to tell what you were going through, what was going on in your mind. You were out of it, and often when you were awake, you just had a blank stare. I don't know if you were having what we call one of your episodes, but I know whatever it was very, very difficult for you. But after I kidnapped you and put you in a tough regimen of physical rehab, you seemed to do pretty well, mentally. No episodes. Want to hear my theory on that?
Of course, Willie, I said.
You had purpose. Something you'd been starving for. Single-minded purpose. Life had meaning for you. I drove you hard, yes, but it was you, your focused purpose, that made you stand again, and walk again, then run. And it was only after you were physically strong that your episodes began. The episodes began when you lost purpose. No longer needed the purpose of physical rehab to drive you.
We were both silent for a while as I digested that. Then she said,
I thought I saw a glimmer of purpose returning when we talked outside Franklin Brady's office. I got the impression that whatever Samson told you about Charles Darrow's death led you to believe he didn't commit suicide.
I nodded.
And then we talked about that sleazebag Brady. And after all the suicide talk, I think you thought that, well, maybe Darrow did commit suicide. There would be a certain symmetry to that. His wife's death, the right to die thing, and his own suicide. And I could see you crash. I could almost have predicted another episode.
Again, I nodded. She had it pretty well pegged. I decided it was my turn to ask a question. Willie, I said, I've always wondered why you joined me in our current business. It didn't seem like something you would do.
It gave you purpose. And during that time, when we were strategizing our business, you may recall there were no episodes.
That's not something I'd considered, but as usual, Willie was right.
Cause and effect. Cause and effect. That's what we need to work on, John.
As dusk set, we gathered our picnic supplies, carried them back to Willie's car, and drove back across the Golden Gate and into the city. The black SUV was 2 cars behind us. Chapter 23 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Cookies, small pleasures, and the 99%. I woke up the next morning feeling, well, less than perky, with the after effect from the previous day's episode, topped off with a hangover from cheap whiskey. But at the same time, I felt a bit, well, optimistic that Willie could fix me. I ordered a double dose of fresh tangerine juice and a full pot of coffee to combat the whiskey, but I wasn't sure how to combat my latest episode. I had little or no memory of most of my episodes, just that lingering burning smell. But I remember the previous day's episode clearly, and I was aware while it was happening. That was new, and it was much darker than previous episodes, the blackest of my trips into my black abyss. My episodes were getting worse. What's that AA saying, one day at a time? And a nod to my whiskey drinking and my talk with Willie, I committed to one day at a time. Not about the booze, but about my psyche. Except for me, it should be 1 hour at a time, or 1 moment at a time. I showered, put on my Four Seasons robe, and flipped to the local news, a practice I hoped was not habit forming. They reported that Gump's was closing. Gump's store opened when Abraham Lincoln was president. I can remember my parents, before they were murdered, took me to Gump's. It was an adventure, all those exotic luxury items. And my parents used to tell me, when I was just a little kid who still thought girls were an alien species, that when I found the perfect person, Gump's was where I would have our bridal registry. Seeing my parents' loving relationship, I could imagine that, welcome that. Next up on the news was the announcement that this was National Peanut Butter Cookie Day. I like peanut butter cookies. Small pleasures, 1 moment at a time. I still hadn't gotten dressed when Willie breezed in, unannounced as always, using her key card. As usual, she was dressed in black, but this outfit seemed more urban hipster than urban ninja. Sweats with a Victoria's Secret pink logo sprawled down the side, and a long-sleeve tee with Black Magic Girl written across the front.
How are you feeling? Lightweight?
Lightweight was correct. Under normal circumstances, I'd have a single glass of wine or champagne, tops, not a half a bottle of whiskey. I think I'll survive, I said. We sat quietly for a while. I could tell Willie wanted me to say something, so I did. I said, "Thank you for listening yesterday, I guess."
Baby steps. What's next?
We forge ahead, I said, with purpose. Let's resolve this Darrow thing one way or another. Then we can decide what's next.
Okay, boss.
And don't call me boss, I replied. Whenever we play that don't call me boss game, I know Willie and I are on comfortable footing. That's a good thing, which made me feel better. And I felt even better after answering a knock on the door. "Your peanut butter cookies, Mr. X," said the young man, "fresh from the baker's oven." I thanked the room service guy, tipped him, and presented to Willie the silver platter that held 4 peanut butter cookies atop doilies.
What? You've already got them trained to call you Mr. X?
No, I replied. It's like you said about the fresh tangerine juice. I guess they looked up my profile from previous Four Seasons stays. They cater to the quirks of VIP guests. She took a bite of cookie, savored it, then said,
Thick and warm and chewy. Oh, utterly sinful, Mr. X.
I explained that it was National Peanut Butter Cookie Day, and this was our observance. A small pleasure, yes. I'm trying small pleasures on for size, and I was actually feeling pretty good about everything. Willie had brought me back to life once before, and it seemed she was doing it again. Never underestimate Willie. We enjoyed the moment, something I needed to learn how to do, and then, after an indulgent and satisfying silence, Willie said,
I checked on the things you asked about.
Anything? I asked.
It doesn't look like there were any shrinks on Darrow's schedule. No regularly scheduled appointments. But if there were, he might have kept them off the book, not wanting the Ice Princess to know. He was a pretty private guy. Also, Darrow's last appointment with his personal physician was 5 months ago, his semi-annual checkup. Seems there'd have been a follow-up if he had serious medical issues.
Agreed, I said.
And I took the liberty of calling Darrow's son. I hope that's okay.
Of course it is, I replied.
We talked for over an hour. Darrow's son worshipped his father, and they were very close, or at least as close as you can be with someone who's 3,000 miles away. He said his father was in perfect health, mentally and physically. I asked him if his father would have told him if the case had been otherwise. He thought about that long enough that I think his answer was honest. He said he wasn't sure.
I nodded. After what Darrow went through when his wife was dying, it would be understandable if he wanted to shield his kids from that kind of pain. If he were ill.
And speaking of kids, Darrow's son was evasive about his sister Rebecca. There's something there he didn't want to discuss. I'm betting Darrow and his daughter were estranged.
We'll need to talk to her, I said.
She's a musician with the San Francisco Symphony. They practice at the Louise Davis Symphony Hall. I have their schedule.
Good, I said. We'll pay a visit.
And final item, the will. Darrow's son said he'd never seen the will, doesn't know who the executor is, and the will still hasn't been read. He agreed with Whitley Jenks' speculation that most would go to charity. I checked public records, and Darrow's estate has not yet entered probate. Once it does, everything will be publicly available.
I said, that would be the bailiwick of his attorney, Lagarde. I wonder why there's a delay.
There's a 30-day window after death before probate is required, so he has time. And you asked me to check on Lagarde. No ethics complaints or lawsuits against him.
Okay, I said, but there's still something off about him. I don't know what, just gut instinct.
And about the will. You know there's often a suicide exclusion in life insurance policies.
Yes, I said, but whatever life insurance he had would be a pittance compared to his overall wealth.
True, but what if his life insurance payout was going to a specific person?
Left unsaid was the name of the person who seemed the most motivated to prove Darrow's death was not a suicide. The Ice Princess.
And finally, a little housekeeping. You want to continue to burn the burners after one call?
I think we should, I said, to be on the safe side. I figured a little paranoia was not necessarily a bad thing, particularly after Sampson had told me the black SUV was a Fed rig. Information I still chose not to share with Willie. I figured hogging the paranoia would be for the best.
Okay. I have more track phones. I'll put them in the powder room drawer with the others.
After she stashed the phone, she returned and asked for a rundown on my conversation with Samson Smith. Would not gotten too far into that when Franklin Brady, or whatever his name was, had arrived at his office for our appointment. I spent a half an hour recounting my conversation with Sampson. Willie finished another cookie, then said,
Darrow's supposed suicide. Sounds kind of fishy, huh?
Yes, I said, it certainly raises questions, like why the rush to close the casebook?
Sounds like you need to talk with this Escovedo person, the cop who was handling it.
Estella Escovedo, I said, but I can't go to the precinct. Someone will recognize me.
You could call and ask to meet somewhere else.
I could, I said, and probably that's my only option, but I suspect she'll decline. She's under no obligation to talk to a civilian about a case, and my guess is she doesn't want to talk to anyone at all about this case.
Why don't you ambush her at home?
The word ambush produced a brief shiver, memories of the Tenderloin, but I don't think Willie noticed. And where is her home, I asked. There's a very good reason why the department goes to great lengths not to reveal that information.
Let me work on it.
Okay, I said, but don't get your hopes up. They protect their officers as zealously as they protect someone in witness protection, as they should.
Let me work on it,
she said again. And this thing with sleazebag Franklin Brady, or whatever his name is, I said, are you really going after him?
You bet I am. It's my new hobby. I have more information to put together, and then I'm shipping it off to the New York Times, the Washington Post, and CNN. He's going to get blown away, courtesy of Hurricane Willie.
As I've said, never underestimate Willie. Chapter 24 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Rebecca. The San Francisco Symphony practiced in the Davies Symphony Hall in the newly affluent Hayes Valley District, which not long ago had kept the Vice Squad busy with, shall we say, illegal exchanges of money for earthly sins. But now Hayes Valley was hip. As Willie and I drove there to talk to Rebecca Darrow, I surreptitiously kept an eye out for the black SUV, hopefully without Willie noticing. No SUV. It was hard to discern the SUV's pattern of surveillance. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. I figured a symphony practice might have a smattering of people listening and watching, but the practice, as we'd been referring to it, was actually an open rehearsal. $11 a pop to get into the nearly full house. The program said they were rehearsing Mahler's Symphony No. 9. I didn't know who Mahler was, but then my idea of classical music was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Symphony No. 9 required some 50 instruments, according to the program, including 4 oboes, which struck me as a lot of oboes, and a glockenspiel, whatever that was, and a cello, which is what Rebecca Darrow played. As I focused on her, she seemed to be able to make her instrument both weep or laugh across the strings. She was intent and smiling. The open rehearsal wrapped up not long after we arrived, and the audience drifted out as the symphony members packed up their instruments. Fortunately for us, a cello takes longer to pack up than a flute, and both the auditorium and the stage were pretty much vacant as we approached Rebecca. None of the symphony members were dressed for a performance, of course. It was a practice, and Rebecca Darrow was wearing a sweatshirt with SF Pride emblazoned over a rainbow. Her hair was styled in an undercut with the left side shaved close to the scalp, and her longer hair swept across the other direction. She had auburn hair and green eyes. I'd met Charles Darrow, and I'd seen photos of his wife and 2 children. Of the 4 of them, none of them, other than Rebecca, had either auburn hair or green eyes. When we reached Rebecca, I made a clumsy introduction. Clumsy since sometimes I'm Mr. X, sometimes I'm Xander Voigt, and sometimes I'm John Anderson. I went with Xander Voigt. I complimented her cello skills, even though I had no way of judging them, then offered my condolences about her father's death, to which she responded with a shrug. I explained that Willie and I were looking into the circumstances of her father's death and asked if I might ask a couple of questions. Rebecca said,
My father and I didn't talk. He didn't approve of my lifestyle.
He didn't approve of you being a cellist? I said stupidly. I glanced at Willie, who rolled her eyes. Rebecca then spoke directly to Willie, apparently preferring not to have a conversation with me, an idiot.
He didn't even come to my wedding when Lisa and I were married. That was pretty much it for me and my father.
I remembered what Whitley Jenks, Darrow's accountant, had said when we'd asked him about Darrow's daughter. He'd asked that we not judge Darrow harshly and that we're all creatures of our upbringing and our times. Willie asked,
When was the last time you spoke to your father?
2 years ago.
So, Rebecca Darrow wasn't going to be much help regarding her father's death. I couldn't think of any questions to ask, so I thanked her, and Willie and I turned to leave. As we did, Rebecca said,
You know, of course, that my father was obscenely rich.
I nodded. And then she said,
Remember what Balzac said, behind every great fortune is a crime.
On the drive back, I said, well, that was strange.
I don't think Rebecca being gay had much, if anything, to do with her estrangement from her father.
Why do you say that? I asked.
I did some research. Rebecca Darrow is a zealous 99%er.
I asked her what the heck a 99%er was. Willie explained it to me.
The term came into vogue while you were island hopping. 1% of Americans control all the wealth. Rebecca supports the masses, the 99%. There were rallies and protests everywhere. Rebecca traveled to New York for the Occupy Wall Street movement. She got arrested there and also at a protest in Berkeley. She's all in.
I said, it'll be interesting to see where Rebecca stands when she inherits a boatload of money and becomes a 1%er. We went back to my suite and worked through the list from the Ice Princess. I abandoned my one call, one burner policy because if we did that, Willie would have to go back on the road and traipse across 3 counties to buy more burners. So she used one of the burners and I used the landline in the room. Willie cajoled Darrow's personal physician through a dance that allowed him to not breach patient-doctor confidentiality, but still confirmed Darrow was not suffering from any physical or mental illness. As for me, I focused on Darrow's business calls to property managers of offices already built and occupied, and the construction managers of 2 buildings currently under construction, one in Austin, Texas, and one in Kuala Lumpur. To a person, they deeply lamented Darrow's death, and I could tell they were sincere. Charles Darrow was a highly admired man. Also to a person, they were adamant that Darrow was not a person who would commit suicide, even though I hadn't asked them about that. Each volunteered that intensely held opinion. The longest conversation I had was with Saimi Tengku, construction foreman of Darrow's Kuala Lumpur project. He echoed everyone else's glowing praise of Charles Darrow. He said construction was halted. There were no funds. He'd contacted Whitley Jenks, Darrow's accountant, who was sympathetic to Tengu's situation but couldn't authorize further payments until the probate court appointed an estate manager. It seems Darrow would have known that, so it didn't sound like Darrow had made a carefully organized exit from this life and leaving construction projects dangling. Tengku also had left several messages for Raymond Lagarde, Darrow's attorney, but Lagarde had not returned any of the calls. By 7 o'clock, Willie and I were both phoned out, so I ordered room service sandwiches and we battered around theories. One thing was perfectly clear. We had yet to talk to a single person who would allow even the possibility that Darrow had killed himself. Only the San Francisco Police Department had bought into the suicide theory. Chapter 25 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Estella. After Willie and I finished our sandwiches, I was ready to hang it up, but Willie pulled out her laptop saying there was something she wanted to work on. I assumed It was their new hobby of torching political consultant Franklin Brady. As she pecked away, I thought back to our brief meeting with Rebecca Darrow. Rebecca was fully invested in good old-fashioned class warfare. It's been going on forever and will continue to go on forever, because when the masses, the people, take up the sword, the 1% will never cede their power. And while it might seem incongruous for me, who has been chasing and spending money, to say this, but when it comes time to take up that sword in the class warfare, I'm with the 99%ers. The abuse of the many perpetrated on the few is on display every day. Repression, famine, wars, and the list goes on. The 99% have the numbers. They just don't seem to have the will or the means or the spirit to win. Willie interrupted my thoughts, saying,
Got it.
Franklin Brady, I asked?
No. Estella Escovedo. I have her home address.
How did you get that? I asked.
Property tax records are public. Estella Escovedo lives in a duplex on Geary Street in the outer Richmond.
That address would make sense. The outer Richmond is one of the least expensive neighborhoods in San Francisco, which is the most expensive city in the United States. And Gary is a busy east-west thoroughfare, noisy and busy, which would make a Gary Street address even cheaper. Only about a fourth of San Francisco police officers live in San Francisco. Most just can't afford it. The huge influx of high-tech workers had spurred aggressive gentrification of previously affordable areas, resulting in a severe housing crunch. 80% of San Francisco homes now cost more than $1 million. That's why officers live in places like Petaluma or Windsor or Antioch, and some even farther away like Fairfield or Vacaville. They are willing to endure a brutal commute for housing that fits their budget. I recall this being a topic of concern while on the force. There's only 3 ways to access San Francisco, and 2 of them are via bridges. What happens if there's a major disaster, like the inevitable earthquake? How would cops and firefighters get back to the city to do their jobs, protect and serve? I said, cops work 4 days on, 3 days off, so there's a good chance she's off.
I'll find out for sure.
She looked up a number and called, and I listened to her end of the conversation.
Her sister. Surprise visit. Yes. Only in town for 1 day. Yes. Just wanted to know if I should come to the precinct or... Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
She ended the call and said to me,
Today is one of Estella Escovedo's days off.
The ease with which Willie could be deceptive sometimes bothered me, and I thought back to my original question. What was the real reason Willie had maneuvered me back to San Francisco? I knocked on Estella Escovedo's door. A woman opened it as far as the chain lock would allow. Again, I was faced with which name to use. Mr. X was definitely out, so I said, Sorry to bother you. Are you Estella Escovedo? My name is John Anderson, and I'm hoping I could talk to you about one of your cases.
That,
she said,
is totally inappropriate and against policy to approach an officer at her home about a case. Go to the precinct.
And for good measure, she added,
If you knock on my door again, I'll arrest you.
Estella Escovedo slammed the door shut, but not before I got a glimpse of her holding her right hand behind her back, probably holding a weapon. So that went well. I stood there stupidly for a minute, turned to leave, and then the door opened again.
You're John Anderson?
Yes, I replied.
Inspector John Anderson, who brought down Ned Buller and his gang?
I nodded yes. I was unable to tell from her expression on which side of that thin blue line she was standing. She did a careful head-to-toe appraisal of me, asked if I was armed, slid the chain off the lock, then turned and disappeared inside. Even though she didn't open the door wide, that seemed like an invitation, so I followed her in. I took inventory of Escovedo in her house. She wasn't wearing a ring, and I guessed there wasn't a roommate since it looked like a tiny one-room abode. So she was footing the bill alone. In one of my wilder theories, I had someone paying her off to close the Darrow case. But if that had happened, she sure hadn't spent the bounty on furnishings, which were, to be kind, shabby. I imagined her cupboard stocked with ramen noodles, canned beans, and oatmeal. A 99%er for sure. She motioned for me to sit and asked if I wanted tea.
I have green and oolong.
Whatever you're having will be fine, I said, even though I really don't like tea.
I'm having Jack and Coke.
I nodded an okay, even though booze did not sound the least bit appealing. It seemed like I could still taste Willie's whiskey from the Marin Headlands. She poured drinks into 2 red Solo cups, one much heavier than the other. Fortunately, she gave herself the heavy one and said,
It's not really Jack Daniels. Evan Williams, bottom-shelf stuff. Budget, you know.
Estella Escovedo was on the short side with long brown hair. When on duty, she'd have to pile that hair on top of her head and cover it up with her 8-point duty cap. Otherwise, some perp could grab her hair and swing her head around like a tetherball. That's what Jacqueline Chen had to do with her long hair. And it was the night before the Tenderloin that I last remember Jacqueline as she loosened her hair and let it cascade across her shoulders and down her back. It was, well, knee-weakening. Long hair does that to me. And now Willie had long hair, too. Escovedo took a long pull on her drink and said,
What's your interest in Charles Darrow? Did you go private?
No, I said. Favor for a friend.
Your friend wouldn't happen to be a rabbit blonde, would she?
I pretended to be unaware of the scene the Ice Princess had caused at the precinct and said, No, just a family member. That wasn't the brightest thing for me to have said. There were only 2 family members, Charles Jr. and Rebecca, and if for any reason Escovedo contacted them, they wouldn't back up my assertion, and any trust I might develop with Escovedo would evaporate.
Fire away. What do you need?
How did you end up with the Darrow case, I asked.
What you mean to say is, how did an officer with limited experience catch a big one?
That's not how I'd put it, I said, even though that's exactly how I'd put it.
You know how it works. If there's a crime or a potential crime, SFPD will put a case together and then take it to the DA's office. But if it's high profile, we work with the DA from the get-go. A guy like Darrow, it was high profile.
So the DA got involved immediately, I asked?
An assistant DA, guy named Symington Ord.
That would be the Symington Ord of the Ord Force. That would be the Symington Ord who planted the original seed which would become a business venture for Willie and me. I didn't let on that I knew a thing or two about Ord. I said, What's he like, this Symington Ord?
He trampled his grandmother to get in front of a TV camera.
Yep, I thought, that's Symington Ord.
Ord tucked his way onto the case, figuring a dead rich guy would be front-page news. And then he bailed as quickly as he'd jumped in.
Why? I asked.
Nothing to contradict suicide. No forced entry, no sign of a struggle, no suspects. Ord didn't want his precious name attached to an unsolved case that could drag on forever. So he instructed me to shut it down and issue a statement that Charles Darrow committed suicide.
Did he, I asked, commit suicide?
I guess we'll never know.
But, I said, what do you think? She pondered that while pouring herself another drink. As with Samson Smith in his morning shots, booze is an occupational hazard for police officers, fueled by frustration and failure. And trust me, there's plenty of failure. If you watch TV cop shows, you'd think the bad guys always get caught and put away. They don't. Take myself as an example. Some would call me an extortionist, even though that's not precisely accurate. But technically, I am, I guess, one of the bad guys. And no one has caught me and put me away. At least not yet. Escovedo walked me through the case, mostly telling me stuff I already knew from my conversation with Samson Smith. I did not mention I'd spoken to him. Who is the CSI, I asked.
Fed.
The feds were involved, I said?
No, Fed. That's his name, Federico Cervelli. 3rd or 4th generation North Beach Italian. A family tree full of cops and firefighters.
Is he good, I asked. Escovedo shrugged.
I guess. Far as I know, his stuff holds up in court.
I asked, how long was Cervelli on the scene?
All day. A long day. With 2 assistants. Seemed pretty thorough.
Fingerprints, I asked.
Just 3 people. Darrow, his housekeeper, and a plumber. He apparently didn't do any entertaining. Otherwise, there had been prints all over the place.
I said, and it was his housekeeper who discovered Darrow's body? I already knew this, but wanted to replay everything. Escovedo nodded. And the plumber, I asked?
Upstairs, guest bathroom. We were able to identify him because he had a jacket. Denny O'Brien did 20 months at Mule Creek for B&A and aggravated assault. But that was 10 years ago.
Mule Creek State Prison seemed like a harsh place to house a simple B&E, even with the aggravated assault, since they had an infamous roster of guests. Guys like Roger Reese Kibbe, a.k.a. the I-5 Strangler, Charles Tex Watson, Lyle Menendez, and Charles Manson, and more recently, Ned Bullard's murderous cohorts. You talked to this O'Brien, I asked?
Of course. Found him at Dirty Nelly's, tossing back pints of Guinness like a good stereotypical Irishman. He had multiple alibis for the time window of Darrow's death. They all checked out. Since doing his time, he's rehabilitated himself into a functional drunk. Shows up for work every morning and Nelly's every evening.
I tried to steer Escovedo through the crime scene without letting her know I'd seen photos from the murder book, or suicide book, as SFBD would call it. No sense in getting Samson in hot water for showing them to me. When she got to the positioning of Darrow's chair, I zeroed in, since there was something about that which was nagging me. I said, his chair would normally be pulled up to the desk, which faced the wall.
Yes, but the chair was pulled out about 6 feet and turned to face the opposite wall.
I said, any theories on that?
2, actually. The first is the elephant art.
Elephant art, I asked, remembering Darrow's expressed fondness for elephant paintings, the only time I'd been in his office.
They were very nice pieces, at least to my eye, and they were prominently positioned. Darrow may not have wanted to splatter his blood all over them.
That actually made some sense, even as it undercut my growing conviction that Darrow hadn't committed suicide. And your other theory, I asked? She pondered that while taking a final gulp out of her solo cup. I hoped she wouldn't fix herself another drink. I'd hate to see a further descent down the booze spiral so many cops take. She seemed like a good person. And she didn't pour another, then said,
Time? A delaying tactic.
How so? I asked.
Imagine yourself as Darrow, sitting behind his desk, knowing what you are about to do, knowing it is inevitable.
Inevitable. Death. I detected that faint burning smell, and I felt the approach of one of my episodes and fought it off.
They say a man will dig his own grave to buy himself another 30 minutes of life. Maybe Darrow moving that chair was nothing more than buying himself a couple more minutes.
That theory I couldn't buy into. Estela Escovedo was a bright person, and I gave her credit for conjuring up any plausible theory. But that one just wasn't plausible. It seemed like there had been plenty of other ways to buy time, to procrastinate, if that was indeed what he was doing. And just so Darrow could buy another 60 seconds? She acknowledged my doubt with a tilt of her head and 2 palms up. We were silent for a while, and then I asked, Estela, what would you have done if they hadn't closed the book on Darrow?
Sooner or later, I'd have caught a killer.
Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 26. Time, Buffaloes, and Premonition. I slept well that night. For whatever reason, my episodes have never invaded my dreams and presented themselves as nightmares. A small mercy. When I woke, I checked the room's iHome clock for the time. I've been in a quandary about time ever since the Tenderloin. It's not that time has been confusing. It's because I think time might be an illusion. Most people believe that time is linear, that what happened yesterday already happened, and what will happen tomorrow is unknown. I, too, believe time is linear, but in a different way. Yes, what happened yesterday has already happened, but what happens tomorrow has also already happened. It just hasn't been revealed to us yet. Of course, that sets up the debate between fate and free will. Problem is, since the night of the Tenderloin, I believe in neither fate nor free will. So I guess that's one of the puzzles I'll have to work through as I try to get better. Or perhaps not all puzzles are made to be solved, and to get better, I just need to accept that. And with Willie's help, I will get better. At least I might if she'd quit barging in unannounced.
Wake up, sleepyhead. Your morning tangerine juice and coffee are on the way.
Uh-huh, I muttered.
When you called last night, you said you wanted to run this morning. How's about our Golden Gate Park 5-mile loop?
The juice and coffee arrived, and Willie brought it to my bed on a tray. Breakfast in bed. I guess there's worse ways to start a day than being served in bed by a pretty girl with long hair. Willie and I always referred to today's run as our Golden Gate Park 5-mile loop, as if we'd discovered it, or were the only ones running it, which was partially true since most people on that loop were walkers. It's exhilarating to whoosh by walkers. And it wasn't exactly a 5-mile loop either. You could make it as long or as short as you desired, stretching it to 8 miles if you started in the panhandle portion of the park and ran all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Would ambitiously done that a few times, but needed a rest stop on the way back, so would take a break at the bison paddock, west of Spreckles Lake. I always called it the buffalo paddock, and Willie always corrected me and pointed out it was the bison paddock. I knew they were bison. I knew that. Yet every time I called them buffalo. Every time. As we ran, I thought about that and wondered if, before all this had happened, I was having trouble with words. Not just word sequence like juice tangerine, but the actual words themselves. When Willie and I got back to my suite at the Four Seasons, she said,
"Ladies first. I brought a change of clothes. I'll take the first shower."
"Okay, boss," I said, to which she replied, of course,
"And don't call me boss."
After a shower, Willie emerged in one of the room's plush, comfy robes.
"Your turn. I'll change."
And change she did. She put on a pair of tight leather pants and a crop top with a bare midriff. "Today's fashion statement?" I asked. "Rockin' the leather?" She did a 360 pirouette.
"I have a premonition it will be useful."
After our run, we needed nourishment, so I ordered room service. Tarte framboise, along with smoked salmon served with spinach, goat cheese, and sliced almonds. As I'd inhabited the role of rich and famous, I'd become a bit of a foodie during my island hopping. It wasn't to impress, as I always dined alone. It was another means of avoidance, as the taste and the smell and the texture took precedence over contemplation, if only for a brief period. Freedom from thought. After eating, we discussed my meeting with Estella Escovedo. We could have talked about that during our run, but I don't talk and run at the same time. It's not like I have a walking and chewing gum problem. It's just that I run for solitude, not the conversation. After I described the crime scene photos Samson Smith had shown me, Willie said,
"You have a thing about that chair placement, don't you?"
"Yes, but I'm not sure why. But we're going to find out. Up for a little breaking and entering? Darrow's house?"
"Totally.
Chapter 27 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Voodoo Doll. The laws on lockpicking tools are murky. They're either considered a burglary tool and a store won't sell them, or they're not a burglary tool and the store will sell them. I knew from my days on SFPD that in order to break the law, you had to be apprehended with a lockpick set and have felonious intent. Our intent would indeed be felonious, but we weren't about to announce that. Willie found a store she thought would sell lockpicks. Spy World was on Beach Street in Fisherman's Wharf, only a block from Ghirardelli Square. It seemed like a strange spot for such a store. They'd have to pay exorbitant rent for such a location, and really, tourists buying spy stuff they could order on Amazon? Maybe their spy cafe was the big draw. 2-for-1 Irish coffees from 4 to 6 every day. Willie and I bypassed the cafe and entered the store. Their posters announced that they offered services like bug sweeps, and the shelves were stocked with spy stuff products like bug detectors, hidden cameras, and GPS tracking devices. And one device called an infidelity detector. I have no idea how such a gizmo would work, but I'd bet it was their biggest seller. A sales guy approached, and Willie said to me,
"I'll handle this."
Then, batting her eyelashes and making sure her bare midriff was on full display, she started that voodoo thing, or whatever it is, that I'd seen her do at the restaurant that night, where she draws the guy in and transforms him into a mushy pretzel. Willie motioned toward me.
"My brother and I would like to purchase a lockpick set."
"I'm sorry, miss," the sales guy said, mooning over Willie. "We don't sell lockpick sets." Interesting that they would sell tasers and stun guns, but not lockpick sets. Willie pointed to a poster on the wall advertising a lock-picking class, $104 for 2. She glanced at his name tag, then purred,
"Chris, do you have openings for your lock-picking class? One you teach?"
He exclaimed, "We do." His eyes were glassy with sheer animal lust. He said, "I teach that, and I can be your instructor."
"Chris, do you have openings for your lock-picking class? One you teach?"
Yes, yes, yes.
"Great. I'd like that, Chris."
She quite deliberately left me out of the conversation.
"And, Chris, after I pass the class, do I get a lockpick set?"
"You do," he said, and then added somewhat sheepishly, "for an additional charge. So, bottom line, Spy World didn't sell lockpick sets, except that they do sell lockpick sets if you fork over for a class."
"No problem, Chris. Sign me up."
Willie and Chris walked to the counter. I trailed behind, trying to be invisible. Willie pulled out some bills and said, leaning in and lowering her voice,
"Just one thing, Chris. I'm really bad at taking classes and, I hate to be embarrassed. Could I get my lockpick set today? So I could kind of practice a bit?"
I knew what the answer would be. Willie could have asked for the keys to Fort Knox, and the flummoxed Chris would have forked them over. The whole episode was like something out of a Twilight Zone. On top of that, Willie had told me she had a premonition her urban, sexy look would be useful that day, and voila, Chris at Spy World. When we got back to the car, I said to Willie, "You're spooky when you do that thing."
"What thing?"
I said, "That thing you do with men. How do you do that anyway?"
"Simple. They're men. Why do you think prehistoric cavemen invented fire? To attract scantily clad cave girls who wanted to keep warm. That's why."
"Where did that theory come from?" I asked.
"I just made it up. Point is, men's hormonal drive overrides rational thought. And that's a theory I don't think anyone can dispute."
"What you're telling me is that you're an evil temptress," I said.
"When necessary, yes."
Except it hadn't been necessary that night we were in that restaurant. That night, she'd been a temptress just for sport. or to prove something to me. I keep thinking of Willie's spooky powers as something like a Jedi mind trick, even though I don't know what a Jedi mind trick is. I may be the only person on the planet who has never seen a Star Wars movie. My parents were murdered on the day the first Star Wars movie was released. I didn't want anything to remind me of their murders, and Star Wars would do just that. So I never went to see it. After my parents' deaths, having no relatives, I was shuffled from one mercenary foster home to another, none of whom lifted a finger to do anything a young boy might find entertaining, or do anything that might distract me from what had happened, or help me emotionally recover. I received meals and a bed, and the foster parents received a check from the state. I'm certain there are many, many fine and caring and warm foster homes in California, but I never found myself in one. And later, when I could have taken myself to a Star Wars movie, I refused on the basis that they were being labeled space operas. I mean, what the hell is a space opera anyway? Who made that up? It just plain irritated me. Of course, I later realized my space opera beef was manufactured to obscure my real reason for not wanting to see any Star Wars movies. They were forever and irrevocably linked to the date of my parents' death. Chapter 28 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Snoops. So, with Willie's lockpick set, it was time for some illegal trespass, the legal term for breaking and entering. Pacific Heights is the most prestigious neighborhood in San Francisco, so it was no surprise that that's where a man as wealthy as Charles Darrow would live. Before I'd left for my island hopping, I'd often seen the neighborhood referred to as Billionaires Row rather than Pacific Heights. That was due to the influx of high-tech and venture capital rich guys. Pacific Heights is filled with regal mansions of old-world elegance built in the late 1800s and early 1900s. The architectural styles were Victorian, Queen Anne, and Edwardian. I knew this because when I was in college, I briefly thought it would be cool to be an architect and had done some studying. The idea of designing something and seeing it materialize atop bare earth was alluring at the time. In that regard, maybe I shared something with Charles Darrow, who designed and built, and maybe that's why I didn't want to believe he had taken his own life, a life spent building something out of nothing, a life with purpose. The builder of Darrow's house eschewed the fanciful gingerbread designs of the time. It was just a plain, sturdy, two-story house surrounded by four-story houses with towers or turrets or rooftop gardens with spas. It was also the smallest house on the block, even though Darrow could have easily afforded the largest house on the block. Willie and I walked the perimeter of Darrow's house, partly to check things out and partly because I hoped we'd find an unlocked window where we could climb in and not have to use that lockpick thingy. But no unlocked windows, so Willie and I took up position at the front door. There was no red security seal or yellow crime scene tape anymore since it had been decreed by the police that the place was not a crime scene. Fortunately, the house, like most in the area, was set back a good distance from the sidewalk, and there were two columns on the portico to help partially conceal my illicit activity. In addition, Willie positioned herself between the front door and the sidewalk and pretended to talk on her cell while looking over a folder she'd brought. Our cover story, if anyone approached, was that she was a real estate agent and understood the house might soon be on the market. I didn't know what our cover story would be about me on one knee fiddling with a lock, but I left it to Willie to figure that one out. She's good at that. There were 2 locks on the front door, one for the exterior door lock and one for the deadbolt. Both were Schlags. An expert lockpicker would get through both in 3 minutes. It took me 30. It didn't help that even though both locks were Schlags, they weren't the same. I began with a door set, which had 5 pins, then worked with a deadbolt, which had 6 pins. Apparently 1 pin too many for me. Maybe I should have taken the Spy World class. Willie's ribbing about my burglary ineptitude didn't help either. I explained to her that this kind of thing wasn't really in my wheelhouse, and that I'd once spent 2 full days assembling an IKEA Donbus. In my defense, I didn't know what a Donbus was. Still don't, since I didn't actually finish assembly. Willie sympathized, sort of, by saying,
I've seen you struggle with saran wrap, too.
She was enjoying my frustration. Then she commented,
I still can't believe he didn't have an alarm system.
I said, Escovedo checked. No reports of attempted burglary since Darrow bought the house. Guess he thought he didn't need one.
A trusting soul, unfortunately.
I finally defeated the locks when we went inside. Crime scene cleanup is more than sponges, mops, and soap. CTS decon techs are never certain what they're walking into, so initially they take every precaution, wearing non-porous protective suits and gloves as well as filtered respirators and chemical spill boots. After they evaluate the scene, they go to work. I could smell the chemicals used for crime scene cleanup, which prompted a sensory flashback to the smell of my hospital room. Willie, who always seemed to know what was happening with me, asked,
You okay?
Yes, I said, which was mostly true. We did a tour of the house, 3 guest bedrooms and 2 guest baths upstairs. There was minor water damage in one of the baths, which is probably why Danny O'Brien, the plumber, had been there. The main floor had a fairly large master bedroom that looked like it had been originally 2 smaller bedrooms. Master bath, living area, sitting room with a fireplace, a room that had likely been intended as a library and then repurposed as Darrow's office, dining area and kitchen. We checked in the basement. It looked like someone had started to turn it into a wine cellar, then abandoned the project. The only thing left there now was a pile of firewood. Back upstairs, the folder that Willie had pretended to thumb through outside as we broke in was actually a bunch of photos from the property MLS listing when Darrow had purchased the house some 30 years earlier. There hadn't been any dramatic changes since then, other than pulling up carpeting to reveal hardwood plank flooring that was in excellent condition, gleaming. So they'd either been refinished recently or just hadn't had much traffic. Most of the historical touches were preserved, such as the Palladian windows, the bronze light fixtures with etched glass, and the heavy wood crown molding. There were floor-to-ceiling bookshelves in one alcove, lots of books about structural engineering, architectural design, and environmentally friendly construction. Darrow had annotated them with notes and drawings. 2 entire shelves were devoted to books about elephants. There were a few books of poetry, Robert Frost, Walt Whitman, Maya Angelou, and shelves full of heavy reading, Locke, Nietzsche, Kant, Russian classics, Stephen Hawking, Camus, Wittgenstein, Heidegger. A curious and eclectic collection for a construction guy. I thumbed through them to see if the pages were crisp and clean. They weren't. They'd been read. And there was a worn copy of the King James Bible. The print date was after Darrow's wife had died. On the top shelf, out of easy reach, was a box with the contents wrapped in tissue. It was a blown glass elephant. Throughout the house, there are lots of photos. Darrow, his wife, Charles Jr., and Rebecca, an American family. The photos of Rebecca showed a girl with lively eyes and a big smile, hardly the personality she had conveyed to us at the symphony rehearsal. I lingered on one black and white framed photo. It was of Darrow and his wife on a wintry beach. They were holding hands. The sky was gray, they were bundled up, and there were rain droplets on the camera lens. Yet the aura they projected was of a loving couple strolling through a sunlit meadow. I roamed the halls that were lined with photos of Darrow's completed construction projects, each with a handwritten note and location. They were chronological, and Darrow had drawn a little smiley on each one, up until the year his wife had died. After that, no more smileys. We found no signs that Darrow might have had a frequent visitor or a female guest. The only liquor we found was a dusty bottle of brandy, high in a cabinet over the fridge. There was not a single prescription drug in the entire house. We spent over an hour prowling around, not necessarily looking for some eureka piece of evidence, but rather to get a sense of the place, a sense of who Charles Darrow was, and why he would kill himself. Willie and I settled into chairs in the living room, and I said, "Well, what do you think?"
I think some Save the Elephants charity is going to get a boatload of money whenever Lagarde releases the will.
And? I asked.
Okay, seriously. I think time stopped for Charles Darrow when his wife died. Her little knickknacks are still all over the place. Her clothes are still in the master bedroom closet, covered in plastic, as if he were waiting for her return from the dead.
I could tell that as soon as she'd said that, she was afraid it might trigger one of my episodes, so I said preemptively, "I'm fine, Willie." She continued,
I don't think Darrow was even sleeping in the master bedroom. I think he was staying upstairs. Why would a leak develop in the upstairs bath unless someone was using it?
"And your conclusion?" I asked.
Charles Darrow may not have been clinically depressed, but he was a lonely man. Also, if someone wanted Darrow dead, why not just murder him instead of staging a suicide?
"To avoid a murder investigation," I said. And while that may have been part of it, it wasn't all of it. There was another reason. I just didn't know what it was. Chapter 29 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. The Elephants in the Room. My escape from death had been islands surrounded by water. But maybe Willie's observations about Darrow, that he was lost and lonely, were accurate, and his escape had been the final escape, death. But I still clung stubbornly to my increasingly staunch conviction that Charles Darrow did not commit suicide. I was unsure why that had become so important to me. "Let's move to Darrow's office," I said to Willie. The leather chair Darrow had been sitting in had been removed, destined for proper disposal. It would not have been salvageable, and there's always the possibility of blood-borne pathogens. But the CTS techs would still have had to clean the hardwood floor surrounding the chair. It's gruesome to consider, but splattered brain matter will coagulate quickly, and unlike blood, will harden to the consistency of concrete. So the techs would have used putty knives to scrape up Darrow's brains, then enzyme solvent, and then final industrial-grade cleaner. It is lamentable that I knew this. I grabbed a chair from the dining room and placed it where Darrow's chair would have been, normally been, pulled up to his desk. "Have a seat at his desk," I said to Willie. "What do you see?"
I see a nice old desk.
She examined the desktop and opened all the drawers, something we'd already done. I said, "And what would Darrow have seen as he sat there?" Willie looked again, not knowing where I was going with this, and said,
He'd see a nice old desk. His desk.
Now look up. What do you see? Willie surveyed the wall.
I see an entire wall of elephant art. Some are drawings, some are paintings, some are photographs. They're quite impressive.
Okay, I said. Now turn the chair to face me and tell me what you see. She repositioned the chair 180 degrees and said,
I see you.
What else? I asked.
I see the doorway to the sitting room.
And what else? I said. Willie scanned the wall and shrugged.
Nothing significant that I can see. A wall.
Any memories on that wall? I asked.
Memories? Memories?
I said, any of his wife's knickknacks? Any family photos or construction photos?
No.
Okay, I said, bear with me on this.
I always do.
She gave me a very direct look. There was a message there, a message that had nothing to do with Charles Darrow, but now was not the time to figure it out. So, I said, if you were in the final moments of your life about to shoot yourself in the head, would you rather look at a doorway and a nondescript wall, or would you rather be looking at your treasured elephant art?
Look, John, I can tell you've committed yourself to Charles Darrow's death not being a suicide. I'm not sure why or why you seem to need that, but the position of the chair relative to elephant art is a bit thin, don't you think?
On its own, yes, I said. But there's more.
Okay.
Darrow, I said, was wearing a surgical glove on his right hand, the hand that allegedly held the gun.
Not allegedly. You said it had heavy traces of GSR.
Yes, I said, but why wear a glove at all? To keep his hand clean?
I'll admit that's a bit odd,
she said, employing her new favorite pun. And I said, where's the glove for his left hand? Did we find any surgical gloves today?
No.
Neither did Escovedo or the crime scene guys. You don't buy surgical gloves individually or even one pair at a time. You buy them in packets or boxes. And yet there was only that one single glove.
Point well taken. And if I might say, that's a bit more substantive than your elephant theory.
We're painting the big picture here.
Okay, paint away.
The gun, I said. Where did Darrow get it? It was unregistered. Why not just go to a gun shop and purchase one?
The 10-day waiting period?
If it were an impulsive suicide, yes. But Darrow doesn't strike me as an impulsive guy. And how would he even know where to buy a black market gun? He didn't travel in those circles.
True, but he'd know you could just buy just about anything in the Tenderloin.
She immediately bit her lip for saying the word tenderloin. I shook my head and waved it off. Don't worry, I wanted to say. I am getting better. I have purpose. About the gun, I said it was a revolver. 2 cartridges were spent. Obviously, he didn't shoot himself in the head twice. What was the first bullet used for?
Charles Jr. said his father hated guns and was totally unfamiliar with them. Maybe he fired one off just to test it.
Where? I said. In the backyard? In this neighborhood, the sound of a gunshot would prompt a flurry of 911 calls.
I don't know. Someplace out of town?
I could tell Willie was coming around and was now taking the role of helpful devil's advocate. Here's what I think, I said. I think both bullets were fired that night, inside this house. The first was fired by Darrow, who was forced to do so, with a surgical glove on, to place GSR on it. The second bullet was fired into his temple by Charles Darrow's killer. Willie's nod indicated she was open to that possibility. We need to find that first bullet, I said. I sent Willie upstairs and I took the main floor, which seemed the more likely place to find the smoking gun, or more accurately, the smoking bullet. I stood in the center of each room, processing what I could see. I found myself in the sitting room staring at the fireplace. It was massive, in keeping with the era, with a huge cast-iron surround and mantel. On the mantel were several glass-blown elephants. They were a variety of colors, violet, amber, emerald green. By my eye, they were attractive, but flawed and imperfect pieces, asymmetrical. There was room for the glass element I'd found in Darrow's closet, yet it wasn't among those displayed. I retrieved that elephant from the closet and compared it to those on the mantel. The closet elephant had his trunk down. All the mantel elephants had their trunks up. I returned my attention to the fireplace. It had a grate, but contained no firewood. It looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. I found a flashlight in the kitchen utility drawer, got down on my hands and knees, and shined the light up the chimney. The flue was open, and the chimney was filled with dense cobwebs as far up as I could see. I shined the light underneath the grate. The hearth had been swept clean, but it gathered dust due to its lack of use. Next, I went down to the cellar where I'd seen the firewood. Most of it was unsplit rounds, a cord or so. To the right of that stack was a smaller pile of wood. An axe leaned against the cellar wall. There were a couple of tiny splinters on the floor. Odd, since it looked like there'd been no fireplace activity in years. I put on my burglar gloves and disassembled the stack of wood, carefully examining each, then mirroring the position of each piece on the opposite wall. Of course, what I was looking for, what I was hoping for, I found on the very last piece of firewood I inspected. There was a hole in the cut end, the diameter of a .38 caliber bullet. And inside that hole was a .38 caliber bullet. Chapter 30 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Anonymous Tip. Willie and I returned to my suite at the Four Seasons, and I admit I was pretty damn proud of myself. My long shot had finished in the money. We decided on a celebration, perhaps premature, but a celebration nonetheless. We'd go out to dinner together, something we had rarely done. But first I wanted to call Estella Escovedo with the news. I dialed her cell. Estella, this is John Anderson. Do you have time to talk?
Of course, Inspector Anderson.
Just John, please, I said.
John.
Are you at the precinct, I asked?
No, at home.
Good, I said. There's something I need to tell you about.
Sure, but first, about your visit here.
Yes, I said.
I was hitting the booze pretty hard. I'm sure you noticed.
I chose not to acknowledge that.
I don't want to end up as the cop version of the plumber Danny O'Brien, getting sloshed every night, frustrated, and, well, other things.
I didn't interrupt to ask her what the other things were.
Today is my birthday, and...
Happy birthday, Estella.
Thank you. Birthdays are my day for resolutions. Everyone else does New Year's. I do birthdays. My resolution this year is to not go down that slippery slope, the booze. So I've resolved to do something about it. I'm hoping to recruit some fellow officers for a group, just to talk. Not an AA thing. Something that might primp the need for AA.
I said, that sounds like a very good thing to do, Estella. I hoped she'd recruit my friend Samson Smith, he of the breakfast shots at Gino and Carlo, but I didn't volunteer his name, still wanting to keep his involvement out of this. She took a deep breath, sounding happy to get that off her chest, then said,
So what's your news, John?
I said, first of all, Estella, we aren't talking right now.
I don't understand.
I said, I'm calling on a burner. You don't know who I am. I'm anonymous. That's the deal.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
She knew that anonymous sources, even when an officer knows the identity of the anonymous source, are notably unreliable. For one thing, the anonymous source wants to stay anonymous and won't make himself available to back up the information. So all the officer has is second-hand information, hearsay. That would be the case with me. And then there's the whole concept of anonymous tips. When I was with SFPD, we were deluged with them. Many, in the true spirit of San Francisco, were just plain weird. They'd get circulated for laughs. The grand prize winner was the one alerting us that Justin Timberlake and Ryan Phillippe were test tube twins, in league with the Trilateral Commission to take over the entertainment industry and poison our minds. And then there were the alien abductions, exorcisms, talking dogs, all sorts of kooky stuff.
You know the situation this could put me in, a position where I might have to lie about your identity.
Escovedo was a by-the-book straight shooter. That was good. But this might put her in a very tough situation. Finally, she said,
Okay, I'll deal with that situation when and if it arrives. No promises, though. If you can live with that, go ahead.
I gave her the rundown on everything I knew or theorized.
This anonymous person, you, learned about the spent bullet by breaking into Darrow's house.
That would be a logical conclusion, I said, but that anonymous person would have been careful to leave no trace that he was there or in any way taint the crime scene.
What you say plays out, makes sense, even though it's a bit convoluted. Problem is, I'm not sure it's enough to reopen the case, especially if Symington Ord is still involved.
Here's how you might play it, I said. Explain to Ord that he'll be a star, make the front page for cracking a cold case.
Well, it's not very cold, and he won't have exactly cracked it.
A hairline fracture, I said. Enough for him to make the news, which is all he cares about. But you have to realize the consequences of that, Estella.
Which are?
Ord has to blame someone other than himself for closing the book. He may throw you under the bus, Estella. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Chapter 31. All aboard the Unagi train. For our dinner, we went with Willie's suggestion, Tenroku Sushi on Post Street in Lower Pacific Heights, not far from the home of Charles Darrow. Willie and I had been there before, but I'd never been inside the restaurant. That was back when I was still hobbling around, engulfed in the noise of death and, well, afraid to be around the living. It was one of the places we'd go for takeout. We pretended the reason I didn't go in was my lack of mobility. As we got out of her car, Willie said,
They have a conveyor belt for the food. I think you'll like it.
As if offering a child a trip to Disneyland. But that was okay. I was in a good mood. I had mostly unagi sushi along with one each of hotagai and ika. Most people, if you explain to them that unagi is eel, get an ooh, icky look on their face. But unagi is second only to oysters on my favorite food list. Willie had one of just about everything. Hungry girl. She ribbed me about my burglar skills and how it had taken me 30 minutes for me to lock the place back up, despite the fact that I locked the door set from the inside and had only the deadbolt left to lock. Over the relatively short time we'd been in Darrow's house, I couldn't remember if the lock had 5 or 6 pins. I wondered what other things I couldn't remember. Willie said,
I don't think you have a future as a second-story man.
A merry pair of burglars we were. Mercifully, Willie didn't do that voodoo thing of hers with any of the men in the restaurant, although several were admiring her. And Willie had been right. I did enjoy the conveyor belt, dishes rolling by, tantalizing and tempting, a little choo-choo train of goodies. Small pleasures. I will get better. The next morning, we did an early run, starting on the waterfront east of the financial district and ending at the Maritime Museum just past Fisherman's Wharf. It was another cloudy day, June morning, and even though it was early, we had to play Frogger, dodging riders on bike shares and oblivious tourists snapping selfies in front of spots like Cupid's Span. Like most of our recent runs, it was on hard surface. I've been running on beach sand for 18 months, and my knees were now paying a price for running on concrete. And then there were the hills. Among the Maldives' 1,200 islands, the highest point was Mount Villigilly, a whopping 14 feet above sea level. So I hadn't been running hills, but hills were Willie's favorite. The run was 5 miles one way, and although Willie teased me that we should make the run back, we flagged a taxi and returned to the Four Seasons. In what was becoming our morning routine, Willie said she'd take the first shower while I ordered coffee, juice, fruit, and whatever delicious breakfast pastry was on the menu. Room service arrived just as Willie emerged from the shower, wrapped in her plush robe. The room service guy studiously avoided looking at her as if that would be an invasion of privacy, even though her robe was like a nun's habit compared to her bare midriff look of the day before. She returned from the shower and said,
"Your turn. Better hurry before I eat every bite of this."
After I took my shower, I came out in my matching robe. Willie hadn't eaten anything, and she was just putting down her burner phone. "The Ice Princess?" I asked. All she said was no, offering no explanation of who she'd been talking to. That was okay. I mean, she's entitled to her private life, which I realized I knew absolutely nothing about.
"I'll get dressed."
I checked the time and said, "Hang on a second. It's top of the hour. Let's check the local news." I wasn't sure that Estela Escovedo would take any action on the information I'd given her, and even if she did, it probably wouldn't break this soon. But she had, and it did. Darrow's death led the news. With a backdrop photo of Darrow, a chyron screamed, "Billionaire murdered!" I missed the name of the anchor, but it was probably something like Bree or Autumn. She reported breathlessly that due to the heroic efforts of an assistant DA, yes, one Symington Ord, the Darrow case was being reopened. They showed Ord with a backdrop of an American flag, the flag of San Francisco, and the bear flag of California, speaking into a bank of microphones. He announced that he had reopened the investigation into the death of construction magnate and prominent San Francisco resident, Mr. Charles Darrow. He said the original investigation was closed by Officer Estela Escovedo of the SFPD when she ruled it a suicide. That decision by Ms. Escovedo, he intoned, was premature and ill-informed, and said Ms. Escovedo will be removed from the case and suspended pending the results of an internal review. I'd given Estela Escovedo an information cake for her birthday, a cake with a stick of dynamite for a candle, and she'd lit the fuse. I suppose this was a good news, bad news situation. The good news, the Ice Princess had said she'd continue payments if we could prove Darrow didn't commit suicide. So if she was true to her word, and I had doubts about that, the money would keep rolling in. The bad news, which seemed much more important than money, was the blowback on Estela Escovedo. As I'd warned her, there were possible repercussions. But I never imagined Symington Ord would have the indecency to hang her out to dry in public. Chapter 32 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. The Magic Man. I tried calling Estella Escovedo several times. She wouldn't recognize my burner number, and I'm sure she was being hounded by reporters and not picking up, so I left messages. And then, for some reason, and I have no idea what that reason was, I was reminded of something one of the shrinks at SF General had told me about the primary delusionary experience, from Carl Jaspers, I think. Patients, he had told me, sometimes feel that there is something uncanny and suspicious afoot, that the environment is somehow different, perception of reality is unaltered, but there is a change which envelops. It is subtle, pervasive, and foreboding, he had said. And right on cue, that foreboding knocked on my door. Maybe Willie's sixth sense had rubbed off on me. I looked through the peephole to see a man in a dark suit. In normal circumstances, I'd have assumed it was one of the hotel's ambassadors checking in on a VIP guest to ensure that everything was satisfactory. But somehow I knew that wasn't the case. I opened the door. The man was in his mid-30s with a trim build, perfect hair, perfect teeth, and a perfectly tailored suit, and throwback high-top Converse tennis shoes.
Derek Holloway, Special Agent Derek Holloway, FBI.
So, he was the SUV guy. He strode over to Willie and made the same happy introduction. She had an odd look. She didn't offer her name. He looked at both of us standing in our matching bathrobes and said,
"Well, you two look cozy. I'm sorry for the intrusion. I can come back later if that would be more appropriate."
I didn't want to wait to find out what he wanted, so I said, "Now is fine. What's this about?"
I've been a bad boy.
"Pardon?" I asked.
I apparently irritated my superiors enough that they sent me out on scut work.
"Scut work?" I said.
Well, that's what I'd call it. You see, immigration has a new policy to fingerprint every, 10th, 20th arrival, whatever. When you flew in from Dubai, you were number 10 or number 20 or whatever, and they neglected to print you, so they sent me out. Oh, like I said, scut work. So I just need your fingerprints, Xander, and I'll be on my way.
Derek Holloway had a mischievous look. He knew I wouldn't buy his line, not for a second. And I had to admit he seemed like an immensely likable fellow. And since we were already on a first-name basis, I decided to play the game and said, "Sure, Derek. Only problem is my fingers are all, gummy. Just finished some finger food, butterscotch."
I know how that is, Xander. Same problem here when I can't find a spork for my mashed potatoes and have to, use my fingers.
Charming, with a sense of playfulness. I'd guess he was a quarterback and dated the prom queen, and that he could sell a gazillion blenders on the home shopping network and drink beers with you and talk sports with you and just generally be fun to be around. But this particular visit was not intended to be fun, despite the cheery charade. He headed for the door, then turned around and said he'd leave his card, which he held out between two fingers, and with a flick of the wrist, it disappeared. He pointed to the table where his card was now and said, "Call. Maybe we'll get together for drinks."
We'll get those prints another time, so keep your hands clean.
After Derek Holloway left, I turned to Willie. The color in her cheeks had risen, and I didn't think it was because we'd been caught in our bathrobes in the presidential suite of the San Francisco Four Seasons. It was something else. I just didn't know what.
That was interesting.
"He's the black SUV," I said.
What?
"I know. I should have told you."
You think?
"Willie, I didn't know who it was. Just that it was a Fed rig."
What do you think it means?
"It means an FBI agent has been tracking us."
What are we going to do?
"We need to find out who this guy is," I said. "And for that, we need to go to the Pez Museum in Burlingame." Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 33. A Trip to the Museum. We got dressed in preparation for our trip. Willie had returned to her basic black urban hip look. I guess she didn't foresee the need to drown some hapless guppy in hormones, which was fine. I wasn't sure I wanted to witness that again. In the hotel gift shop, I bought us 2 San Francisco Giants baseball caps and a pair of sunglasses for myself. I knew Willie already carried a pair, even though June in San Francisco seldom requires sunglasses. Those pesky and constant summer stratus clouds. I figured if we were driving to Burlingame, we might as well reload on burner phones along the way, save Willie a trip. Not that caps and sunglasses are the greatest disguise, but worn properly, they can conceal one's face from closed-circuit cameras. And the feds do monitor burner purchases. It's one of the ways they nab drug dealers. We each purchased a phone using cash, heads down, in Brisbane, South San Francisco, San Bruno, and Millbrae. With the stops, the drive south on 101 to Burlingame took nearly an hour. During the drive, we didn't talk about the Ice Princess or money. We talked about Estela Escovedo.
She did the right thing.
Yeah, I said, but at what cost? I figured they might slap her wrist, not blindfold her and execute her in public.
Suspended. Does that mean no pay?
That's up to the captain, I said. It depends. And how susceptible is the captain to Ord's bullying? After seeing her house, I doubt Estela has a piggy bank.
Anything we can do?
I doubt it, I said, but I'll call Sampson. He doesn't have enough pull to make a difference, but at least he can find out if she's about to go on food stamps. And then I said, you've got that sleazebag Franklin Brady on your hobby list. I'm putting Symington Ord on mine. I intend to make his life miserable. I don't know how, but I will.
Maybe add him to Aura's to-do list?
Aura Lappy was the reason we were going to the Pez Museum in Burlington, California. If you filled a stadium full of people and asked which one was the hacker, Aura Lappy would be the absolute last person chosen. The best way I could describe her is as a grandmotherly version of Little Orphan Annie with a riot of curly red hair and a never-present twinkle in her eyes. She had a thing for cats, Hungarian food, and Humphrey Bogart movies. And Pez dispensers. I've been to the Pez Museum once before to buy a, what should we call it, a gratuity. As you might guess, there are plenty of Pez dispensers at the Pez Museum, and while it's a museum of sorts, it's really a store with a $3 cover charge. Everything is for sale. We parked right in front, a feat that would be akin to winning the lottery had it happened in San Francisco. After we parked, Willie motioned to a black SUV pulling into a spot across the street. I shook my head. Different SUV, I said. This one has diplomatic plates. The museum was small, just one room, but there were a couple of dozen people packed in. They had Pez dispensers, of course, thousands, supposedly every one ever made. They also had things like the original Mr. Potato Head and a 1934 Buck Rogers rocket pistol. I located the owner, an amiable fellow named Gary, and told him I was looking for a rare Pez dispenser for an ardent collector. How rare, he asked. Very, I replied. As we walked out with our very rare Pez dispenser, Willie said,
Jeez, last time we just bought Aura a Pez poster.
To which I replied, last time we were just a plucky little startup.
Good thing you have that fancy American Express card.
I'd first met Aura Lappy on the Bullard case. At that time, she was IT consulting for SFPD, working out of her house. We were mapping the money trail of the dirty cops to tie a ribbon on the case. She found it, but Bullard flipped before her info would have been used in a court case. The second time I'd worked with Aura Lappy was after the Tenderloin, when Willie and I were in the embryonic stages of building our ethically dubious business. I'd showed Aura my interagency task force business card and all the stuff I'd printed out on suspicious wire transfers. Symington Ord had dismissed it as husbands hiding money from wives, but I saw it as a business opportunity. Aura must have invested enormous time on the list I gave her because she produced a dossier a good 3 inches thick, or more accurately, dossiers, plural. Over 100 guys from my list were stashing money. But before she got into the dossiers, Aura had given me her brief version of the history of the Internet. She'd said,
"When Zuckerberg started Facebook, it was to post pictures of cute college girls. When Snapchat started, it was for horny teenagers to send naughty disappearing photos to each other. That culture hasn't changed as much as you might think. These guys you gave me, they're the Billionaire Boys Club. Boys chase girls. And these boys want new girls. That's why they're stashing money. They're preparing to trade up and don't want to get cleaned out in the process. I don't think they're laundering money or evading taxes. They're just hiding their money from their soon-to-be ex-wives' divorce attorneys. Not doing a particularly good job of it, I might add, but that's what they're doing."
She had pointed to the stack of dossiers and said,
"That's just the tip of the iceberg. If I'd printed out everything, it would have filled the room."
So she gave me encrypted access to her private site where she had compiled the data for us. Among the things she had done was scrape social media accounts. Willie and I then spent countless hours combing through what Aura had turned up. One thing that became apparent was that these supposed innovative thinkers were mere sheep following the same trends and Silicon Valley fads. One guy parks his red Ferrari in his 5-car garage, then buys a Tesla, and soon they all buy a Tesla. One guy posts a picture of himself sitting in his new Aeron chair, and soon they're all sitting in Aeron chairs. Backyard chickens? Sure, I want some of those. Almond milk, a Juicy Arrow juicer, a panini press, a talking refrigerator. I want those too. They even wanted dirty water when that was a Silicon Valley fad. Yes, dirty water. Unfiltered, untreated, and unsterilized raw water. No Avion for these guys, no way. They wanted the stuff the cool kids were drinking. $40 for a 2.5-gallon glass orb. Hepatitis A or E. coli? No worries. I'm Silicon Valley elite. And Patagonia fleece vests were big, very trendy. Even the venture capitalists who flew in with bank vaults of funds wore fleece vests. And if they forgot to bring one, there's actually a fleece vest vending machine at the San Francisco airport. When in Rome. Relying on Aura's scraping from Facebook and Instagram, Willie and I constructed a timeline, a history of each of these guys and their desires. Early on, they'd frequently post pictures of themselves with their wife. As time passed, there were fewer pictures of the wife. Ultimately, no pictures of their wife. Their wife had been replaced by a sailboat or some other object of desire. Of course, the sailboat was just a stand-in for the true object of their desire, a shiny new trophy wife with perky breasts who would laugh at their jokes. And while all that was important, and indeed the critical component of the business Willie and I would start, I grow weary and cynical about social media. I'd read that early techno-philosophers had envisioned the Internet as a tool, a weapon for the 99%ers, as Rebecca Darrow would call them, that they would use that tool to democratize despots, oligarchs, and monopolies. And yet what happened was the exact opposite. The Internet produced even more monopolies: Google, Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, and the rest. And instead of a place to enlighten, the Internet became a place where users vomit up every tiny detail of their lives. The Internet was supposed to make the powerful transparent. Instead, it made the powerless transparent. Social media became the behavioral cocaine, and the 99%er Davids snorted it up, much to the delight of the 1%er Goliaths. For the Davids, the Internet wasn't a giant Slayer slingshot, it was a boomerang. Charles Darrow is Dead, Chapter 34. The Cheese Lady. On our return from Burlingame, we torched another burner calling Aura Lappy to ask if we could drop by. She seemed excited to hear from me.
Sure, but I'm at a different address now. Moving on up.
Her new address was the Bentley on Nob Hill. Moving on up was right, the high-rent district, to say the least. The previous times I'd visited her, she had been living in a tiny place in the inner Richmond. I pressed the Bentley's buzzer, the intercom crackled, and I said, "Cheese Lady." My nickname for Aura Lappy had always been Cheese Lady, so she knew who was buzzing. Cheese Lady, since both her first and last names were types of cheese from Finland. And she spoke with a British accent. Go figure. She squealed,
"Inspector John!"
and buzzed us in. Willie and I rode the elevator up to the 9th of the building's 10 floors. The 10th floor would have been the highest point on Nob Hill. We knocked on Aura's door. She greeted us dressed in a bright orange muumuu and slippers with ornamental plastic flowers, one green, one purple.
Quick, quick,
she said, motioning us in.
Don't want to let the kitties out.
Once inside, she gave us both big hugs, then said to Willie,
"You let your hair grow long. Oh, looks fantastic, dear."
Willie nodded a bit sheepishly. Aura then appraised my tan and said,
"And you, darling. You didn't get that tan in San Francisco. Been visiting tropical isles?"
"Something like that," I replied. Actually, my Kudahura tan was fading. If I stayed in San Francisco much longer, I'd look like everyone else in San Francisco, which is to say I'd be pale as a Norwegian. The only time you can get anything resembling a tan in San Francisco is April, the first days of sun, when everyone rushes to the park or the beach to turn various shades of pink in the clear 65-degree weather.
"Let me introduce my little furballs. This is Null."
She pointed to the cat rubbing up against Willie's leg. Willie bent down to give Null some attention, which he very much appreciated.
"Wow, girl, you got the magic. Null hates strangers."
Maybe Willie was doing her voodoo thing on the darn cat.
On the couch is Void. He likes his naps. And on the sofa is Zero. Inside Zero beats the heart of a terrorist. I covered the furniture with plastic for a while, but that was no fun. So now I just snip off the shreds and reupholster every couple of months. It's a small price to pay for all the love they give me.
She gave us a tour of her new digs. The Bentley's was a 1920s Art Deco building, and like Charles Darrow's house, some of the smaller rooms had been combined to give the apartment an open feel. The views were nothing short of spectacular. Aura turned the second bedroom into her office. Her office in her old inner Richmond home, if you could have even called it an office, had been a cheap Office Depot laminate desk and a single computer pressed up against her kitchen wall, which was plastered with Post-it notes. Her desk had been so submerged in paper that her printer was on the floor. But here she had an entire room with a desktop as long as a picnic table and 6 computer screens, 3 of which were suspended in an arc above her desk. It looked like the control room of a nuclear plant.
"I have to multitask,"
she said, motioning to all the screens.
"Been busy?"
Willie asked.
"Like you wouldn't believe. I could clone myself 10 times over and I still wouldn't be able to keep up."
Aura Lappy had become a celebrity among white-hat hackers after she cracked the infamous Christoph malware in less than 4 hours. I'd read about that. She'd received some sort of award that had been given out at the annual DEF CON Hackers Convention in Las Vegas. Sooner or later, I'd have to explain why we were there, so to lead into that, I asked, "What type of work are you doing?"
"Bug bounties are my bread and butter. That's what feeds my kitties and pays for this place. Companies call it their Vulnerability Reward Program. The big boys pay big money to ferret out bugs in their software. Google paid out millions last year. I got a chunk of that. Even the DoD does bug bounties, budgeted $34 million this year. Your tax dollars at work. I'll get a chunk of that, too."
I said, "So many bugs, so few Aura Lappies."
It's become an entire industry. Companies like BugCrowd, HackerOne, Synac, and Cobalt chasing cross-site scripting, DDoS attacks, emergency database rollbacks, vulnerable SSL encryption, spear phishing, you name it. One bad config on one key component can bankrupt a company. And the burgeoning ransom malware, which is only getting worse since the ransoms are now paid in Bitcoin and can't be tracked. Or at least they think it can't. I nailed 2 of them last month.
Detective work, I said.
Exactly. And I'm guessing that's why you're here?
It is, I said. But first I have something for you. I nodded to Willie, and she pulled out the very rare Pez dispenser and handed it to Aura. It was just a Pez dispenser as far as I could see. Atop the dispenser was a little round-faced guy wearing a green bowler hat.
Oh my god! This is the Alpine Man from the 1972 Munich Olympics. And this is the one with the moustache? Oh my god.
As she looked adoringly at the little doohickey, she looked more like little Orphan Annie than a grandmotherly version of Orphan Annie. Then her face dropped a bit, and she said,
"Whose is it?"
She seemed to think I'd just brought it by to show it to her. "It's yours," I said, which she followed up with a few more rounds of, "My God." Her joy made me happy. Small pleasures given, small pleasures received. I was getting better. But I had to return to the business at hand. I gave her Derek Holloway's card.
A Phoebe?
I nodded. She took another look at her new Pez dispenser and said,
"Whatever you need, darling."
Chapter 35 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Coincidence. A few free Pez does not a meal make. Willie and I were both hungry and debated where to eat after leaving Aura's.
Mongkok? Shumai and Hargau?
I nodded. Mongkok was nearby on Stockton. It looked like a hole in the wall, but their dim sum was excellent. It was one of those places that Willie and I had gone for takeout, and I'd wait in the car, avoiding human contact. But then I realized where I really wanted to go. I said, "You know what I miss about being in San Francisco?" Willie looked at me expectantly. "Eating at Swan's," I said.
Swan's would be fine. Great.
On our way to Swan's, we took a detour by Estela Escovedo's house. I'd called a couple more times, but no response, and I wanted to talk to her, see if there was any way I might help, even though I didn't know how I could help. But a couple of news vans had staked their place out, a clear indication that Darrow's death would be more than a one-day story. Then we drove by Charles Darrow's house. The yellow crime scene tape was back up, there were a couple of CSI vehicles parked in front, and the officers at the door appeared to be fending off reporters. Swan Oyster Depot on Polk Street had been my favorite restaurant in all of San Francisco, which is no small thing considering that San Francisco is home to an abundance of world-class eateries. And I'd missed my oysters, which can't be found in the warm waters of tropical isles. I'd first gone to the century-old Swan's when I was very young and my parents were still alive, and later when I'd moved to the city. I'd go there at least once a week. Small, no frills, old school. It was beloved by the late Anthony Bourdain, even before it had been discovered by tourists, and there was always a line to get in. Pesky tourists discovering our secrets. There was always lots of energy and banter behind the lunch counter. The guys cracking jokes, guys cracking crabs, shucking oysters, dishing up chowder, popping open anchor steams. As we stood in line on the sidewalk, I looked forward to an order of Miyagi oysters with lemon and horseradish. And, of course, San Francisco sourdough. I told Willie, if you know in advance when I'm going to die next time, order up some oysters for my last meal. She said,
"Don't talk like that."
I was getting better, able to joke about death. As we stood in line, we rehashed where we were regarding Darrow. Aura Lappy was going to figure out who Special Agent Derek Holloway was, but it would take time. She had 2 time-sensitive crises for important clients who'd had logic bombs dropped on them, whatever a logic bomb is. And I hadn't wanted to push by asking her when she'd get to Holloway, and I intended to load her up by asking her to also look into Raymond Lagarde, Darrow's attorney, and Symington Ord, my new disparagement hobby, all in 2 time. We ran through my theory that the killer had fired a bullet into Darrow's brain, then gone to the basement, put on a surgical glove, fired the .38 caliber into a piece of firewood to place gunshot residue on that glove, then pulled the JSR tainted glove on the dead Charles Darrow's hand. As I explained it, it sounded far-fetched, even to me. Sensing that, Willie played supportive devil's advocate, saying that 2 gunshots that night would have been noticed by the neighbors, but when the cops interviewed neighbors, they all said they'd heard only 1 shot. I said, the basement is underground with thick concrete foundation walls. I'm not sure the sound would have carried.
Charles Jr. said his father hated guns and was totally unfamiliar with them. Maybe he fired one off just to test it.
I said, and then buried the stick of wood at the very bottom of the stack of firewood? What would his motivation be for that? In fact, what would anyone's motivation be for anything? Willie probably had the best read when she said Darrow had not been a happy man, but that would be a motivation for suicide, not murder. For some reason, I needed it to be murder. So who would have been motivated to murder Darrow? Willie and I had talked to over 40 people, mostly by phone, and not a single one had uttered an ill word about Charles Darrow. Except for his daughter Rebecca, and as much as she hated rich people, I couldn't see her shooting her own father in the head. It just didn't compute. And then there was attorney Raymond Lagarde, who I had no valid reason to suspect, other than a vague sense of mistrust about him. But Willie had checked him out, and if he'd committed past deeds, they weren't of public record. So who did that leave? Well, nobody. We've been trying to speak in hushed tones, but no one seemed interested in our talk of murder and suicide. After about 45 minutes, we were 4th in line when FBI Special Agent Derek Holloway emerged from the front door of Swan's. He saw us and with a big smile shook my hand enthusiastically.
Mr. X, what a coincidence, huh?
Indeed it was. And how could he have known that while island hopping I was often referred to as Mr. X?
Just discovered this place. I highly recommend the West Coast Little Necks on the half shell. And the octopus salad. And, Willie, so good to see you again.
At which point he gave her a big hug, which, surprisingly, she accepted. In fact, she returned his hug. He turned to leave, then turned back and said,
Well, it looks like you guys are up next. Enjoy.
And then, inexplicably, he asked if we knew who invented the game of Monopoly.
A man named, wait for it, Charles Darrow. Starts on Baltic, ends up on Boardwalk. I guess that's life imitating art, huh? Or life imitating games. Anyway, see you later. And Mr. X, be careful not to land on the go directly to jail spot.
And with that, he walked off. When Holloway had made his playful cameo in my hotel suite, his finale was the trick where he flicked his fingers and his card disappeared up his sleeve, then pointed to the table where he had placed another card in plain sight. So what did Holloway have up his sleeve now? Charles Darrow is dead. Chapter 36. Motive. Derek Holloway had tanked my mood, but not enough to trigger an episode. Was I finally free of those? Not sure, but certainly he had taken the enjoyment out of the prospect of eating at Swan's. I tried to dissect what he'd said, but I was fixated by the Derek Willie hug. And to further dampen the atmosphere, I got a call from Estela Escovedo.
Deja de llamar. You can quit calling. I didn't give you up, which I know is why you called and the only thing you care about.
And with that, she hung up before I could respond. I called right back, but she had my number blocked. I tried star 67, but still couldn't get through. Estela Escovedo had done the right thing, apparently without regard for how it might affect her personally. And now she was holed up and circled by media, probably drowning herself in cheap whiskey. Hers was a selfless and brave act, but I feared the consequences would crush her. And I couldn't think of a damn thing that might help. Willie let herself into my suite and said,
Ready? I'm thinking Tank Hill. Work those stairs.
I wasn't in the mood. Plus, I needed an excuse to give my knees a day off, so I said, Morning rain, they say. Can we skip a day? Actually, I love to run in the rain, at least in warm tropical rain. It reinvigorates me while replenishing the sea, that protective moat which surrounds and isolates me. Willie wasn't buying my excuse. She could read me too well, but she didn't press the subject. We sat quietly, then I spoke of the thing that hung in the air. I said, Derek Holloway is a threat, and he wants us to know he's a threat. That threat had everything to do with Charles Darrow. Holloway had wanted us to know he was following when Willie and I started our quest to talk to Darrow's recent contacts. And it wanted us to know who he was when he'd come into the room with that obvious hoax about needing my fingerprints. He was orchestrating everything. And how could he possibly know we'd be eating at Swan's and arrive before we did? I asked Willie, did we actually see him leaving Swan's, or did he slide in with the illusion he'd been there, another magic trick? We both thought about that, but neither of us could be absolutely certain. Willie and I spent the better part of an hour trying to figure out what was up with FBI agent Derek Holloway. The only scenarios we came up with were even more implausible than my Charles Darrow murder theory, which for some reason I had become increasingly doubtful about. With worn out speculation about Derek Holloway, so at the top of the hour I flipped on the TV, presumably one of those daytime chit-chat thingies with cooking recipes and celebrity gossip. The news team led with billionaire murdered news with the same screaming chyron, this time accompanied by ominous music. Charles Darrow's murder now had a theme song, yet another indication they were going to ride this story as long as they could. But there was no new news or declined to say why they'd reopened the case. The interview with him was mostly Symington Ord cravingly touting his credentials, complete with his trademark twitchiness. If Ord was going to run for higher office, he'd need to get a political consultant, someone like that sleazebag Franklin Brady, to teach him not to flop around like he'd just gotten tasered. Or, it occurred to me, perhaps Ord just had some coordination disorder he couldn't control, a physical affliction, in which case I was being unfairly judgmental. I have my own afflictions, psychological, not physical, but afflictions just the same. Since they didn't have any new news, they'd put together an expert panel to discuss the non-news of what they already knew. There was an ex-prosecutor from L.A. looking suitably serious, and an ex-cop from Fresno looking suitably tough, and, get this, a crime psychic looking suitably kooky, with caterpillar eyebrows and wearing a puka shell necklace. The show must go on. Willie and I watched the silliness for a while. Then we both laughed, breaking the spell, at least temporarily, of our Derek Holloway-induced paranoia. Okay, I said, let's move on. I think it was Lescourt who wrote that the most common motives for murder are love, lust, lucre, and loathing.
You actually read something other than a Murakami?
Dr. Seuss, I said, trying a wisecrack.
I think we can cross love and lust off the list.
I agreed.
As for lucre, we have no idea who would financially benefit from Darrow's death, since we have no idea who's in his will.
True, I said.
Maybe we should put that on Ara's list. Find out what's in Darrow's will. I'm sure she could do that.
I said, I think Ara could find out anything, but she's buried, Willie. And she's gotten used to the lifestyle, needs to take care of her clients who pay her in currency rather than Pez dispensers. And sooner or later, the will of Charles Darrow will be made public in a probate filing. On that, we'll just have to be patient. Willie is not a patient person, but she nodded agreement.
Okay, Lescourt's moves. Loathing. There seems to be no suspects in that category. Darrow was universally admired.
Yes, I agreed.
But we've come to that conclusion based on the list that the Ice Princess gave us.
Meaning, I asked?
What if her list is incomplete or inaccurate? Maybe she's in cahoots with someone.
Cahoots? I chuckled.
If you can say gumshoe, I can say cahoots. Anyway, maybe all we're doing is a charade intended to eliminate her as a suspect.
Leave it to Willie to come up with an angle I hadn't considered. At least, not yet. Chapter 37 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Derek Holloway revealed. Willie and I went a few more rounds of discussing motive, then returned to our phone calls. We tweaked our questions, asking about their interaction and opinion of, not of Charles Darrow, but of the Ice Princess. She didn't get rave reviews. And instead of asking whether Darrow seemed unhappy, we turned that question upside down and asked if he seemed happy. Yes, they said, he did. I'd hoped to hear back from Estella Escovedo. Maybe she'd sobered up and reconsidered what she'd said to me, but she didn't call. I'd also hoped to hear from Ara Lappi about FBI Special Agent Derek Holloway. Knowing what he was up to had become more critical after the previous evening at Swan's. Ara didn't call either. But the Ice Princess did. Willie took the call. Cupping her hand over the phone, she said to me,
She wants to talk to you. In person.
Not a chance, I said. Willie spoke into the phone.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. I see. Yes. Okay, he'll be there at 4 o'clock.
Well, I said, you sure put your foot down on that one.
The suit I brought you is still here. Would you like to get all dressed up for the occasion?
Just jeans, I said, and a flak jacket. Phone calls to that list were tedious and unrevealing. Shortly before noon, Willie said she had to leave. I didn't ask why. Willie knew everything about me, but I realized I knew very little about Willie. But I took it as a blessing that in her absence I could play hooky and do something that didn't involve dialing the phone. I dug out my Kindle with the intention of reading something that had nothing to do with murder or suicide. It was dead, battery drained, figures. Then Ara Lappi called. She sounded harried.
I'd love to have you and your cutie pie over for a full report, but I'm slammed.
I didn't correct her about Willie being my cutie pie.
So, for now, let me just give you the bottom line. Derek Alexander Holloway, single, born Cicero, Illinois. Graduated high schooler, mediocre student, amateur magician, good athletes. His graduating class voted him most likely to become filthy rich. College at the undistinguished Western Illinois University, where he was appropriately undistinguished. Mediocre student, or worse, big frat boy. His fraternity put together a calendar of brothers in Calvin Klein underwear. The guy looks like he should be on the cover of a romance novel. I'd be keeping your cutie pie away from this guy. He's a hunk.
This time I did correct her on the cutie pie thing, to which she replied,
Yeah, sure. Anyway, he somehow got into the FBI Academy. Not sure how, but looks like an uncle had some pull. I haven't been able to crack his records there yet, but I will as soon as I get my head above water. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Mr. Most Likely to Become Filthy Rich is decidedly poor. He's still at GS10, low-grade pay. He's received the mandatory step pay increases, but no promotions or merit pay rises. He's stationed at the DC office, which is a good posting for an ambitious agent, but Holloway's problem is that DC is an expensive place to live. And he made it more expensive by buying a condo in Chevy Chase, a suitable habitat for K Street lobbyists in alligator shoes, but not for government employees. He's 60 days from foreclosure, and get this, he has 27 credit cards. 27! 25 are maxed, and the collection agents are barking at his door. He's also close to having his Lexus convertible repossessed.
How'd he get so far in debt, I asked.
The old cliché. Champagne taste on a beer budget. There's the expensive condo and the car, of course, but the guy also likes his fancy clothes. A lot. Plenty of credit card charges at the most exclusive men's stores in DC, plus an occasional jaunt to Barney's in New York. Brioni suits, Charvet ties, Egyptian cotton shirts, and that sort of thing. Stays at the St. Regis, hits the exclusive nightclubs like Le Bain and Lavo.
It would have been hypocritical for me to comment since I'd been blowing money on island hopping, which was just as frivolous as expensive men's clothing. But at least I had the money to pay.
I haven't uncovered any potentially illegal activity yet. No money laundering, since he has no money. With all the credit cards, he probably falsified financial info on his apps, but as you know, that seldom results in criminal charges. However, when the FBI finds out about that, which they will, he'll be on food stamps and living in Section 8 housing. And I'm guessing you know where he is now, since you asked me to look into this.
San Francisco, I said.
Yep, right here in the city by the bay. Can't tell for sure yet, but I don't think he's here in any official capacity. He appears to be on vacation or leave or suspension or something. And as further evidence of his dire financial straits, he's staying at the Surfside Motor Inn, a roach motel that is nowhere near any surf.
As Aura spoke, I Googled some images. The Surfside looked like a relic of the 1950s. Neon sign advertising color TV. Probably still had magic fingers, too. My mind drifted off back to my own stays at roach motels. My third set of foster parents would check me into roach motels and leave me there with a bag full of change. They told me that I could eat anything I wanted out of the vending machine. Chips, cookies, candy, pop. A week or so later, they'd pick me up without acknowledging how long I'd been left alone.
John? Inspector John? Are you listening?
Yes, I said. I'm listening, Aura.
A guy like Holloway who has champagne taste isn't going to stay in a dump like the Surfside unless he's down to his last dime. And I don't need to tell you this, but a man with desperate money problems can do crazy things.
I asked Aura when Derek Holloway had checked into the Surfside. He'd checked in 2 days before Charles Darrow had been murdered. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 38, The Ice Princess. So, thanks to Aura Loppy, FBI Special Agent Derek Holloway was less of a mystery and more of a threat, much more. It showed up in San Francisco 2 days before Charles Darrow was dead, and then seemingly tracked every move Willie and I made, without disguising the fact that he was monitoring us. But why? I didn't know, nor did I have any theories. But I'd have to put Derek Holloway on the back burner. Now I had to deal with the Ice Princess. I'd never been to the Trick Dog Bar in the Mission Flats, and I never would have found it without the cab driver's help. It was in a quiet neighborhood. It had no sign, the ultimate in cool. It seemed like an odd location for the Ice Princess to have chosen, but I was certain she had a calculated reason for meeting there. The place was small, yet had a cavernous feel with an open second floor. It was sparsely decorated with enormous windows, trendy exposed metal beams, and a cement floor. There was a long bar for standing, drinking, and chatting, as well as a few scattered tables. The clientele was very white, looked like financial district types in their 20s or 30s. Not many high-tech guys with fleece vests. The acoustics were terrible, likely by design, and the place sounded like a high school cafeteria. Even though it was well before cocktail hour, the place was nearly full. There was one unoccupied table. I grabbed it. No sign of the Ice Princess, but I expected that. Tactical tardiness. The waiter handed me a menu printed on a dog calendar listing all sorts of exciting cocktails like Frantic Fog, Attic Gulag, Scooby Snack, Reptilian Elite, and so on. I thought about ordering a broomstick backlog for the princess, but I doubt she'd get the dig. The Ice Princess had no sense of humor. About that, I was sure. I passed on the exotic drinks and ordered a beer, convincing myself that I actually wanted a beer, and it wasn't just that I needed a small dose of courage. The Ice Princess scared the hell out of me. As I waited, I played a guessing game, placing bets with myself. Would she sashay in with her huge cat in tow as a fashion statement? Or as a threat to gnaw my leg off? Yes. Would she wear sunglasses even though it wasn't sunny out? Yes. Would her long blonde hair be on full display? Yes. Would she wear a power suit for intimidation? Or would she be wearing something with a plunging neckline for sexual intimidation? Yes to one of those. Would she be wearing heels? Yes. The woman probably strapped on 4-inch sling-back monoloblonic stilettos to walk from her living room to her kitchen, where she sacrificed goats. I was sipping my beer and practicing my sneer when she walked in. I'd been right about the sunglasses. I've been wrong about everything else. She wore blue jeans, a baggy tin-whistle sweatshirt, and sneakers. Her hair was in a long ponytail, pulled through the hole in the back of her 49ers cap. Did she know that was a look I liked? How could she know? Could she possibly be that devious and calculating? She pointed to the empty chair and asked,
"May I?"
I offered a gesture which said whatever. She sat.
"I'm sorry I'm late."
This, I thought, was a dangerous woman working to keep me off balance. Her clothes, her hair, her apology for being late. She waved off the waiter's drink menu and said,
"Just sparkling water, please."
She had every intention of keeping her wits about her. Meanwhile, I gulped my beer. After some silence, she took a deep breath.
I made a promise to you. It's a promise I will be unable to keep. I'll try to explain, but may I ask you a question first?
I offered no response, but she asked her question anyway.
That day you were in my office, you seemed sort of, zoned out. Like I wasn't even there. Are you okay?
She was right, of course. I'd had one of my episodes. One moment I was listening to her. The next moment I was wandering the building lobby with a thumb drive in my hand. But I certainly wasn't going to acknowledge that, so I continued my silence. She pursed her lips.
Okay. I guess I'll be the one to talk.
She took off her sunglasses and laid them on the table.
I moved here from a small town 8 years ago. I wanted to be an artist. I do charcoals, some pencil.
So the artwork I'd seen on the wall of her office was her work. I recalled appreciating it from a distance before my episode. The revelation that she was the artist gave me a new perspective on the Ice Princess, but I had no idea what that perspective was.
I tried everything, every gallery, every art show, but I couldn't sell anything. So I remade myself. I even hired a speech coach to get rid of my West Texas drawl. I started dressing like a San Franciscan. I'm being very honest with you here. I even tried to seduce a couple of gallery owners, thinking that would get me in the door. It didn't.
She took a sip of her mineral water.
The only thing I could conclude was that my art was not good, or at the very least, it wasn't commercially viable. By that time, I was not only disheartened, I was nearly broke, not that far from living on the streets. I talk to my big brother regularly. We're very close.
She motioned toward one of the bartenders.
And he knew I was in trouble, so he moved here to help.
So that solved the mystery of why we were meeting at Trick Dog. This is where her brother worked. It was a safe place for her.
I got a job as a waitress at a Greasy Spoon. Not exactly my dream. I could have done that if I'd stayed in Texas. Then I saw an article in the paper that Charles Darrow's wife died, and she'd been his right hand at the office. And this part is terrible. Truly terrible. But I went to the funeral to get his wife's job.
She was in full confessional mode. I didn't know what to make of that, nor what she intended I make of that, so I maintained my silence.
After that, I went to Mr. Darrow's office. I doubt he even remembered me from the funeral. He was, well, I guess he was in a state of shock more than a state of mourning. Later, as I learned more about his relationship with Mrs. Darrow, I could understand why. Theirs was a fairy tale relationship. High school sweethearts, lovebirds, they marry, have kids. A partnership, really, both at home and at work.
She looked down at the table.
So, anyway, I just showed up at his office the next day, answering the phone and announcing myself as Mr. Darrow's new assistant. It was all very predatory on my part. When Mr. Darrow came back into the office a week later, he seemed to accept my presence and my self-appointed role. At that point, he wasn't emotionally equipped to question why I was there. He just wanted to get on with business, since that was the only thing that might take his mind off the passing of his wife. And I was helping him do that.
She spread her palms.
So that's how I ended up as Mr. Darrow's executive assistant. And suddenly I had something I'd been craving. A real job. Respect. Because of my self-appointed status, I received immediate deference from those who called or came to the office. After all, if Charles Darrow put me in that position, I must have done something to earn it or deserve it. And so, I remade myself again. I abandoned the artist look. Business wardrobe, hair up, that sort of thing.
She fiddled with her water.
The respect from Mr. Darrow came more slowly, but he gradually came to appreciate, maybe even value, my role as his gatekeeper.
Maybe, I asked, as my first words to her. She gave that considerable thought before speaking.
The relationship between Mr. Darrow and myself was, well, somewhat distant, even though we interacted every day. I was never entirely certain he wanted me there. Probably my insecurity. Don't know. Mr. Darrow was such a kind man. Maybe he just didn't want to throw me back into the world. He was very perceptive, and I had the feeling he knew of my struggles as an artist and as a person, even though we never discussed anything personal.
I said, it was during your insecurities that you did your charcoal art. She looked surprised at my observation.
Yes, an outlet, I guess. During that time, I never displayed them in the office. A few people outside the office I showed my art to thought it conveyed pain, and I admit, there is a darkness to them. But it had been my intention to also convey hope. Guess I missed the mark.
You didn't, I said. And with that, the Ice Princess offered an appreciative smile, an unexpected development. Chapter 39 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. The Long Walk Home. I decided to walk back to the Four Seasons, a couple of miles, I guessed. It wasn't because I hadn't run that morning and needed exercise. I wanted the time and the privacy, that unique flavor of privacy you get only when surrounded by strangers on the sidewalk, strangers who care nothing about what's going on in your life. I cut over to Folsom, famous for its BDSM and leather shops, then right on Mission, famous for its huge, bold, colorful murals. Melissa and I had talked for an hour. Melissa, that was the Ice Princess's name, Melissa Simmons. Turned out she hadn't been raised by wolves. Sure, she could be pulling a major league con on me, but I didn't think so. She had bared her soul. She readily confessed that as time passed, she'd become, in her word, a bitch. She'd felt she'd needed to in order to weed out all of the demands placed on a man like Charles Darrow, and never once, she'd told me, had he overruled her decision as to who could or could not reach him. She thanked me profusely for Charles Darrow's case being reopened. I deflected her praise toward Estella Escovedo and warned her that while the case had been reopened, his death could still be ruled a suicide. She said that for a man like Mr. Darrow, suicide should not be seen as the last chapter in his life. I agreed. But I also remember the first piece of advice Samson Smith had given me after the department promoted me to inspector. He'd said, "You can't figure out the truth if you think you know in advance what the truth is." Both Melissa and I had decided in advance what the truth was, that Charles Darrow had not committed suicide. But what if we were wrong? And she explained to me about the money Darrow had been paying me and Willie. She knew about that. And that there might not be any more payments. The only surprise was that her declaration didn't surprise me. Raymond Lagarde, Darrow's attorney, had successfully petitioned the court for provisional custodial control of Darrow's business. The very first thing he did was fire Melissa.
"I know you and Mr. Darrow had a financial arrangement,"
she'd said to me.
"I don't know why. If Mr. Darrow had wanted to tell me the reason, he would have. My role is simply logistical, to bypass Lagarde and Whitley Jenks, Mr. Darrow's accountant, to facilitate payment. Since Lagarde has fired me, I'm no longer in a position to do that. I'm very, very sorry. I promised you payments would continue if you could prove Mr. Darrow didn't commit suicide. That was my honest intention."
So Melissa Simmons had gone from East Texas girl to San Francisco starving artist to company power broker. She had no idea what was next for her, what the next step in her evolution would be, but somehow I thought she had a better sense of self than I did. As for Derek Holloway, I couldn't fit the pieces together. He needed money, Darrow had money, and it inexplicably showed up in town 2 days before Darrow's death, a smelly coincidence. But why? I'd asked Melissa if she'd ever heard of Derek Holloway. She hadn't. Nor was Holloway on the list of Darrow's contacts. How could Derek Holloway possibly benefit from Darrow's death? An illegitimate son who figured he was in Darrow's will? I'd researched every corner of Darrow's life, and a bastard child was not the secret I'd been safekeeping for him. Was Derek Holloway a hitman hired by someone who wanted Darrow dead? That didn't make sense either, because if that were the case, why would Holloway be deliberately obvious in following Willie and me, then show up in my room to introduce himself with a peculiar charade? As for me, I tried to figure out why I was even here in San Francisco. Initially, it was because of Willie's urging, or more accurately, her insistence. Now I didn't know why I was here, or what the hell I was doing. As I walked along Mission on my way back to the Four Seasons, the vibrant murals gave way to stretches of general grunge, observable drug dealing, garbage, the homeless, and an aura of hopelessness not dissimilar to the Tenderloin. The Tenderloin was not something I wished to be reminded of, so I zigzagged off Mission onto Howard Street. I walked by the Intercontinental Hotel, 30 or so floors of gleaming glass. A black Chevy Tahoe SUV caught my eye. There was no shortage of black SUVs in San Francisco, or anywhere else for that matter, but my radar was alerted when I spotted one, even peripherally. I stopped and watched the SUV pull up to the front entrance. The hotel valet came around to the driver's side. Out stepped FBI Special Agent Derek Holloway. As the valet drove off to park the SUV, I saw who got out of the passenger side. The woman, a few paces ahead of Holloway, shot him a glance and a tantalizing smile over her shoulder. It was Willie. Chapter 40. Derek Holloway and Willie. My Willie. The hurt this caused was a pain I'd never felt before, nor did I know its true source. Was it just a sense of betrayal, or was there something more, something I couldn't identify? I was forced to realize I really didn't know Willie. Not before the Tenderloin, not before the hospital, not during my physical rehabilitation, and not during the last many months when our only contact were the phone calls about our client's status. I had no idea what she'd been doing during my island hopping, nor what her life had been like before we met. Maybe it was folly to think I ever knew her. I'd been selfishly engulfed in my own trauma. When we look in the rearview mirror, we want to ascribe events to either chance or fate. Was it chance that Holloway showed up in San Francisco 2 days before Darrow was murdered? Was it chance that Willie insisted I return to San Francisco? Was it chance that Derek Holloway showed up at the Swan Oyster Depot just as Willie and I were there? No, none of that, nor anything else could be attributed to chance, nor fate. Everything had been meticulously stage managed by Holloway, and it seemed by Willie, too. Everything, including the death of Charles Darrow. I looked out the window of my hotel room. Sheets of rain tumbled down the glass, blurring my vision. Was this like the virtual windows in the Emirates cabin suite as I'd flown back from Kuta Hara, where I saw what I was supposed to see rather than what was really there? I told Willie that morning that it was going to rain. That turned out to be true, the only thing in my world that was true. I was disconnected from time. In some sort of psychic flight, I was visited by the iridescent red dragonfly of my childhood. The red dragonfly, said to be the symbol of transformation and the end of life's illusions. I don't know how long I stood motionless. I could sense, taste, another of my episodes approaching. I made no effort to repel it. At least there was truth in my fugue states. But it didn't come. Even my episodes had abandoned me. I phoned Willie. She didn't answer. I left a single voicemail. Do not call, do not come over. I knew she would do both, but I shut the phone down and turned the security lock on the door so she couldn't use her key card to enter. The knocking on the door was insistent. The knocking became pounding. I did not move, and then a voice through the door. "Damn it, open up!" A male voice. It was Samson Smith. I opened the door. He rushed in, and with both hands on my shoulders, he shoved me up against the wall. His nose inches from mine, he demanded,
"What the hell are you doing?"
I said nothing.
"Who the hell are you?"
Then he placed his forearm against my windpipe, pressing me hard against the wall, and asked again,
"Who the hell are you?"
Charles Darrow is Dead, Chapter 41. Sleepless in San Francisco. I didn't even try to sleep that night, bewildered and haunted by the image of Willie in a sexy black dress, heels, her hair cascading across her bare shoulders, entering a hotel with Derek Holloway. Maybe Aurel Lappy had been right when she had advised me to watch out for that guy, Holloway. But maybe it was Willie I should have watched out for. Willie, the person I had trusted most in this world. And as for Samson Smith, after he'd finished getting physical with me, planted me on the couch, loomed over me, and told me that he'd been handed a harassment case. One Franklin Brady, who Samson described as a political hack, said that a man named Xander Voigt and an unidentified female had been harassing him by sending reports of dirty practices to newspapers. Samson had explained to Franklin Brady that wasn't criminal harassment, and that if he wanted to pursue it, he'd have to take it up in civil court. But in doing his due diligence, he'd done a run on Xander Voigt. "Turns out he looks a lot like you," he'd said, "exactly like you." He'd given me a hard look, then continued, "I did a run on you. It turns out John Anderson no longer exists." He said I owed him an explanation, that he'd stuck up for me on the Bullard thing and it had cost him, and that he deserved to know what was going on. I told him my Xander Voigt identity was merely an effort to leave Bullard and the Tenderloin and San Francisco behind. He didn't buy that, of course, or at least he wouldn't buy it as the full story of Xander Voigt. He knew there was more. A good cop knows. He also knew I wasn't going to tell him. That was mostly to protect myself, but also to protect my friend Samson. If he knew the full story, it would only put him in the crosshairs when things got worse. And that's where things were headed. He proposed a solution. He said the scrubbing of John Anderson had been extraordinarily well done. He said he would work a deal, or at least the beginnings of a deal. I would turn myself over to the FBI and seek immunity in exchange for the identity of the scrubber. "You weren't his first," Samson had said. "I'm sure the feds would like to know who else he scrubbed." But that wasn't a deal I could accept. It wasn't a matter of loyalty to Sergei the Russian scrubber. It was that there could be no guarantees. As soon as the FBI started digging, I figured the odds at 50-50 I'd end up at bunkmates with Bullard's thugs in Mule Creek. I wasn't willing to play those odds, and I told him so. Then he gave me, reluctantly, another option. I would go to ground by sea. Chapter 42 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Escape. Alameda Island is in the bay southwest of Oakland, separated by the Oakland estuary. I'd never been there, nor had my taxi driver ever been to Alameda Island. So we wandered around, guided only by the crude map Sampson Smith had given me. We passed the abandoned Naval Air Station and some eerily uninhabited portions of the island. After 45 minutes, we found what I was looking for. It was a marina with no sign, no harbor master, and no fuel dock. Half the slips were vacant, but one wasn't. Tied up was a 40-foot beam trawler, the Evanescence. Sampson Smith had described the boat as a rust bucket. I wouldn't go that far, but the Evanescence wouldn't be welcome in, say, the St. Francis Yacht Club. A long 240-volt cord snaked down the pier and onto the boat, forward of the bridge. It was plugged into what looked and sounded like a forge, about 3 feet in diameter, on the opposite side from me. It made enough noise that I didn't attempt to talk over it, and the person I assumed to be Josie Van Domelen didn't notice my presence on the dock. After 10 minutes, she shut down the forge, and she stood. She was probably in her late 30s, medium height, wiry, and wearing a scarf over her hair. When she saw me, she took off her scarf, shook her hair loose, and said,
"Come to see where the magic happens?"
I nodded, having no idea what the magic was. "Permission to come aboard?" I asked.
Of course. Of course. Permission granted.
I climbed up the portable dock steps onto the Evanescence.
I don't recall if I made a proper introduction at my gallery.
She extended her hand.
Josie Van Domelen.
And what name was I supposed to use? I chose Xander Voigt.
Would you like to see my latest?
I nodded, and she picked up a pair of tongs, and from behind the forge she raised the item she'd been working on. It was, of all things, a hand-blown glass elephant. It was clear with rich cobalt-colored interior. "Very nice," I said. I felt like I should make conversation, establish a rapport, since Sampson Smith had told me this would be a hard sell. So I asked, "Doesn't the rocking of the waves make your work difficult?"
It makes my work imperfect, just as the people who enjoy my work are imperfect.
And then I asked a question I had no intention of asking, since I'd committed to putting Darrow behind me, putting everything and everyone behind me. But I asked, "Have you sold any of your work to Charles Darrow?"
Why, yes. Mr. Darrow first saw my work several years ago at the Sausalito Art Festival. At that time, I hadn't done elephants. He commissioned me to do one. He liked it, then commissioned several more.
"What does it mean," I asked, "when an elephant's trunk is pointed down?" Darrow had boxed up the only elephant with its trunk pointed down.
I didn't know about that until Mr. Darrow pointed it out. The trunk pointed down means bad luck.
As it turned out, bad luck indeed. I said, "Mr. Darrow died recently."
I didn't know that.
Josie Van Domelen was lying, but I had no idea why.
You've never been to my gallery, have you? Mind telling me what this is about?
It was time to get to the point, so I said, "I need a ride." She narrowed her eyes.
Get a horse.
"One way," I said, "south." Her tone grew harsh as she said,
I don't do that anymore.
I replied, "I have $30,000 in cash. with me.
You didn't hear me. I don't do that anymore.
Josie Van Domlin would not make a good poker player. She was too easy to read. I could tell the money tempted her. I said, "The 30 grand is non-refundable. If I don't show, it's yours." Her temptation was growing, but she shook her head. So I raised the ante. And another 30 grand when we leave. 60 grand total. She was still on edge, but still wouldn't budge. So as my final play, I said, "Samson Smith gave me your name." She widened her eyes and said,
"Samson? He gave you my name?"
I nodded. She fidgeted with her hair, then said,
"You out on bail?"
"No," I said.
"Arrested?"
"No."
"A person of interest in an investigation?"
I figured I'd best be honest with her. "Probably," I said.
"Bad guys after you? A Guido or a Pablo with a go-fast cigarette boat and Uzis?"
"No," I said. "We won't be at risk."
"If we are, you're going overboard. That's the rule."
"I understand," I said. She shifted her feet, looked across the water, and returned her gaze to me.
"I've got one big IOU hanging fire with Samson. And he calls it in on you? Samson Smith must consider you one hell of a good friend."
She paced a small circle on the boat deck for a good 5 minutes, silent. Then she said,
"Okay, but tell Samson we're even after this, okay? Even."
"I'll tell him," I said.
"Okay, let's go over the logistics. First, how many people? Wife, girlfriend, mistress, kids?"
"Just me," I said. "I'm all alone." Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon, Chapter 43. Intruder. On the way back to what would be my last night I'd ever spend in a Four Seasons, I realized I had tied up my taxi for over 3 hours. Previously, that would have been an expense so insignificant that I wouldn't have given it thought. But everything would be different now. No more fresh-squeezed tangerine juice delivered poolside to Mr. X. No more Emirates Airlines private suites. In every aspect, my life would be spent in coach, not first class. Like Melissa, a.k.a. the Ice Princess, I'd have to reinvent myself. I also wondered about the coincidence that my boat lady was also Darrow's elephant lady. Was Samson Smith somehow manipulating events, an unseen guiding hand in my Darrow investigation? Josie Van Domlin had explained the logistics of the trip and told me what to do when I got to Mexico. First, she had to bring on 2 additional crews so that we could sail 24 hours a day, with the exception of Ensenada. She'd said,
"Ensenada is the equivalent of a speed trap. The Mexican Navy is looking for people like you."
So we'd travel far offshore in that area, and depending on Josie's assessment, might sea anchor during the day and travel only at night, with no running lights. Would go south of the Baja to Jaltempa Bay. Should put me ashore via dinghy to the town of Rincon de Guayabitos. From there, I would travel south by bus to Puerto Vallarta, where the presence of a gringo would not attract attention.
If you keep a low profile, you could stay in PV indefinitely, even without a visa. But any decent hotel will require a passport, and you won't want to use your current passport. So plan on staying in Mexican fleabag hotels until you get a new identity. When you do, if your new passport passes muster, you can exit the country and go wherever you want.
I'd need to get back in touch with Andre the Bulgarian to get a new passport. and Sergei the scrubber. I'd need to erase every trace of Xander Voigt just as I had erased John Anderson. But all that would take money, something I was no longer flush with considering my escapist and hedonistic island hopping. That morning I'd called Nicholas, my Centurion concierge, for a $30,000 cash draw on my Amex Black Card. The cash was delivered to my room. That's something I could not have done with any other card. It's been reported that the Black Card has been used to purchase a $170 million Modigliani at a Christie's auction, and that purchases in excess of $1 million are routine. But there was no way I could know for certain how much more of an advance I could get. And getting money out of my Cook Island Trust account would take, by design, several days. We'd scheduled our cast-off for noon the next day, barely enough time for Josie to put her crew together and lay in provisions. And the provisions would be considerable, as she estimated 1,200 nautical miles at 8 knots would be 150 hours. She also had to get someone to watch her gallery while she was gone. Uber dropped me off at the Four Seasons. As I walked through the lobby, the concierge nodded deferentially and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. X. Anything I might attend to for you, sir?" "Yes," I said. "Do not disturb, under any circumstance." "As you wish," he said. "Have a pleasant evening, Mr. X." That would be the last time anyone would address me as Mr. X. I rode the elevator up to my presidential suite, swiped my card, and entered. There was a man standing in the middle of the room, pointing a gun at me. Chapter 44.
"You murdered Charles Darrow,"
the man said.
"It might as well have been your finger on the trigger."
He stood 8 feet away from me. He looked like a homeless bum. Ragged clothes, long filthy hair, but his eyes were focused, his hands steady, his aim true. It was Ned Bullard. The homicidal Ned Bullard who, with his cop cronies, had laid murderous waste to a house full of people. The Ned Bullard who, with his crew, I'd put away for their crimes. I sized up my situation. I didn't see a move. He had a good distance from which to shoot, but he was far enough away to prevent me from rushing him or dodging to safety. His gun was a Sig Sauer P229, the same weapon issued by SFPD, so he knew how to handle it, and had been trained at the academy, which meant he'd shoot twice in rapid succession, a double tap. I was a dead man. That knowledge induced an eerie sense of calm. I'd been dead before. I knew what was next. But as Estela Escovedo had said, a man will dig his own grave to buy some extra time. It's instinct, even though at that moment more time seemed unimportant. But I bought some time by asking him why he was there, even though I knew the answer.
"I'm here to kill you. You see, I made a deal with my buddies."
He racked the slide on the Sig Sauer, chambering a .357. He could have done that earlier, but he obviously wanted the dramatic impact of the cold metallic sound. "It wasn't a deal," I said. "You sold them out to save your own skin. They're in Mule Creek, and you got 2 measly years at San Luis Obispo."
"I didn't sell them out. We drew straws, and I got lucky. The deal was, we knew the DA would go easy to avoid the publicity of a trial, so one of us would roll over, cut down his own time, and that person would commit to killing you. So here I am, holding up my part of the deal. If you just fucking died that night in the Tenderloin like you were supposed to, I wouldn't be here."
"Like I was supposed to?" I asked.
You never did figure it out, did you? The best way to put a hit on someone is to make the target collateral damage. We marked the little slant-eyed cunt you were boning and told the shooters to leave no witnesses. And right on cue, you played Boy Scout and tried to save her. Even if the shooters had been caught, the authorities would have had no idea who the real target had been. Worked out perfect, except you wouldn't fucking die.
Sorry to disappoint you, I said. My sense of calm and the inevitability of what was about to happen prompted me to wisecrack. Nothing I could say would make any difference. Had I been in front of a firing squad, it would have been a good time to light up a last cigarette. A Marlboro. No, a Camel Straight. It's not like I was going to get lung cancer in the next 60 seconds. I even found myself thinking about some witty last words, like when Oscar Wilde said from his hospital bed, "Either this wallpaper goes or I do." Or when Richard Feynman said, "I hate to die twice, it's so boring." Yes, that one, the Feynman quote. That would be appropriate. I'd been an extortionist, so going out as a plagiarist was unlikely to condemn me to hell. I found myself oddly fascinated by Bullard's ratty shoes. They were wet, soaking wet. The rain had passed and the puddles had dried, but his shoes were soaked, as if he'd waded through my protective moat to reach me. Bullard interrupted my thoughts.
It just took a little longer than expected to kill you.
I said, "You have patience and tenacity, unusual characteristics for a psychopath."
When I got out of the joint, you disappeared, melted away.
"Like the polar ice cap," I said.
What the fuck?
"Global warming," I said.
You think wisecracks are going to buy you time, asshole? What the fuck is wrong with you? This isn't a joke.
He wagged his gun at me.
What, you in a big hurry to die?
A local in the Maldives had asked me the same question when I took up freediving. He'd timed me, looked it up, and told me I was setting a world record for depth and duration. So for my obituary, I apparently had 2 world records. One for longest freedive and one for longest flatline dead, which meant I had this going for me. While there was no eternal afterlife, I could live eternally in the Guinness World Book of Records alongside such luminaries as Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson for most selfies in 3 minutes, and Ozzy Osbourne for the longest scream by a crowd. Yes, I'd looked it up. Odd the things I was thinking about as Bullard held a gun on me and death approached. Not normal, but then again, dying twice isn't normal either. The first time I died, shot in the tenderloin, it was over in an instant, the bullet shredding Jacqueline Chin and then me. There had been no time to contemplate it. This time, there was time to contemplate. I thought about my old friend, the red dragonfly that had perched on my fingers in my parents' backyard. I thought about my parents. I thought about Willie. As I contemplated these things, Bullard said,
"I couldn't kill you wherever you were chicken shit hiding, because I couldn't find you. I had to get you back to San Francisco."
He flashed a self-satisfied smile, proud of his ingenuity. He said he could have killed one of my parents, or both of them.
That would have brought you back. But somebody already did that. Then I learned you'd been banging some little bitch from the hospital. I did my homework. Found her. Willie. What kind of a fucking name is that for a girl?
I said, I wasn't, as you say, banging her. I didn't know why I felt the need to clarify that.
Who gives a fuck? You're probably a fag anyway. So I shadowed her. Figured out you got some kind of scam cooking with this Charles Darrow guy. Some rich fuck. You got him lining your pockets. Didn't know how, didn't care. But if he was your gravy train, I figured killing him would bring you back. If I'd just murdered him, maybe slit his throat, I figured that would scare you off since you're such a pansy ass. So I did the suicide. Worked like a fucking charm. Brought you back like a dog on a leash. So, Boy Scout, you pulled the trigger on Darrow. You're the real murderer, You're the reason he's dead.
Bullard talked on about how I had ruined his life, how he couldn't get a job, his litany of grievances against me. But I didn't pay attention. I didn't spend those moments bargaining with a grim reaper either. There was no need. Death was about to once again reveal the truth about life, but this time it wouldn't be a surprise. It wouldn't be embittering. Maybe I was indeed in a hurry to die.
And now it's time, motherfucker.
Time slowed. Time collapsed. Time was timeless. And it was as if I had telescopic vision focusing on his trigger finger to the exclusion of all else. I could see the lines on his skin, the dirt under his fingernail, the tiny hairs above his knuckle, the trigger finger muscle contracting, squeezing, the finger closing on the trigger. And I prepared for my final free dive, the one from which I would never surface, my final descent. And then... the deafening blast, with its thunderous echo, the perfect clarity of sound as the garish explosion ricochets about the room. Chapter 45. I cup my hand over the monstrous wound. I see my red dragonfly. The bullet had exited his lower abdomen, a reverse gunshot, spurting rivulets of blood, and Ned Bullard is swiftly dying. I kneel beside him. I don't know why I should make any effort to comfort him or to communicate with him. But I cradle one hand under his head and place my other hand over his wound. I lean down, close, and I say to him, soon death will reveal the truth. His eyes, the dark, dull cave of his eyes with what little is left of his life, meet mine with a perfect and pristine stillness. And I see my death, my own death, my tenderloin death, my accidental dread, drawn out of me and absorbed into him, an eerie and unearthly osmosis. And his eyes with their last flare of light, and I close my eyes and I hear his death rattle, and then I open my eyes and my red dragonfly has peacefully retreated, gone. And Ned Bullard is gone. He is no more. He is dead. But I am alive. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Chapter 46. The Eagle Landed. Willie stood at the powder room door. Willie held the gun, the Desert Eagle she had showed me my first day back in San Francisco, the gun I had told her to get rid of. Her hands were quaking, and she still had the weapon pointed where Ned Bullard had stood. She was in shock. I approached her slowly, using my body to block her line of sight from Ned Bullard, dead on the floor in a massive pool of blood. I stood in front of her, slowly lowered the weapon, then took it from her hands and placed it on the powder room counter. I took her in my arms, trying to comfort her, calm her. "We don't have much time," I said. No response, just a vacant, terrified stare. I said, "With the sound of that blast, hotel security won't enter, but the police will be here soon." I led her to the guest bath adjacent to the powder room. I rubbed the front and back of my hand across her hands. I had no idea if gunshot residue could be transferred that way, but I had to try. Using a washcloth, I used my left hand to scrub Willie's hand. She was wearing a baggy T-shirt, undoubtedly with Trace GSR, which I removed from her and put on me, then grabbed a T-shirt from my go bag for her to wear. I then wiped down the weapon and covered it with my fingerprints. I didn't know if that would work, but I was trying to get the authorities to point their fingers toward me, not Willie. I opened the door and waited, prepared to put my hands in the air. The police arrived and transferred us in separate squad cars to police headquarters in Mission Bay. I was put in restraints. At the station, I was fingerprinted. Samson Smith had already told me that fingerprints wouldn't return results. Quite an achievement by Sergei, the Russian scrubber. I'm not even sure Ari Loppe could have accomplished that. But the odds were that during processing, someone would recognize me as the man formerly known as Inspector John Anderson of the San Francisco Police Department. And the crime scene folks would interview the staff at Four Seasons, who would identify me as Xander Voigt. The passport they'd find in my room would confirm that. I was placed in Interview 1. They used to call them interrogation rooms. Now they are interview rooms, 3 chairs and a table. The chair I was told to sit in did not have arms. That's because while speaking, the interviewee would have free body movement, which might reveal something through body language. At one time, the department discussed adding art to the off-white, stark room, not to adorn the room, but so that the camera angle would show potential jurors a friendly, non-threatening setting, not a forced interrogation ward. I didn't know where Willie was. I'd told her several times to not say a word, not a single word, but in her state of mind, I didn't know if she'd even heard me. Shortly after they placed me in Interview 1, they took my clothes and gave me an orange jumpsuit. They didn't need to tell me that my clothes would be taken to the crime lab. They used gunshot residue kit on my hands. Presumably, Willie was being put through the same routine in another interview room. After an hour, a man with an athletic build and a bald head came in and introduced himself as Inspector Fazio. He didn't know me and I didn't know him, so he had probably transferred in within the last 3 years. It was no accident he'd been selected to interrogate me. If this ever got to court, the few friends I had in the department could be seen as going easy on me, and my enemies in the department might get accused of bias in court. "Your T-shirt was a tight fit," Fazio said. "The young lady's T-shirt was much too large." That's all he said, then he left. Fazio came back after another hour and asked what happened at my Four Seasons suite. I shook my head no. He asked if I wanted an attorney. I shook my head no. Another hour and a rookie entered and offered me a choice of Coke, Diet Coke, water, or coffee. No. I knew the routine. Before charging me with anything, they could legally hold me 48 hours in Interview 1 or in a jail cell. They'd choose the solitude of Interview 1, a room with no clock, hoping each hour would seem a lifetime. I didn't stand to stretch or move around. I displayed no expression of frustration or fear, knowing the camera was always on me. In a couple more hours, they'd bring me standard jail fare, Wonder Bread, some jelly, and an apple. So I had plenty of time to think. I don't know what had happened during my Tenderloin near-death experience, or why it had happened, but I do know this. Among those things that makes human unique is that we are the only species that is eagerly gullible. We'll buy into anything. Despots, politicians, and snake oil peddlers have known this forever. We'll embrace the lie even if it is demonstrably a lie. But why did I so thoroughly embrace the lie that near-death told me? I'll never know, just as I'll never know why we are here or whether events are fate or free will. I'll never know any of those things. But knowing is the unknowable part of living, and the dying Ned Bullard, of all people, had given me back my life, extracting my darkness and the lies. Not knowing how that happened will remain another unsolvable mystery. So be it. I knew my life going forward would have burdens, the heaviest of which was the death of Charles Darrow. Bullard had been right. I did pull the trigger, or I might as well have. A good and honorable man was dead because of me. I couldn't change that. All I could do was hope that within the well-worn pages of the Bible in his house there was some truth, or at least some hope, that he might be, as they say, in a better place now, perhaps with his much-beloved wife. And as for Mr. X, he was now a ghost, and there would be no requiem. Good riddance. Life is for the living. I know that now. Chapter 47 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Inquest. After a jelly sandwich, which I didn't eat, it was at least 6 more hours before I saw anyone again. Fazio walked in with another officer who was not introduced. They removed my handcuffs, took chairs, and Fazio put a tape recorder on the table. That was supposed to intimidate me, but it didn't, since I knew there was a camera already recording everything. The two sat motionless and silent for a good 5 minutes. I'm sure Fazio's stare was effective in most circumstances. He seldom blinked, and when he did, it was a lizard blink, unnaturally slow.
Ready to talk?
Fazio finally asked. I didn't even bother to shake my head. I just remained silent. I wanted desperately to know how Willie was, but it wasn't the time to open that dialogue.
Okay,
Fazio said, then pushed the record button. He did the basics, stating his name, his partner's name, the time and place of the interview, my full name, and that I was also known as Xander Voigt, no middle name. He stated I could have an attorney present if I requested. He then said that they would be questioning me about the shooting, stating the time, the precise address of the Four Seasons, and my room number, and that police had located the van Ned Bullard had been living in, going into totally unnecessary detail about the make, model, and year of the van and the address where it was parked. Details such as that would be written in an indictment, but there was no purpose in an interrogation. It was all part of the show. Finished with fake formalities, Fazio said,
We're still examining the contents of Mr. Bullard's van, but indications are you two have a history.
Well, duh.
Mr. Bullard kept a journal, which included serious accusations against you, Mr. Anderson.
Fazio went through a list of my alleged crimes, a list even longer than I had anticipated, in each instance unnecessarily citing the criminal code for maximum dramatic effect. Boiled down, it amounted to multiple acts of extortion, money laundering, wire fraud, bank fraud, tax evasion, document forgery, malicious cyber intrusion, possession of an unlicensed weapon, and impersonation of an active duty officer of the SFPD. But it was all a charade. They could have gone to the sitting magistrate for a probable cause warrant, arrested and Mirandized me, then held me as a flight risk. Or they could have put my list of gangster misdeeds before a grand jury, and in that scenario, too, detained me as a risk to flee the jurisdiction. Or, the easiest and most likely, they could have executed what's called a no-warrant arrest. But they'd done none of those things. They'd asked if I wanted an attorney, but had not Mirandized or charged me or arrested me. They just planted me in a room. I didn't know what their strategy was, or even if they had one.
Here's what we believe happened. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Bullard came to your suite at the Four Seasons to confront you, perhaps out of anger, stemming from his prior conviction in a case you were involved in, or perhaps to blackmail you.
He paused to see if I would react. I didn't.
During that confrontation between you and Mr. Bullard, he was shot and killed. That about right, Mr. Anderson?
Fazio shrugged when I didn't respond.
When you engage an attorney, I'm certain he will argue self-defense in the murder of Mr. Bullard. Only problem with that, Mr. Anderson, is that Mr. Bullard was shot in the back.
Strange as it might seem, I was relieved to hear him say that. It meant Willie had followed my advice, remained silent, and had not explained what happened. At this point, there might not be a way to save my own skin, but I had to keep Willie clear. That was my only goal, the only thing that mattered. After the Bullard incident, when I'd inexplicably chased away my demons and lies that death had told me, I realized Willie was the only thing in my life that mattered, the only thing. It was clear that my juvenile reaction to seeing her with Derek Holloway at the Intercontinental was jealousy, plain and simple, an emotion I'd previously been unable to acknowledge. I still didn't know why Willie and Derek Holloway had been there, and I certainly couldn't blame her if she'd finally given up on me. She'd waited and waited, but I'd never arrived. She'd been there for me every step of the way. If I ended up in Mule Creek, fine. But Willie deserved a life unburdened by me and what I had done. Charles Darrow is Dead, Chapter 48. Dog and Pony Show. There was a tap on the two-way mirror, and Fazio stepped out of interview 1. He left his partner, who tried to stare me down, but he wasn't nearly as good at it as Fazio. It was nearly an hour before Fazio returned, and with him was Assistant District Attorney Symington Ord. I shouldn't have been surprised. It was indictment time, and all of this was an extension of billionaire murdered headline news. And headlines were irresistible catnip for Ord. Ord was all twitchy, as if some comic book alien had taken possession of his body and hadn't yet figured out how to operate it. He acknowledged my presence with his slightest of nods and an odd smile. My guess was he was fantasizing about this case being turned into a Netflix original, with me behind bars and him in the governor's mansion. He'd probably want to downplay the part where he'd given me the original idea for my vast criminal enterprise. Fazio offered Ord his chair, but Ord declined, choosing to lean against the wall. Next in was the chief of police, a man I'd never met but recognized from his photo in the hallway. He, too, stood against the wall. Next to come in were 3 men conservatively dressed who took up positions against another wall, hands clasped at belt level, feet spaced apart. Federal marshals, probably, ready to transfer me. Probably the next guy would be Perry Mason, who would induce a tearful confession, but only after Lady Gaga provided some halftime entertainment. We were going to need a bigger room. They were putting on a show, but who was directing it? I should have known. He was the last to enter the room. Fazio's partner deferentially vacated his chair so he could sit front row center. FBI Special Agent Derek Holloway. Time to pass the popcorn. Holloway said,
"Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. My name is Derek Holloway. I'm with the FBI."
As if we'd never met. Then he gave a go-ahead nod to Ord, who said,
"Mr. Anderson, I'm Assistant District Attorney Symington Ord."
Again, as if we'd never met.
"It has come to our attention that FBI Special Agent Derek Holloway has been monitoring you."
His eyebrows danced out of rhythm with his words.
Mr. Holloway voice recorded the incident with Mr. Bullard in your hotel room.
So that's how Holloway seemed to know everything, like the fact that Willie and I were going to Swan Oyster Depot, or he'd arrived before us to make his clever cameo. It wasn't sleight of mind. It bugged us. Ord continued.
What transpired during your encounter ended in Miss Wilma Hale D'Angelo shooting Mr. Ned Bernard Bullard, which could be interpreted as an act of self-defense, even though she was not directly threatened, presumably because Mr. Bullard was unaware of her presence. Now, my staff has argued the theory that you planned all this, that Miss D'Angelo, Willie as she refers to herself, was lying in wait and Bullard's death was a carefully planned, premeditated murder. An ambush, if you will. But I choose not to pursue that avenue.
Of course he wouldn't pursue that avenue. Not only did that not happen, it was a case he'd never make stick. A failed indictment, bad publicity. Then he said,
Mr. Anderson, there will be no charges filed against you in the matter of Mr. Bullard's death.
I looked a question at Derek Holloway, who confirmed by saying,
No charges filed against anyone.
I exhaled, my shoulders relaxing for the first time in hours. Ord interjected,
Except against Mr. Ned Bullard, posthumously, for the murder of Charles Darrow.
Which would make for another press conference, the final act of Billionaire Murdered. The wheels of justice, guided by Symington Ord, had solved the crime of the decade. So Willie was off the hook, at least with regard to Bullard, but that left a long list of my crimes against other people of privilege that Fazio had inventoried, most of which could implicate Willie. But I knew exactly where that was headed. Nowhere. Why? My client list was full of Silicon Valley fat cats. Silicon Valley fat cats contribute to political campaigns. Symington Ord would be running a political campaign. There was no way he would alienate potential donors. And so the curtain would fall on the charade of a show with my silent applause. And then I could find Willie. Holloway confirmed as much by saying,
We propose a deal, Mr. Anderson, one that District Attorney Ord has agreed to.
He knew how to push the right buttons, leaving assistant out of Symington Ord's title.
If you agree to become a cooperating witness, you will be granted transactional immunity.
I'd been in law enforcement. I knew what transactional immunity was. It's where you're granted blanket immunity, not only for alleged crimes, but also for any future crimes related to those alleged crimes. The ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. But I also knew that technically they couldn't grant me transactional immunity. That type of immunity is granted only when based on testimony under oath. I wasn't under oath, and I sure hadn't testified since I hadn't said a single word. Holloway gave me a don't worry look, then turned the floor back over to Ord.
We are in an era of crime unparalleled in our country's history, in the world's history.
Well, wow. Ord continued, accompanied by his full repertoire of weird gestures.
These crimes are facilitated by money laundering hidden behind a veil of false identities. Drug kingpins, terrorists, and the like. As part of his immunity agreement, Mr. Anderson agrees to work with us and bring to justice the individual who erased his identity and provided him with a new identity.
I do?
This individual, whom we will target, has displayed extraordinary expertise, and we believe him to be the ringleader of numerous others engaged in these illegal and destructive enterprises, a scourge on the world.
Really? Ord was getting ahead of the script, rehearsing yet another news conference, a really big news conference, where he would announce that world criminals would be brought to their knees, from right here in San Francisco, with Symington Ord in the role of J. Edgar Hoover bringing down Al Capone. We're talking cover of Time magazine stuff. Derek Holloway cut him off, saying that we still had details to work out. Well, duh. Then he asked the other men to excuse us, and they all filed out obediently, stage left. Chapter 49 of Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Free Willy. After the supporting cast left, Derek Holloway walked to the two-way mirror and drew his hand across his throat, instruction to cut the recording. The red light went out. Holloway closed the blinds, returned to his chair, flipped it around backwards, and sat astride it. Just us two buddies having a chat. "Where's Willie?" I said, my first words in, 10 hours?
"She's outside the main entrance, waiting for you. She's gotten quite good at waiting for you. Knucklehead."
I said, "How are you going to pull off this immunity deal? This busting an international crime syndicate is a joke. I've got a name for the guy who scrubbed my record, or at least the name he gave me, and he said he was from Russia, but for all I know, he was from Provo, Utah. This isn't going to lead anywhere."
"We know you communicated with him via cell crypt."
I didn't want to learn how he could possibly know that, but he told me anyway.
"I've got a buddy at Interpol. You weren't flying as far beneath the radar as you thought, Mr. X."
"Oops." I said, "So you sold this thing based on a cell crypt? That's a weak scent to follow."
"Doesn't matter. Ord likes shiny things, and the worldwide criminal conspiracy is very shiny. It will feed Ord's hunger for publicity, and you played your part perfectly."
"I didn't play anything," I said.
"Precisely. At any point you could have talked and blown this whole thing up. Your silence was golden. Well played."
"And Willie?" I asked.
"She didn't say anything either. Not a word. That was your coaching, I assume. But we have one additional detail to work out for this to come to fruition, and then we all live happily ever after."
"And that is?" I asked.
That night, Willie called me, asked to meet. She took me to dinner at the Intercontinental. Willie explained you were aware of my financial, shall we say, challenges. Well, you folks, you did your homework."
The tightness in my chest lifted, that tightness that had been there since I'd seen them together.
She was all in, had it all teed up, looking sexy as hell and being very persuasive.
Ha! Sounded like Willie had been doing her voodoo thing.
She proposed a solution if I could make all this go away.
"And that solution?" I asked.
"You and Willie will pay off my credit cards and bring me up to date on my car and my condo." Actually, I suspect it was just Willie who was going to do that. It sounds like you've been spending it as fast as it comes in, whereas Willie has been stashing it for a rainy day. Oh, and this is your rainy day.
"And you can do this," I said. "Make all this go away."
"Oh, I just did."
And with that, he extracted a shiny silver dollar from his pocket, did that thing where you roll it back from one knuckle to the other, then make it disappear.
"Oh, and you and Willie will sell me your business for the grand sum of $1. My GS-10 pay scale is insufficient to support the lifestyle I desire. I need cash flow."
So, Willie was going to save me. Again. I'd been such a damned idiot about her, and I wouldn't make her wait for me any longer, not for 1 second. Going forward, I would be there for her as she had always been there for me.
"So, we have a deal."
I thought about that, then said, no deal.
"What? What? No deal? Is that supposed to be a joke?"
"No," I said, "it's not a joke." It was fun to see him taken aback in his carefully choreographed plan. I said, "I will require one more thing, and it's non-negotiable." Chapter 50. Singing in the Rain. Derek Holloway and I shook hands on our deal, even though the final scene had yet to play out. I had to admit he was charming. and clever and greedy. Maybe he'd learn, as I recently had, that a bucket load of money doesn't necessarily bring happiness. Or maybe he'd just spend more money. Who knows? I left interview 1 and headed towards the exit. I saw a few familiar people from my time on the force. For the most part, they were expressionless. There were a couple of rookie types whispering in a veteran's ear as if asking, "Who is that guy?" Well, I'm the guy with the mother of all get-out-of-jail-free cards, and I'm getting out. That's who I am. I threw open the door, went to the Bryant Street sidewalk, and looked for Willie. There was a light rain. She was half a block up, pacing. Willie saw me, and we ran to each other, meeting, colliding, and I lifted her off her feet and twirled her around in my arms, my embrace tight and everlasting. To onlookers, it probably looked like the final scene of some sappy movie. But it wasn't a movie. It was real. Chapter 51 of Charles Darrow is Dead, Altered State. The explosions, the colors searing through the darkness, rockets, comets, dragon eggs, Roman candles, chrysanthemums. 4th of July, the day after my confab at police headquarters, and Willie and I were at Ghirardelli Square watching the glorious panoply of starpers. Independence Day. It was expectedly crowded. I enjoyed that, pressed against people harvesting a small pleasure of life, sharing it with strangers. And so began our endless summer, Willie and I. Mark Twain said the coldest winter he had ever experienced was a summer in San Francisco. That's because July is supposed to be crummy weather, shrouded in a chill fog with temperatures in the mid-60s. But for us, just for Willie and me, it seemed the fog had lifted, the sky cleared, and the sun shined brightly on Willie, and she was radiant. We did all those things Bay Area residents mock tourists for doing. As Herb Cain wrote, "If I do go to heaven, I'm going to do what every San Franciscan does who goes to heaven. It ain't bad, but it ain't San Francisco." We rode the cable cars. We went to Pier 39 to watch the sea lions, then tried to imitate their barks, which led folks looking at us instead of the sea lions, likely with the thought we were mentally disturbed. We browsed the iconic Gumps, which is not yet closed. We wandered Golden Gate Park and dangled our feet in Spreckles Lake as we watched the remote-controlled model boats. We went to the Japanese Tea Garden, and to the zoo, and to Chinatown, and to City Lights Bookstore, and to the Yerba Buena Gardens, and to San Francisco Museum of Art. We held hands. We found a perch at Fisherman's Wharf and played that game where you guess the passerby. He's a propeller salesman from Des Moines, and she's a Russian spy trading sexual favors for the latest in propeller technology.
She posts on Instagram every 90 seconds. He thinks an iPad is a mattress cover.
He's terrified of spiders. She's terrified of tapioca.
His girlfriend is a blow-up sex doll.
Godfather of the Amish Mafia.
Katy Perry stalker.
He juggles bananas. We giggled it out easily. We amused ourselves. We bought picnic baskets at Molinari's and spread our picnic blanket at Washington Square and Crissy Field and the Marina Green and Stinson Beach and Alamo Square, where we admired the painted ladies. We went on a dessert bender. Kirkus, Bob's Donuts, Uji Time, Tartines for their banana cream tart, Humphrey Slocum's for rum raisin ice cream accompanied by Vietnamese coffee. We made all those corny sweets for my sweetie comments. And at night, when the sun rested, we made love with hungry passion. And in the morning, when the sun was waking up, we made love dreamily, tenderly. One morning, I decided to surprise her with breakfast in bed. She'd fallen back into a tranquil sleep as I slipped out to a nearby French bakery to pick up some beignets. She was up when I returned, music blaring, barefoot, wearing one of my tees, dancing, her long silken hair swaying in cadence with her hips, her hands waving joyously above her. When she spotted me, there was no self-conscious embarrassment, just a big happy smile as she continued to dance. That sight, that vision, brought me a joy I'd never before experienced. We went shopping for new attire. Willie wanted to abandon her signature all-black look. She wanted spice and bright colors. Kitchen dancing clothes, she described it. She modeled potential purchases. Some were quite sexy, and after showing me one, a risque top, she asked,
"Too much for in public? Or maybe I should say too little?"
"No," I said.
"Really?"
I said, "I like it when men openly admire you, wishing they were me."
"Great. I'll take this one."
And she gave me a kiss. I guess you could call it a shopping spree, but not an extravagant one. Extravagance was no longer in our budget after Willie paid off Derek's credit cards and brought him current on his car and condo. We'd traded the Four Seasons for a reasonably priced Airbnb, or at least as reasonably priced as any housing in San Francisco could be. I still had my Amex Black Centurion card and could have continued to use it at the Four Seasons and just rabbit when they figured out Xander Voigt didn't exist. But I'd pledged to Willie to do the right thing going forward. So I covered as much of the Amex bill as possible for my Cook Island Trust, and Willie covered the rest. And the rest was significant. There was a $30,000 I'd withdrawn from my escape aboard Josie Van Doblin's Evanes, and there remained charges from the Maldives, and the ludicrously expensive Emirates private cabin flights. And so I was a kept man, kept by the finest girl in the world. Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. Chapter 52. Willie and I went to Sunday brunch at Sam's in Tiburon with Samson Smith and his lovely wife Aisha. We sat outside in yet another day of improbably fine weather. Aside from Willie, Samson was the person I'd been most worried about getting caught up in my mess. After all, he'd been the one who tipped me that Xander Voigt was about to be unmasked and then pointed me toward Josie Van Domlin and the Evanes. But he'd come out of it unscathed, untainted, and I was grateful he'd never pushed me for details about the whole Xander Voigt thing. We ordered a round of Sam's version of the margarita they call Hermosa Picante, a concoction of some type of fancy tequila with Contro, lime juice, agave nectar, jalapeno, and cilantro. One of those will set you free. Willie, Aisha, and I each had 3. Samson nursed a Virgin Bloody Mary, apparently having decided not to test that slippery slope of cops and booze. Good for him. Samson told stories about dumb criminals.
So he called ahead?
Yeah, he figured it was risky to stay in the bank too long, so we phoned ahead and asked them to have $100,000 ready and waiting, and that he'd be the guy wearing the 49ers sweatshirt. green John Deere hat, mirrored sunglasses, and packing an unloaded gun, so please don't anyone shoot him. Predictably, the cops were waiting for him, and then there was the guy.
These stories are all about dumb guys. Are there any dumb girls?
Not as dumb as dumb guys.
Jocularity all around. At one point, Aisha ducked her head under the table and said, "Holding hands? Took you too long enough."
He was a tough catch.
He was an idiot and a damn fool, is what he was.
He nodded toward Aisha.
Were it not for my ball and chain, I'd have been chasing you all over town, Willie.
Aisha elbowed him in the ribs and he doubled over in pretend pain. Ah, the silly games we couples play. After we finished lunch and all the conviviality, Sampson said to me,
"Hey, I caught a big one. A double in the Castro. I guess I'm out of the doghouse. Wonder how that happened."
I reached behind his ear, came out with a silver dollar, and said, "Magic." Derek taught me that trick. He and I and Willie got together most afternoons as we migrated our client list to him. We'd talk about each client, then Willie would call them, explain they'd be dealing with a new person, and hand it over to Derek. He was smart. Smarter than we'd been, as he recorded the calls where he told each one they could continue only if they assured him their money was not the result of an underlying crime or an attempt at tax evasion. That would likely get him off the hook if there was a problem. He was doing his due diligence, which is more than Willie and I had done. And I realized Derek Holloway had planned all this out well in advance. He'd become a licensed certified planner months earlier, well before the time we had actually met. He'd been playing the long game and was playing it well. On Thursday, 2 weeks after I'd struck the deal with Ord & Company, I told Willie I wanted to go to the Broken Glass Gallery.
The boat lady?
Yes, I said.
Taking up art collecting as our next venture?
We located at Josie Van Domlin's gallery on Folsom. She was on a stepladder hanging some banner. When she saw me, she said her jaw squinted and said,
"The 30 grand was non-refundable. It still is."
Agreed, I said. It was, and it is.
Plus, I already spent it. Hear all that racket? The shop next door, Burke's Bikes, went under. Everyone's using those electric scooters. I'm taking over the space, expanding, knocking a hole in the wall today. And a new name, Broken Glass, implies all I do is sell blown glass when it's actually a small part of my inventory. So I'm now the new Cinnamon Art Gallery. I like cinnamon.
Sounds good, I said, then introduced Josie and Willie. Josie gave Willie a theatrical head-to-toe appraisal and said to me,
"I can see why you didn't leave San Francisco. She's a doll."
And then to Willie she said,
"If you ever decide to play for the home team, give me a call."
Josie motioned us to follow her inside the gallery and said,
"So, Mr. Zandervoort, what will it be today? Elephants?"
"Actually," I said, "it's John Anderson."
Yeah, I figured. Zandervoort sounded like a made-up name. A good one, though. I remembered it.
"There's someone I'd like you to meet," I said. And right on cue, Melissa Simmons, formerly known as the Ice Princess, walked in, the strap of her portfolio case over her shoulder. I said, "She has some work which may interest you."
I get 5 San Francisco artists a day coming in to hang their stuff. But okay.
Melissa pulled out 6 of her charcoal works one at a time, and Josie glanced at them only briefly, a couple of seconds each, which wasn't encouraging. Oh well, I'm far from being an art expert. I know the dogs playing poker, and I know who painted the Campbell soup cans. But beyond that, my art appreciation extends only to art I appreciate, and I had appreciated Melissa's charcoals. I'd found them mesmerizing. Josie beckoned Melissa to follow her through the huge hole in the wall into her new space. One wall had been recently sheetrocked and was blank. One by one, Josie took Melissa's charcoals and pinned them to the wall at eye level. She examined each, then backed up a few steps to view it from a distance. She repeated that several times, looking at them closely, back and forth from varying distances. She said nothing. Willie and I had remained in the gallery space and watched.
She's beautiful.
Who? I asked innocently.
The Ice Princess, dummy. Tall, blonde, high cheeks, full lips, fantastic figure.
I'd never noticed.
Uh-huh. I don't care where you get your appetite, as long as you eat at home.
She gave me a mischievous peck on the cheek. When Josie and Melissa came back into the main gallery, Josie Van Domelen used her full array of superlatives to praise Melissa's work. Unique, captivating, complex. The Ice Princess had found a home. We left Josie and Melissa to talk details, stepped outside, and Willie said,
No good deed should be left unpunished. We're going to Swan's for lunch, and then I'm going to drag you back to our cozy Airbnb for some afternoon delight.
Well, who could turn down that offer? Charles Darrow is Dead by Jeffrey Hanlon. The final chapter. And that last thing I told Derek Holloway I needed to finalize our deal? The three of us were about to watch it, live on TV, or at least I hope so. It was noon, and we were at our Airbnb. Derek had brought a plate of fruit, cheese, crackers, and hickory almonds. I flipped on the TV and turned to KGO.
Wouldn't a press conference have been better? All three network affiliates?
Derek replied,
Best I could do. This will work. I just need it to be a public announcement. Then our deal will be complete, and you and your boyfriend can move on. Hike to Guatemala, live in a yurt, and raise hedgehogs, all right?
I'll put that on our list. The yurt thing.
Oh, hedgehogs, too. Hedgehogs are going to be big. Scarcity of resources, the downsizing of pets and all.
The noon news opened with an urgent musical flourish, the two anchors sitting at their news desk. The opening segment obeyed the if it bleeds, it leads strategy. A fatal apartment fire in Cayuga Terrace, an accidental drowning in Half Moon Bay, a 12-car morning commute pileup on the San Rafael Bridge, and what was apparently a continuing epidemic of muggings in Haight-Ashbury. Before they went to commercial, they teased the next segment, saying, and when we come back, our own Penny Pepper will give you secret tips on how to keep your Pomeranian looking great. The camera panned to Penny, pert and cute, and on the table in front of her was, you guessed it, a Pomeranian, also looking pert and cute. Our anticipation about what was supposed to happen turned to apprehension. None of us spoke, as if our words might jinx the whole thing. They returned from commercial, and Penny Pepper did her thing, and the Pomeranian did his thing, and then the camera panned back to the anchors, who said, and when we come back, Assistant District Attorney Symington Ord. They didn't seem to be particularly excited about that.
He may be wearing out his welcome.
The camera view widened to show Ord.
What is that?
What is what?
In his teeth. What is that?
Spinach.
Too early in the morning to be eating spinach. A nutritious morning snack is what I'm thinking.
I joined the debate by suggesting it might be kale.
Kale is a health food. Symington Ord doesn't seem like a health food guy. But it's dark like kale.
Spinach.
Okay, children, I said, bringing that discussion to an end. Mystery unsolved, the TV crew broke for commercial. When they returned, the two anchors had barely disguised smirks, and Symington Ord still had whatever it was in his teeth.
Jeez, nobody told him? Or maybe he can't run a toothpick.
Hush, I said. The camera focused on Ord, and he went off on an interminable and self-aggrandizing oration about his role in solving the murder of Charles Darrow, the murder of the decade. Derek and I exchanged raised eyebrows and shoulder shrugs. Maybe he wasn't going to say what he was supposed to say. But finally he did. We all leaned forward as Ord said, "And credit where credit is due, Inspector Estela Escovedo played an important role in helping me with this case." That was all. That was it. Not exactly a full-throated apology for maligning Estela. I asked Derek, "Reinstated with back pay?"
Well, that's what Ord's chief of staff told me, and Escovedo will get some kind of commendation.
I gave Derek a fist pump and said, "Okay, our work here is done. That was the last thing. Now Willie and I can see what the future holds for us."
Yurts.
Willie and I locked into a tight embrace, and we kissed. A kiss eternal, a kiss forever. And then she whispered in my ear,
"I still think it was spinach."
The end, and a beginning.
Zither Studios.